Good morning, sir. Am I audible? Sir, you are muted.
So, am I audible also?
Yeah, you are also audible. Yeah.
That's good. That's very good.
Okay, another 10 minutes, 9:30 sharp, we can start. Very good morning, all connected offline and online. And the speaker, Dr. Roland Eric Ras. Roland Eric has Professor IIIT Bangalore, who is going to deliver the keynote speech of today's session. It will be followed by another 3 technical lectures at 11:45, 2:15 and 4 o'clock, and a paper presentation session. At 11:45, we will be having Dr. Mahadeva Prasanna from IIIT Hyderabad. And at 2:15, we will be having Dr. Kanan Srinathan from IIIT Hyderabad. And at 4 p.m., we have Dr. N.R. Sunita from SIT Tumkur. So these are the brief details of today's technical sessions of NWC 2021. We are in day 2. Now I invite Mr. Abhijit to introduce today's speaker, first speaker who will be delivering the keynote speech. Abhijit, please.
Very good morning. Today we have with us Mr. Dr. Ronald Eric Haas, who is working as a professor at IIIT Bangalore. He joined in April 2021 after 15 years of association with the institute as an adjunct and honorary faculty member. He has over 25 years of professional experience in research and also as well as in senior techno-managerial business innovations, business development assignments all over the world, such as like Germany, India, US, Japan, and Israel. So he has a broad experience in automotive R&D, aerospace R&D, systems engineering, software and IT services. And he was head of the Daimler India R&D Center at Bangalore. Now it is called as MBRDI from 2001 to 2006. And Ronald Haas has founded a company which is called QSO Technologies, and he has worked with clients in Europe, US, and East Asia. And he has authored several books, and he is a faculty member, adjunct faculty member at IISc Bangalore, and has done research in cybersecurity, automotive electronics, car IT, and software services. So he has Dr. Haas has studied computer science, mathematics, and electronics at University of Karlsruhe, Germany, and the Technical University of Glasgow, Germany. On behalf of NWC 2021, I welcome Dr. Ronald Eric Haas. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for this very kind introduction. It's really a pleasure to deliver today's keynote speech. I would like to share my screen. So is the screen visible? I go to slide mode. Yeah, everybody can see that. Is it visible?
It's visible and audible.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. So thank you for having me. Today's topic is automotive cybersecurity, and I would like to report about a topic that is very important. It has actually become very important over the last years. It's an application domain of cybersecurity, and I will take you through following topics. First, I would like to talk about the automotive megatrends and the digital transformation of the automotive industry. I've spent about 14 years in Daimler from the mid-90s to the mid-2000s. And in this area and domain, you know, there were a lot of transitions, a lot of transformation. We had a lot of changes, but over the last decade, there has been more changes than ever before. And it is a pleasure to talk about that and show you what all these changes mean also from a cybersecurity perspective. Then we need to talk about the evolution of electronic architectures and software architectures, because that's where the cyber criminals can actually attack. And again, a lot of things are happening here. So I give you a kind of timeline of some of the automotive EE architecture trends. We look at car hacking and automotive cybersecurity. Then important to understand what a cybersecurity management system is that has to be deployed now for homologation and type approval. We will touch upon a little bit about hardening the system. That's a vast topic. And we have to look at the regulatory framework, because as we see that also in the domain of information technology, today we have a regulatory framework in place, for example, from the United Nations ECE, that governs the cybersecurity of the automotive domain. And finally, we will look at some attack scenarios on advanced driver assistance systems and autonomous vehicles, self-driving cars. That's where everybody talks about self-driving cars. There's still some time ahead of us, but of course, cybersecurity and self-driving cars, these are two things that have to go hand in hand. So that's the plan for this morning, and I would love to have then some questions in the discussion. So let's start with the digital transformation and the mega trends in the industry. Now, many of those trends are driven by what we call in various combinations, Ks or As. So these are just the beginning of the words: connected, autonomous or self-driving, shared mobility, and electric cars. The trend that we have e-mobility now, nearly all the large OEMs have announced that they phase out the internal combustion engine. We have a lot of new mobility concepts like shared mobility. You share the car, if it is now a shared mobility service, or even your private car can be shared. We look at self-driving at the horizon, and everything is connected so that we have a lot of data that is being exchanged by the car and the back-end systems. There's an increased share of software. Actually, the car becomes the most software-intensive product of mankind. That's very interesting to see, because we always think that, you know, large software packages might be the ones that have most complexity in terms of software. But the car is actually kind of on the top of all at the moment and in the future. So we will see of up to 500 million lines, and some experts even predict 1 billion lines of code to run a self-driving car, both inside the car and outside the car in the cloud. Then we have high-performance computing platforms. Again, we assume that high-performance computing happens in the data centers, or maybe on the graphic cards in our computers when we have a platform for computer gaming. But the modern car needs so much computing power that they had to transition from the traditional microcontroller-oriented architectures to high-performance computing architectures. And we do have a cloud integration. The car doesn't end, that's a nice analogy, it doesn't end with wheels on the road, it ends in the cloud, because the software stack and the functionality of the car extends to the cloud. And we not only have data in the cloud, we also have functionality in the cloud. So really, software and algorithm running in the cloud, integrated and interacting with software in the car. At the moment, we have a situation that many of the supply chains are being disrupted. We have a chip shortage. That's, of course, because of the COVID pandemic, but it also has shown how vulnerable the domain is actually to semiconductor, to some of these very important parts of the supply chain. And that is something that is going to stay for, you know, half a year or a year. So it's a situation that automotive industry has to deal with. A lot of startups drive innovation these days, and I've worked with auto tech startups all across the world, in the US and many in Israel also. It's very interesting to see that the large OEMs now, like many other companies before, look for innovations in that field, if it is in the telecommunication domain, if it's in the software domain, or if it is, for example, in the self-driving domain. And they work with these startups to make sure that they can benefit from these innovations in an early phase. And that is also important to note, the borderline between the OEMs, so the car manufacturers that produce a car, and the suppliers, that becomes blurred. Former times it was very clear what Bosch did and what Daimler did. These days, Bosch provides a chassis, a rolling chassis for electric cars. You can build your car on top, and Daimler is working on their own software stack, on their own operating system, on their own cloud integration. So what the OEMs and the suppliers do is not, again, very clearly separated. In this field, in this very dynamic field, new partnerships, new players emerge, and also the distinction between OEM and supplier becomes blurred. let's look at what that all means. I take an example here, Volkswagen, VW Group. It's one of the largest OEMs from Germany, where I come from. And this OEM is in a transformation process. What does it mean? Now, former times, they had these big factories, Wolfsburg factory. I worked there until 2018, for example. I had a project there. So in this factory, you could produce up to 6,000 cars, combustion engine cars per day. That's a huge number. Imagine 6,000 cars a day. And the product they were taking a lot of pride in was a product like this one, a Bugatti Veyron Grand Vitesse. This car had a specification of 1,500 horsepower. It could go more than 400 kilometers an hour. And what is maybe more impressive for the classical mechanical engineer is that it could go from 0 to 400 back to 0 in less than 50 seconds. Actually, it holds a record for about 43 seconds or so. Imagine what that means. So a lot of pride into an engine, into a 16-cylinder engine, classical combustion engine with this high performance. The powertrain that was actually so powerful that they had to do a lot of engineering so that the combustion engine didn't grind the other gearbox systems down the line to pieces because it's so powerful. But what's Volkswagen today and in the future? Combustion engines will be phased out completely. There will be an all-electric product line. And this is one example of it. The new ID.3. It's driven on a platform, but it's all electric. So no combustion engine in the future. Today still, of course, the mix is dominated by combustion engine. Then VW invests a lot into its own cloud, the VW cloud, together with big vendors like Amazon and Microsoft. And in this cloud, they store all the data for their new services, which they are going to offer. But that is maybe more kind of surprising that they also are a player now in the energy market. So providing energy, electric energy like utility, and of course, wall boxes and everything you need in this ecosystem for electric cars under a brand name Elli. They also invested into shared mobility. They bought back Eurocar, which was part of the VW group in former times, as a rental car service company. And they started new mobility services like, for example, Moja, which is running in Hanover and in Hamburg. And I personally was involved in the certification process for Moja. It's a very interesting model where you don't have stations which are well defined, but where people cluster and book the car comes, picks them up. It's a shared service with less cost. And what they envision in the future, that they might run robo-taxis, so self-driving taxis that can pick up the customers and deliver to their destination. This is now part of this major transformation process I talked about. The company becomes software-centric. Actually, from a classical mechanical engineering company, they turn into a software company and into the service company. Today, maybe there are 4,000 software engineers in VW. They plan for more than 10,000 software engineers under this brand name of Cariad. And they also have their own auto university where they train the people and they can get degrees. What they call the Faculty 73 is also retraining classical, mechanical, or electronics engineers or chemical engineers coming from different domains. They're trained on how to handle software projects, or even they're trained as programmers. So that's part of this transformation process that the Volkswagen Group is undergoing. And autonomous driving, self-driving cars is of course important for all the large car manufacturers. So Volkswagen, together with Ford, has invested into a company called Argo.ai, which is a spin-off of a university in the US. And Argo.ai provides a self-driving system that Volkswagen and Ford in their cooperation will use together. Volkswagen actually was looking for quite some time for a car company to invest into, a self-driving technology to invest into, but it was not so easy the market was pretty crowded in terms of other players who wanted to invest. And this cooperation with Ford and Argo.ai allowed them to strengthen their self-driving technologies. And of course, like Tesla, Volkswagen also wants to produce batteries. They want to build gigafactories and want to be one of the biggest players in the battery market. So they are planning up to 6 gigafactories for not only themselves, their own operation, but maybe more for the decentralized energy storage market. So huge changes are happening. And all is centered around a platform that Volkswagen has built, what they call the modular electrification platform. And this is a rolling chassis with all components, including also the battery stack, the software and the electronics that you need to build an electric car. But interestingly, it's not only VW that uses this. You can go to VW as a private company and license this model. And then you can also use the same technology to build your own car. So that is something completely new, which we didn't see before. Imagine this borderline between OEMs and suppliers I talked about. Let's look at another OEM, Daimler, in this phase here. They just came out with their battery electric vehicle premium brand. They call it EQS. And what you see here is the middle console and the instrument cluster, so the whole infotainment system. And it looks more like a computer screen, a very broad computer screen, where you have all sorts of features. This is a fully electric vehicle, which has this very sophisticated user interface, and that needs high performance computing to actually drive all these features. So also they are changing massively. And Mercedes is building their own operating system, like many others too. And that not only means that they take a run-of-the-mill operating system from the shelf, but they really develop an operating system and a library stack to run the ecosystem inside the car. So some of the areas are mentioned, what is important here: autonomous driving, the MBUX infotainment system that runs on that, the integration levels they need for their electronic systems, the electric vehicle concepts, driving and charging, and of course the integration with the software, the cloud. That's all very important here. So again, this is a transformation of a mechanical oriented car company to a software oriented car company. And as I said, the estimates are different and changing here. How many lines of code are in the car? Because it's sometimes also very difficult to say, as there are now updates possible and some functionality is in the cloud. But you see here, one thing is clear: the trend is an exponential curve. And some authors estimate that we would have up to 1 billion lines of code for level 5 autonomous cars with all sorts of sophisticated features of connectivity and infotainment. If this is so, this system is by far the largest, complex, most software-intensive product of mankind. So you see, coming from mechanical engineering, we are now talking about very, very large software-intensive systems, cyber-physical systems that the car turns into. Now let's look at the electronic architecture, because it's important to understand where does all this software and functionality run on. And in former times, it has been all mechatronic and control oriented. You had so-called ECUs, embedded control units. They were networked through bus systems like, for example, CAN or LIN. And all these ECUs together typically had certain functions. They were sharing data, and there was something like a gateway that was translating between the different network structures. But soon that was not enough anymore. So you started to map different functions on one ECU because of efficiency purposes. You had to add more bus systems because the buses, like the CAN bus, were not capable to transfer so much data that you needed for sophisticated infotainment functions. And so new networking technology was added, and also there was a transition to something like an automotive open system architecture that allowed to separate the hardware from the software and concentrate on software functionality on a well-defined software stack. And that went further, and now we are talking about domain-specific controllers that are much more complex and powerful, and they integrate different subsystems, sub-controllers, embedded control units. And we have now technologies that are typically coming from the IT world, like Ethernet, in this very specific setup for the automotive environment, automotive Ethernet, but with high bandwidths and high throughputs. And that's also not where it stops, because now we enter the world of high performance computing. These are platforms that are incredibly powerful, and they run and map features of complex new services, complex infotainment, and complex systems like self-driving functionality. These comes also from totally different vendors, for example, AMD, NVIDIA, and others. This high-performance computing clusters also different ECUs. So we have now a transition from the mechatronic control-oriented car, which had ECUs for anti-lock braking, powertrain control, and so forth, to a data-centric car that is more like a computer on wheels, or even you could call it a data center on wheels. And it is cloud integrated. So functions are running both in the cloud as well as in the car, and that is communicating with each other. Let's look at an example here. And I won't bother you with too many details of the electronic side, but I just want to show you what's happening here. That's a timeline, a model of of Mercedes car E-Class. So a mid-sized car of Mercedes, the brand Mercedes. We see the timeline here from 75 to up to now and in the future, and three curves. One curve shows the number of embedded control units. These were the boxes I showed you on the other slide. The other curve shows you the number of signals. These are parameters that are being exchanged on the bus. It could be, for example, the round per minute of one wheel that can be used for the calculation of speed. So if you have 4 wheels, you have 4 RPM values that are being exchanged on the bus system. So these are the signals. And then the curve, which you should pay attention to, that's the curve of the bandwidths. So how much data is being exchanged on the bus system? And that really grows exponentially. While we see that the growth of the ECUs is also impressive, we talk about 70 ECUs and more now these days, but the growth of the signals is maybe even more impressive. This goes up pretty rapidly, but this is what drives the innovation, more bandwidths. And now what happens is we transition to high performance computing platforms, very powerful computers that integrate many functions. We will have less embedded control units and more of data-centric high-performance computing in the car. This transition means that the companies really invent themselves, completely reinvent, because this is so complex, this transition process, that they really need to deal with a lot of the legacy applications, but now transition to the new applications for this high-performance computing. What does all that mean? For example, if I want car data, I could have an app on my smartphone. Then I would like to inquire about certain status variables. They are in the cloud. And this is an example of Mercedes. Mercedes car data has a REST API. So everybody who registers for that can then kind of read those data. And in the future, also being able to change those status values. For example, window down or up, light on or off. And of course, also you want to read a lot of features in the car and maybe control it even, remotely unlock the car, remotely set up the windows, whatever you would like to do through this API, the programming interface, it's possible. Now, that's of course a cybersecurity issue, isn't it? Because if I can remotely control my car through an API, even if I use my own smartphone and install an app, that is a security important feature where I have to look into. So let's understand what all these new features in the car mean from a security perspective. And that's what I've listed here in this table. So let's quickly have a look at it. So the increased connectivity, what we see now, that means we have a larger attack surface. And this attack surface can be used and exploited by cyber criminals. When we talk about autonomy and self-driving, then it means that a cyber attack that would be successful on a self-driving car would have a really huge impact, and I have higher risk. If I drive myself, I might be able to overpower. But if a self-driving car is being hit by a cyber attack, that's a big issue. The transition to e-mobility also means that we have now an integration of the car with a smart city concept, with smart grid. It's highly depending on communication. And so it means that now the impact is also higher. There's a possible spread of the attack to other systems, for example, to the smart grid or the smart city. Shared mobility, of course, has a larger attack because I can scale my attack vectors and my cyber attack easily to a whole fleet. The supply chain disruptions, which we see, also means there are increased threats now because the supply chain is falling apart partially. Startups notoriously have this pressure of short time to market, and sometimes the products have cybersecurity flaws. And we see that also that some of the software that is being delivered to the car manufacturers do have some flaws. When I do systems that are so complex, I actually go through a barrier of complexity that, you know, the engineers so far have been kind of used to do 100 million lines of code and, you know, very well-defined domain areas. Now suddenly we talk about very huge and large systems. So they have to deal with this complexity. And often vulnerabilities creep into the systems because of a lack of being able to deal with this complexity. So these are some of the points from what is this transformation all about and what does it mean from a cybersecurity perspective. And let's look at the classical case why automotive cybersecurity was getting so much attention. And we talk about something that happens now 7 years ago. Very important study and research being done by Miller and Walasek, and I called it the wake-up call for the industry. Why was it so? What they actually managed is if a car which was not modified, so nobody plugged in a physical connector, it was just unmodified, and they were able to remotely compromise the car and then overpower steering and braking. So that is shown here in a controlled environment where a reporter was driving the car, and they demonstrated that the car was taking off the road and going down here from the side. So how did they do that? Actually, that is why this wake-up call was so important. They were able actually to use a vulnerability in the Jeep's Uconnect system that were used by, you know, literally millions of cars, at least hundreds of thousands in the Jeep of that, you know, brand who were using the same infotainment stack. This Uconnect system had a wireless cellular connection. Then they were able to compromise one level of this Uconnect chip, and through a domain which was typically separated, they could actually get into another controller. And this other controller was typically connected to the CAN bus with safety critical subsystems like steering, braking. So these abbreviations here are typical automotive abbreviations like body control unit or onboard diagnostic, or yes, is an air conditioning system. So what was happening is that their attack vector extended and bridged to a domain which was completely unknown that it would be possible to bridge this. And suddenly they could write directly to the CAN bus and overpower steering and braking. And that was really the wake-up call. The unfortunate thing was that this vulnerability, after being published, it was a white hack, it was a kind of proof of concept, was open and was not resolved for months. Actually, nearly a year it was open. And when Jeep and FCA, the company at that time that produced the Jeep, was kind of calling people to the garage, they had to use memory sticks to update the system because over-the-air update of the software stack was not possible at that time. So this was really a wake-up call, and it was also clear that the authorities had to step in and do something, because with self-driving cars at the horizon and battery electric vehicles, we could not afford to have this kind of vulnerabilities in cars. But Jeep and FCA were not the only ones. Actually, today you have nearly all brands that were hacked one way or the other. And this just gives you a glimpse of that. So we had hacks, for example, on electric cars like the Nissan Leaf. And one of the vulnerabilities here of Nissan Connect, an app that they used, remember this Mercedes data connection to a car where you can use an app for reading parameters, but also controlling certain parameters of the car. They were able to switch on systems that are a load on the battery electric car, and so it could drain out the battery. So of course, it had immediate consequences as a hack. Or Tesla, time and again, was the target of attacks. The infotainment system was attacked, sensors were being manipulated, unlocking of the car, remote unlocking was done. But Tesla is a little special here because they have a bug bounty program. So if you hack a Tesla and tell them about it, they're able to fix it. You can even earn money as a hacker. So that's what they call the bug bounty program. But just to tell you about one thing, and we will later on touch upon it again when we talk about driver assistance and autonomous vehicles, they also were able to manipulate, the environment of the car so that the sensors and the algorithms running on interpreting the sensors, for example, a camera or an ultrasonic sensor, they were influenced in such a way that the interpretation of the sensors were completely wrong. For example, a traffic sign was slightly modified and Tesla camera sensors interpreted to be, speed limit overthrown 50 miles per hour more than actually allowed. Or they put, a certain noise on a wall that suddenly completely disturbed the image analysis algorithm running on the camera system. So the car actually interpreted now the traffic flow instead of going away to come towards it. You can imagine what that all means. This is also part of the cyber environment, that you can hack and modify the environment in such a way that the sensors and the algorithms running to interpret the signals of the sensors could be completely disturbed and confused. Quickly to summarize, such a car is vulnerable because we have wireless connectivity. We have more and more of this wireless connectivity. This can be through cellular communication, typically now the backbone for telematics, sophisticated telematic features. Bluetooth, vehicle to X means to infrastructure or to other vehicles. Onboard diagnostic, Wi-Fi networks in the car that can be used by passengers. Infotainment system, and the complete supply chain that also can be hacked. And that means there's a vulnerability in the supply chain. Quickly to summarize that also, the connected car is connected to different domains. For example, now it's connected to the factory. You could order, for example, parts already when the car is figuring out that it's in maintenance mode, that a part might kind of deteriorate, and this ordering process can already happen. You can have remote diagnostic where the car data, instead of just in the workshop, is already being sent to other workshops of the car manufacturer or the production line. For that, you need connectivity. You need the connectivity to the cloud where all the data is being stored and interpreted. The battery electric vehicles are completely connected. They are talking to the smart grid. They're talking to charging infrastructure, and the battery systems are being remotely monitored. You also have the feature in future cars, and many already have this enabled, but it's not yet used, that the electric car will be a decentralized energy storage. So the battery can not only be charged, but it also can release electric power. For example, when this electric power is needed in the smart grid. And you can imagine this delicate control function of battery releasing energy and then being charged and integrated in the smart grid into a microgrid that must absolutely be cyber secure. Otherwise, it's a huge problem. And what I told before, we see a lot of features of vehicle-to-X communication. For example, when I talk to infrastructure, future traffic lights, signs, and traffic corners will talk to the car. So you don't have to be in the view of the traffic light, or to see the traffic sign already before, because the car already can communicate with that and get the data. That has to be cyber secure. Or cars communicating with each other. An example could be a parking allocation. One car has measured a parking space on the road and communicates that back to another car which is behind and has no sight of this parking space, so they can communicate and exchange this data. So there are a lot of new features which are being enabled by this connectivity. Let's look at the attack scenarios. What does it also mean from a cybersecurity perspective? And I've given you some examples here how a battery electric car can be attacked. Now, we saw the attack surface, and we have to also think about what is the implication of an attack and what actually does a cyber attacker want to manipulate in the car so that, he disrupts, disturbs. So just to give you a few ideas here, there are possible attacks on the charging infrastructure. They already happened, and they could disrupt the communication with charging. This unlock and stealing a car is notorious a problem. There could be also attacks on remote control features, what we saw, for example, in the Nissan Leaf domain. And there could be attacks, and this is maybe the most dangerous ones, on the thermal management of the battery stack. If this happens, lithium-ion batteries are very sensitive to control of their temperature, and attack schemes are being envisioned where this is being compromised. So the system will report everything is okay, system temperature is fine, but actually it's just creeping out of their standard range, and the lithium-ion battery could burst. Such attacks have to be really avoided. That's why the industry is really so much kind of alerted to the potential danger of cyber attacks. The automotive cybersecurity is part of a larger critical infrastructure of cybersecurity, and we've seen many attacks. Just a few here mentioned. Critical infrastructure are the backbone of a nation. They are providing the services, they are providing the lifeblood for a nation. If it's energy, if it's food production, if it's telecommunication, finance, banking, and so forth. And of course, the transport sector too. So ransomware attacks on hospitals, the healthcare domain, many have been reported and have disrupted that massively. We have seen also attacks on food and agriculture. For example, complete food production lines were shut down for days altogether. Ransomware attacks are attacks where typically a system, IT system is being compromised, then a ransomware is being demanded, and then after that, when the data has been encrypted, you might get a key for decrypting your data, but you just might get it. It is not guaranteed, even if you pay the ransom. Energy attacks on smart grids, we have seen that in Ukraine, black energy attack, and later on massive other attacks on complete infrastructure in Ukraine. And of course, also many attacks being reported on the transport system. And automotive cybersecurity is part of that, of this transport critical infrastructure. In the future, we'll see there's a new battleground emerging because we have many satellites that provide services and also remote vision and surveillance. And the first attacks are being reported on space technology. So we also need to now look into that and all that being integrated so that we don't have, bad surprises of a satellite being attacked and suddenly, a lot of wrong information is being distributed. Now, when we design a cybersecure system, and I talked about how the authorities have reacted and regulatory responses, it's very important that the cybersecurity is managed properly. So you need always a process how to respond to cyber attacks, and then to kind of mitigate all those threats, and orchestrate your responses in the organization. At the heart, you need to manage the risk of cyber attacks, and your product development has to, on the hardware, on the software level, take that into account and deal with the cybersecurity threats. And now the industry is forced to come up with a cybersecurity management system. So it's not enough to provide a solution to make systems cyber secure and then to walk away, but you need an active management of your cybersecurity. That means the organization, the processes, and the technologies. It starts with awareness of the organization. It starts with a cybersecurity risk assessment, because cybersecurity is always a moving target. There's a lot of threats out there, but you need to understand how much can you spend and how much time can you kind of devote for it to find a good security solution against the threats that are out there. And that means that you deploy a cybersecurity program for your organization. You have to implement that, and then you have to monitor it, how effective it is. So you define key performance indicators for that. So to understand how ready your organization is to kind of respond to cyber attacks. This, of course, all has to be audited by independent organizations so that you are sure that your cybersecurity framework works properly. At the heart of all these things is a threat analysis and risk assessment. We know that from the classic information security management or IT security, and it means in the first phase that we have to define the scope and the boundaries of what we look at. We have to identify the assets, what is vulnerable, and what does that asset actually mean. For example, the thermal management in a battery stack would be an asset that has to be protected. You have to set up the organization and the processes for that. And then you do your threat analysis and risk assessment. This is a systematic process. There are a few best practices out there that can be used, but it actually is a balancing act to understand what threat could be there, how much time and effort an attacker can spend, how feasible this attack is, and how likely a successful attack would be, which would compromise your asset. This would lead to a quantification of the damage and the cost of the damage. And then based on that, you will define your cybersecurity objectives. So what type of protection level you need, what are the functions you have to protect, and then you deploy effective cybersecurity measures. It's, of course, the standard techniques, mapping your threats and the attack vectors to the targets, your cybersecurity targets and objectives like confidentiality, integrity of the data, respecting privacy, and making the systems available. This should not be compromised. This activity is done not once, but repeatedly, and it's at the heart and the core of a cybersecurity management system that has to be deployed. As I mentioned, we have to look at different aspects here when we assess the risk, the probability of the attack, which is a function of system knowledge, budget, motivation, and so forth, and how scalable is this attack. Then the damage classified and categorized, we have to monetize it, and we have to judge the monetary loss when an attack is happening and the damage is being created. And then we assess the risk as this kind of pairs of probability and cost of the damage. And it leads to tables like this, where we have on one side likelihood and the impact, and then for each and every type of attack to a certain asset in the car, for example, the thermal management of the battery system that could be compromised by a potential attack vector, we have to see how likely this attack is. And if it's very likely, of course, we have to focus on it and make sure by deploying a proper cybersecurity measure that this doesn't happen. What solutions do we have so that we can harden the system and prevent cyber attacks? And the best practice we see here, and that is also kind of advised by the German Association of Car Manufacturers, is to follow a defense in depth approach. So we have a layered approach. We start with the outer layers where the communication happens. This has to be secured. So all those vehicle to X, Wi-Fi and telematic communication. This could be done by intrusion detection, firewalls, and secure communication here. Then we have external interfaces, for example, where you plug in with Bluetooth or with OPD. This has to be secured. Then we have the internal network of the car, which we secure separately, again, by, for example, checking the authenticity of messages, preventing from kind of compromising the communication here. And then on the lower levels, we have the microcontroller, the embedded control unit. Here we have best practices like secure boot and secure flash. We will calculate on every boot sequence a hash value and compare it with the stored hash values there. You have a crypto stack and you have hardware security modules. All these together can help, but of course never completely prevent a potential attack. So it's just you quite minimize the risk of attacks on the system. Because we need to always recognize cybersecurity requires a holistic approach. We have to be careful not to leave certain elements open while we try to spend all our attention and budget on another thing, another domain where we make the system ironclad. This often is a situation like this year, where we have, one place completely secure, but the other one is open. And the cyber attacker will use the easiest way to get into the system. Now, what are the challenges here? We see that there's a new set of requirements that has to be managed. We have many new security requirements, for example, for an ICAS system here. We need to protect with measures that are computational intensive and track performance. It's not easy to have all the systems interoperable across different vendors. We have many false positives from intrusion detection, and in the end, we have license costs to bear. So the industry is notoriously allergic to license cost, but security solutions cost. Fortunately, there are new standards out there like AUTOSAR 4.3 with secure onboard communication. This standard has more than 20,000 pages of documentation, but it means there's security built into the system and it comes, already available. How does it look like? This AUTOSAR stack, you see there are a lot of crypto kind of libraries embedded. They allow, for example, for encrypted communication on the Canvas system, and they manage all these necessary crypto stack features so that they become transparent for the user, for the application layer. Now, let's look at the supply chain changes. Because of the regulation, the OEMs and also the suppliers have to deploy a cybersecurity management system according to this ISO standard and the VP29. And they also need to cover the complete life cycle of the vehicle. So it's not enough to only look at the engineering part. The CMSS is applied to a vehicle type at the time of release and will be approved by the authorities. How does it look like? We see that here in this. An automotive security operations center has to be in place so that all the threat intelligence and the data is being collected. And then all the manufacturers have to also provide a software update management system. It looks then as follows. A cybersecurity management system in the industry will be deployed. The suppliers need their own CSMS. over-the-air updates according to this rule R156 are being orchestrated, and the system is applied to a vehicle type. Let's look at this looks from the workflow. So the OEM will provide a CSMS certificate for their own cybersecurity management system. They send it to a technical inspection and certification company. They evaluate that. They go through all the checklists if everything has to be taken care of. When this is being done, an edge type is defined of this particular brand, and the test report is sent to the authorities. The authorities then, based on this test report, will give the approval for the car. And interestingly, this has to be done for every new car which is being released by an OEM. So there's no way to avoid it. Every car needs to have the cybersecurity certificate. Otherwise, like a car that doesn't pass crashworthiness test, it will be not allowed on the road. That's how the authorities have reacted to the cybersecurity threats. As I said, the Vehicle Operations Center is a central dashboard for all security relevant information. It kind of consolidates it. And most importantly, it gives you an overview of all the threats, all the attack vectors to the cars and the fleets. The threat intelligence is at the core of that. We know that from classical IT security, common vulnerabilities and exposures, similar thing is done in the car. So I will just skip this and go to the attack vectors of a car here. We see that, a car that has a driver assistance function can be attacked on all its different sensors. There are radar, ultrasonic, infrared, and vision sectors. And attacks can happen on the smart sector. Attacks can happen on the supply chain, on the cloud backend, or even on the perception mechanism, which I mentioned, by modifying the infrastructure, traffic sign, or even walls and other parts of the infrastructure so that the algorithms actually are being confused that run the image analysis and sensor fusion. And that can lead to really, really big consequences. So that's why the industry deploys intrusion detection and prevention systems. They can be placed in different locations in the electronic architecture, but they try to differentiate between a normal operation behavior and an anomaly that is actually being kind of caused by a cyber attack. So let me summarize my talk. E-mobility, connectivity, autonomous driving, they have shaped the industry and they are transforming the industry in the speed never seen before. Vehicles and fleets, they have become the target of cyber attackers. So the industry has to be careful. Automotive cybersecurity requires a holistic defense and depth approach across the entire life cycle. Not only the production, not only the engineering is important. We see standards like the ISO 21434 and various best practices that provide a framework for cybersecurity engineering across the life cycle. The regulator now requires OEMs and suppliers to deploy a cybersecurity management system in order to successfully protect against a dynamic cyber security environment where a lot of new attacks are emerging. The type approval is depending on the CSMS, like crashworthiness is a prerequisite for type approval of a new car. And we see that, technologies for automotive cybersecurity operation centers provide the framework now to monitor threats, see evolving attacks, and protect in real time, so software updates over the air. A few references of my talk here and a book I published in 2019 together with my co-author Dietmar Möller. And now I would like to lead over to the discussion with the last cartoon here on this side. So thank you very much. And I'm happy to answer some questions if some questions emerge during my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Haas, for providing the insight regarding the automotive cybersecurity. Thank you, Dr. Haas, for providing the insight regarding automotive cybersecurity. Now I request the participants to ask questions, both the online and offline participants. Sir, we have a question. How actually supply chain disruption will increase the threat?
Yeah, that's a very good question. That is because in former times when the supply chain was clear and not disrupted, you didn't have delays and things like that, it was easier to plan that. But take the example of a delay in a part like a semiconductor part, and the automotive OEM is waiting for that to be supplied. The cars are already produced. There's pressure on this then to quickly integrate it. Can you all follow the procedures of checking that the semiconductor has not been compromised with a backdoor? This all because of disruption, and this stress on the supply chain leads to more flaws and potentially errors that actually could open up attack possibilities for cyber criminals.
Sir, is there a chance of attack more on internal combustion engine than on the EVs?
I would say it's very similar, but now a lot of focus is on the EVs. So the combustion engines will not be so interesting to attack. However, that might also change because in this transformation process, we have more EVs on the road, a less combustion engine, and we also have some problems with spare parts for combustion engine. Like always, no? If the industry is changing, who will provide for the next 20 years spare parts for combustion engine? Again, that might be an entry point for cyber attackers, and the supply chain for combustion engines with mufflers, exhaust treatment, so forth, very complex systems could be a fruitful target and a scalable target for cyber attackers.
Thank you, Dr. Haas, for providing the insight regarding the complexity of codes, the CAN protocol, ECU, DCU, HPC, battery electric vehicles, CSMS, and also the supply chain disruptions and possible types of attack on the batteries, the infrastructures, and threat analysis and risk assessment. And along with that, a lot of research topic in this particular area. So on behalf of NWC 2021 and JNNCE Shumoga, I would like to thank Dr. Haas for giving a keynote speech on automotive cybersecurity. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you. I see just one hand is raised there. If you still
Yes,
have one question, we can maybe.
Yeah, sir, I have one question regarding the specific operating systems being developed by the automotive industry. So typically we see that the operating systems which are like open source or mostly in use are less prone to cyber attacks because they are tested and used by many users and systems. So how about a specific operating system for automotive industry? Isn't that more prone to cyber attacks?
Yeah, also very good point. Of course, part of the systems will be also open source technology. But you're right, then all the proprietary technology that they integrate needs to undergo a very rigid process of cybersecurity checks. And because everybody now develops their own operating system, you will have a carpet of different solutions. They might be not completely interoperable, and all these specific proprietary solutions might open up their own independent attack surfaces. So you're absolutely right. That might open up a lot of potential attack vectors, and it's an issue in the industry.
Okay. And are there some standards which are also being followed for automotive industry where the cybersecurity can be standardized across the different verticals in the industry?
Yes, standards are emerging. They're driven by the authorities, like the ISO standards for the product development or the homologation standards, but there's still a lot of work to do. I mentioned the point of interoperability. We don't have an interoperable standard, for example, for intrusion detection. Everybody does their own work there. And when you have an intrusion detection system of one vendor and integrate it with another intrusion detection system in your electronic architecture, there's a high chance that these systems will block each other and won't work together.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from online participants? Yeah, thank you, Dr. Haas, for providing the keynote. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me, and I wish all the participants a very fruitful and very nice day discussing, cybersecurity and crypto engineering. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you again, Dr. Haas. We are moving towards the next session. That is the paper presentation session. We have 5 papers. I request all the presenters to stick to the time which is allotted. Now it is over to Shweta HR to manage the paper presentation session.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to welcome you all to the paper presentation session. I'm happy to welcome you all to the paper presentation session. I extend my heartfelt welcome to session chairs, Dr. Sunita NR, Professor, SIT Tumkur, and Dr. Gurraj HL, Associate Professor, VVCE Mysore, to this session. It's my immense pleasure to introduce today's chairs. Firstly, I would like to introduce Dr. NR Sunita. Dr. NR Sunita is professor in Department of CSE at SIT Tumkur. She has obtained her master's from Bispilani and PhD from VTU. She is working at SIT Tumkur from past 29 years. Her research interest includes information and network security, storage areas networks, HPC, big data analytics, machine learning, security issues in resource-constrained environment, and blockchain technology. She has published 75 research papers in national and international conferences, 27 papers in international journals. She is a reviewer and an editorial board of some reputed journals. She has executed 6 research projects by AICTE, DRDO, and ABBGISL. She has received the IBM Mentor Award for the year 2014. She has received Women Achiever Award from Institution of Engineers India for the year 2021. She has filed the 6 patents and has a copyright jointly with DRDO, New Delhi, on formal verification of security protocols in network devices. I'm happy to welcome you to this session, ma'am.
Thank you, madam.
Now I would like to welcome another session chair, Dr. Gurraj HL, Associate Professor, Computer Science Engineering, Vidyavardhak College of Engineering, Mysore. He holds a PhD degree in Computer Science Engineering from VTU, Belgavi, in the year 2019. He has 12 years of teaching and research experience of both UG and PG level. He is a professional member of ACM. He is the founder of Wireless Networking Group. He is a senior member of ACM, lifetime member of Cryptology Science of India, and senior member of IEEE Computer Science. Dr. Gurraj was appointed as ACM Distinguished Speaker in the year 2018 to 2021. by ACM US Council. He has received Young Scientist Award from ITS SERB, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India in the year 2016. He also received Best Project Guide Award consecutively for the 3 years at Malnad College of Engineering, India. He has worked as a special editor of EAI publisher and guest editor of Multimedia's Springer Journal. He is an editorial board member of various international journals. He has 4 edited books in Springer, IET, and IGE Global. He also servicing as a advisory committee member of Cybersecurity Council of India and subject expert at Administrative Training Institute, Mysore. His research interest includes blockchain technology, cybersecurity, wireless sensor network, Hadoop networks, IoT, data mining, cloud computing, and machine learning. I welcome you to this session, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
I will start the paper presentation. All the participants, please note that you have 8 minutes to present your paper and 2 minutes for questionnaires. I request everyone to stick on to these rules. Once your paper presentation is over, please stop sharing the screen and allow others to present. First paper, but the paper ID is NWC 2021 ID 004. Presenter is Jalesh Kumar. The topic is securing the information contents in images based on cellular automata and genetic operations. Please share your screen and start presentation, sir. We'll have a paper presentation with the presentation ID is ID 006, presented by Murthy DH. Topic on a comprehensive study on RSA prime factorization algorithms. Please share your screen, sir.
Hello. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Just let me confirm whether the screen is shared.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Murthy DHR, working as an assistant professor in President's University, Bangalore. Today, I am here to present some of the work which I carried out at CSIR Lab, Bangalore. I was a part of CSIR 12th 5-year plan, and I work with prime numbers, RSA prime factorization algorithms. So just so there was a novel approach to find the factorization of RSA algorithm. So just I'm going to share that. So in the beginning of the talk, I'll be briefing about what all the different types of algorithms available for prime factorization. And yes, ma'am.
Please go to the presentation mode, sir.
Okay. Fine.
Okay, you can continue.
Yeah. So second part of my presentation will be like a novel approach to find the factors. So with the concept of Fibonacci series, and there is a concept I'll explain in the upcoming slides. So the flow will be like this: first, introduction to RSA, challenges in the RSA algorithm. Then I'll be briefing about prime-related testing and factorization. Then there is a special number which is called as a pseudo prime, that is Carmichael number. So the new approach, the novel approach which I am going to present here, it is for Carmichael number. And next followed by some of the results what we've obtained, and followed by conclusion and references. So as we all know, RSA is a well-known popular cryptography, public key cryptography algorithm, so developed by Rivers, Shamir and Adelman. So even today we are using RSA algorithm because of its hardness in finding the factors. That means, so this is an example which explains the flow of the RSA algorithm. By taking two prime numbers, preferably they are distinct prime, like with their their resides very apart. Like I'll take one number and 3-digit number, and one will be 7-digit number, like that. Then the complexity will be better. So just by taking two prime numbers, we are deriving the encryption key, we are deriving the decryption key, and will perform encryption and decryption. So the key point here is the hardness, the key challenge behind this RSA exam algorithm is finding the two prime factors of a given composite number. If we are able to succeed in that, that means RSA is no more. So a lot of researchers since 1991, if I'm not wrong, since 1991, many researchers are working towards finding the better approach for factorization, prime factorization. So we are not, we're not talking about the complexity here. Usually I used to say when I'm teaching cryptography to my students, it is like a Tom and Jerry game. That means today I will break one, today I'll find a better approach for factorization. Tomorrow some other fellow will just increase the prime number by one, by length one. So like that. So let us see just, still how many years. As per the researchers, it is found that, or it is predicted that by 2020, RSA 1024 bits is no more. So we are almost reached to that level. So I'll tell you that history in the upcoming slides. So here, the two prime numbers which I have taken here is 17 and 11. And the mathematical concept behind this is Euler-Torsion function, that is phi of n, which is in the third step. And next is we are finding the GCD, and we are having the concept of relatively prime. So then after this, what we have is encryption key and decryption key. So here in the second step, what you are seeing, n is equal to p into q. Given p and q, finding n is not a big deal. Given an n, finding the p and q is a big deal. So that is what RSA factorization or prime factorization means. To do this, a lot of cryptographers, a lot of mathematicians started working, and then even today, recent history, if I'm not wrong, Dr. Veni Madhavan sir and team ISC Bangalore, so they were able to successfully find the factors of 916 bits. So like that. So that is what the challenge is. So I'll be explaining 2 to 3 different algorithms here, and what is their complexity, how it works, then followed by my novel approach. So this is the basic theorem, call it as a Fermat's-Little theorem, which is used to test whether the number is prime or not. So why I have taken this concept here is the new approach what I'm going to propose here will works for such numbers. That means, so a to the power of p minus 1 is congruent to 1 mod p for all the integers a less than p. This is what Fermat-Little theorem, and which is used for testing whether the number is prime or not. There are some special numbers, even though they are composite, they satisfy this equation. So such numbers are called as Carmichael numbers. The approach which I'm explaining here in the later slides, it is holds good for Carmichael numbers, not for all the composite numbers. So that is what the future enhancement which I'll be explaining. So this equation a power p minus 1 is congruent to 1 mod p. It is Fermat-Little theorem used for primality testing. And since 30 years, more than 30 years, it's been people are working here, and happy to say that the latest advancement, that is AKS primality testing, is called as the one and only deterministic polynomial time algorithm used to test whether the number is prime or not. So I have taken a little concept from AKS algorithm also. Just I'll be explaining the later slide. Now, some of the factorization algorithms: trial division, Fermat's factorization, Pollard B/S1, Pollard row, quadratic C, and many more are there. So trial division. So I'll be explaining a little about the complexity also. Okay. So if given n, given n a composite number, then it has a prime factor less than square root of n. So what we are doing here is trial division is, so divide the given number by every odd integer up to the square root of n. Right? This is not, this is the oldest method and which is very least efficient, and the worst case scenario will be order of square root of n. So this, I think I can say, this is not feasible for our practical applications. Then after this, the next evolution will be Fermat's factorization, where we know the simple mathematical equation a plus b into a minus b is equal to a square minus b square. So such a simple equation Fermat's used for deriving the factors. So this is somewhat better than your trial division. So that is what here in the given in the slide now. So here the order of the complexity is here order of n to the power of 1 by 4. So the disadvantages what we found out here is, sometimes for some numbers, not special numbers, for some composite numbers, so the loop will go infinite. Like for example, if you see the left side portion, this x plus y into x minus y, so when we are finding these multiples, and I'm finding these multiples, so sometimes there is a chance of going to the infinite loop, but very rare chance as per my experience of CSIR experience. So I found out one or two examples where when I'm doing calculations, so it went to the infinite loop. So we don't know like till where we have to stop. That is a drawback of Fermat's factorization. Then Pollard p minus 1. So it is much better than the previous two algorithm. Just I'm slowly increasing the complexity, starting from trial division and up to the higher level. So it makes use of modular exponentiation and GCD concept for better approach. So modular exponentiation, like a to the power of b mod n, such equations. Then finding the GCD, we know how to find the GCD. So that is Euclidean algorithm. So this is the algorithm where see this example. So we have a given number is 77. How we will get the factors 7 and 11? So now due to the time constraint, so I'll directly go to the concept which I am trying to highlight here. So if time permits, I'll come back and then I'll explain the remaining factorization algorithms. Okay, so this one I'll directly go to the Carmichael number. So what is this Carmichael numbers? Why we have to discuss this? I mean, what is the speciality in these numbers is the question. So as I mentioned in the previous slide, it is pseudo prime or false prime. False prime means even Fermat, these composite numbers satisfy the Fermat's little theorem. But what is the agenda? What is the main intention behind Fermat's little theorem? It is used to test the primality. So these Carmichael numbers, Carmichael is the name of a mathematician. He found out that there are some special numbers, even though they are composite, that those numbers satisfy Fermat's little theorem. So some of the examples given here is number 561, 1105, 1729, and this list is given in the reference number 5. So factors of 561 are 3, 11, and 70. 3, 11, and 17. So here, if you say n is equal to 561 and a, b, c are the factors, then a minus 1 divides b minus 1, I mean p or n, whatever we take. Then second factor, that is 11, 11 minus 1 divides 561 minus 1, and 17 minus 1 divides 561 minus 1. This is one special feature, speciality of Carmichael numbers. Now, the approach what we are what we're representing, what we are introducing, will make use of a Fibonacci series. And yes, sir,
Your time is up. Can you
2
please
minutes, ma'am.
for conclusion, sir?
Yeah, maximum 2 minutes, ma'am. Okay, so so fn, we know the standard series of Fibonacci equation. So this is the equation, and where there is a concept, what you are seeing is R. So this is taken from a famous well-known algorithm called as AKS primality testing algorithm, where R is nothing but the order of n with respect to the modular R. So there are some integers we will get less than R. So that will come into this place. That is, where is that R? So when I expand this using a matrix method of expansion Fibonacci series, then I can say at a time, like two numbers will generate parallelly. So there, that is also one more way of reducing the time. So we found that, and we implemented using a GMP arithmetic library also, where there is no limit for the uh, the length of the number. So if we follow this approach, then we found that we are able to find the one factor, at least one factor in log n less than log n complexity. So this is what found out. So what I'm what we can do in future. So this is just like an open not open, like I am used to say that the people who are interested in this field can look into this, whether this approach or any extended approach will be suitable for all the composite numbers or not. So this approach is suitable for finding the factors of Carmichael number in less than log n complexity. We have implemented using GMP arithmetic library. So the future, so we can try for all the composite numbers. Like there is some magic, seriously. I should say, I should thank my guru, Dr. GK Patra, at this point of time. So we work together, and still it is going on. We are working on just the same approach can be extended to all the composite numbers or not. Thank you.
Hello.
I would like to take some questions.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
It's a good work on Carmichael numbers.
Yes, ma'am.
Really, this work is appreciated.
Thank you.
But how did you implement? What was the configuration of your system? And how much time did it take
Yes,
to
ma'am.
break Carmichael number?
Yes, for numbers up to the 2000 change, like I have mentioned here in this slide, 561 up to 2000 plus. Okay, so here I am able to get less than log n time.
Okay.
So, and this I have not implemented in supercomputer, to be honest. So this I have executed in my i5 laptop.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you take higher numbers, maybe.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It will definitely, it will work. Even I have written the code in using GMP arithmetic library, so it will work for any Carmichael number, I am sure. And also one point to be noted, ma'am. So up to the number 250 lakhs, I mean 2,50,000, up to that range, 1 to 2 crore 50 lakhs. So we have around 2,800 Carmichael numbers. Yes, ma'am. So almost yeah. So almost all I tried up to 7 decimal digit, ma'am. I have tried. Yeah.
Thank you. Good work.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, the presentation was really appreciable, and the novel approach is really good. Yeah, I suppose to ask the same question actually, like what was the largest number you had taken? I mean,
Yeah,
the
up to
series I
7
think you had
decimal
launched.
digits, sir.
Yeah, I got your answer, sir. Thank you. And one more thing, sir, have you used any mathematical tool for this?
No,
Like,
sir, that arithmetic library itself enough, sir. It can handle any length. GMP arithmetic library.
I understood, sir. Apart from that, this can be implemented using many of the algorithms or implemented with the help of MATLAB also. Have you tried with any of the GUIs?
No, sir. No, sir. Just I tried to do some MPI related thing. MPI parallel coding along with GMP. I didn't try any other tool like Sage or MATLAB. I didn't try, sir.
Yes, okay, sir. Thank you, sir. And one more thing.
Yes.
So have you, posted this to any of the public platforms, like it might be GitHub or somewhere, where you get a lot of comments regarding your approach?
No, sir, not yet
Maybe
done
because a
because
lot of mathematicians used to have
last 3.5
a
years I'm
platform
not a
where,
part of CSIR. Yeah.
yes, yes, very good, sir.
I'm
The
not a
thing is,
part of
usually the
CSIR right now, but along with my PhD in parallel, I have taken some students along with Dr. G.K. Patra sir. Whenever I teach cryptography subject, I pick some students who are interested in number theory. So I'll take them, and I am just continuously working on this. So somehow down the line, trying to achieve some better approach for factorization. So.
really fantastic, sir. As a humble suggestion from my side is,
Yeah.
please kindly, once you come up with a novel approach, please kindly post the same thing in the public platforms of cryptography, and we have a lot of public platforms.
Yes, sir.
So wherein which you get a lot of comments from the researchers across globe.
Yes, sir.
So based on their comments, you can improvise your your method or something.
Yes, sir. So there is some magic in this variable R. Of course, it is told by my guru, my teacher. So that R into Fn minus 1, this R is there, no, sir? So this is the order which is taken from AKS primality testing, which is the only deterministic algorithm, polynomial time algorithm.
Yeah,
So,
please.
So
Excuse me.
yeah.
We
Thank
can take the discussions offline. I think we can give time for the next presentation.
Yeah. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Murthy sir.
Thank you. I'll
Yes,
stop
all
the
the
sharing.
best, sir. All the best. Thank you, sir. All the best.
Next paper is paper ID 007. Presenter Mohan Naik. Title is Cryptographic Key Management Elliptic Curve. Sir, you can share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Go to the full screen mode.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, sir. You can continue.
Yes. So, good morning, everyone. Myself, Mohan Naik, Assistant Professor for STM Institute of Technology, Ujre. This is one of the work I have taken for my research, and it is a part of that work. So, the title of the paper presentation is Cryptographic Key Management Using Elliptic Curve X448 for the Multi-User Environment. So these are all the content what I have to discuss today's session. So in this presentation, so first I will briefly discuss about the introduction of the particular topic, and how the elliptic curve diffie-Hellman key exchange algorithm will be going to work, some of the literature related to that, and the curve X448 method for generating of a key, and some of the result analysis with that and the references. As the introduction of this particular topic, as whenever we use a cryptography, we usually need to have a symmetric key or any key. To get that, we often have to perform some kind of the key management in that. So key management plays a very important role in the data communication. The proposed method is to provide the key management scheme with more efficient and secure method for generation as well as the utilization. So as and when we are going to in a internet or in a platform where the browser will be logged in, we definitely will be performing some kind of a key management over there. So here, one of the cost-effective and enhanced key management scheme will be going to consider, which achieves the secure communication between the members within the cloud-based network, or apart from that also. And this paper analyzes the more enhanced and cost-effective key management scheme with respect to communication as well as computation cost. So as we can, as I said earlier, so one of the key to connect to any server, it is almost certainly performing one of the key management exchange or key exchanging of that one. So when I considering with the purpose for generating a distinctive conventional key for the many numbers or ample members to promise the security is one of the challenge. So in this concern, this agreement can be allied to cloud computing environment for the purpose of assisting the like protected and skilled data distribution. So the key management protocol, which providing two or more parties to agree a shared secret key, and later that can be used for encrypting a long message. So that means we are using that exchanging of a public variable in a public environment or any cloud-based environment, and we can combine them to get a private variable, and we will keep that as a hidden, and so that we can use use it for create some kind of a same key which has been shared. So the difficulty of a discrete logarithmic problem is a fundamental problem used in a Diffie-Hellman key exchange protocol, which is the most widely used algorithm what we can consider. So the representation of a Diffie-Hellman key exchange, if I consider here, I'll take a two users as a user Bob and Alice in a untrusted network. They are agreeing, and they wanted to generate a one common shared key, so that they are exchanging a public variable which is G and N, and generating a random they're considering the X and Y as a one private variable, so that they are calculating A and B, that is considered as a shared key, and that is be as considering with the K1 and K2. So that should be same, and they are considering, or they can use this as a secret key for further communication. So as you can, the random numbers will be get used here, and calculating of a G to the power of AB, and both the key will be same, and they can be considered this for further communication. So the Diffie-Hellman key exchange algorithm, as I said earlier, to communicate with any server or a network, certainly we have to perform a Diffie-Hellman key exchange, that is to be used for establishing a shared secret key, and that can be used for a secret communication for exchanging the data over a public network, and using an elliptic curve to generate a point and get a secret key. So before going to that one, like combining the elliptic curve and the Diffie-Hellman, so first let us see what are the content which are from the elliptic curve cryptography. So elliptic curve cryptography, basically it's a public key cryptography, as you can know that, based on the algebraic structure and the algebraic structure and elliptic curve over the finite field. So the main speciality of the elliptic curve is that ECC allows a smaller key as comparing to non-cryptographic, like based on the Galileo's field, you can say, apart from that, and to provide equivalent security. That means it is providing a smaller key, that is a one major advantage, and that is as applicable to key agreement, as you can observe, as you can use this elliptic curve for key agreement, key digital signature, a pseudo-random generator, and other tasks also. So that can be also used for encryption by combining the key agreement with the symmetric encryption scheme. So elliptic curve are also used in several integer factorization algorithm also, like based on the elliptic curve, and that can have an application in a cryptography. That is most prominent applications you can see. So this is elliptic curve, which is like one of the planar algebraic curve, and defined by the equation, as you can observe in the equation in the next slide. So this is the representation of elliptic curve, where we can get 6 tuples of that. So P, A, comma B, G, and N, and H. So where P is a field that the curve is defined over, and G is a generator point, where we can generate a point or point on the curve, so that A and B are the values define the curve, and H is the cofactor, and N is the prime of order G. So that is the equation what I am supposed to consider for elliptic curve: y square equal to x cube plus ax plus b, and this is one of the what we can consider here in this algorithm is elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman, by combining both the algorithms and providing much security with the key, meanwhile having a more amount of storage cost if I considering with the elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman. So this is actually I'm using the X448, which is one of the type of elliptic curve which works with the Kurzweil algorithm, where the digit multiplication are, because in a elliptic curve, in order to get a security, the scalar multiplication is a very fundamental unit where we can we can using to generate a point. So the digit multiplication, what we are considering here, that will be much faster. That means 3 to the power of 10. That means 59,049 single digit multiplication is considered to multiply a 2024 digit number. That is one of the major feature of this particular curve. And whereas traditional algorithm, so if I comparing with any other algorithm, that will considering with the 2 to the power of 10 square. That means 1,48,576 time of it will take a digit multiplication to that. So comparing to that, it is asymptotically faster as comparing to other traditional algorithm. So the cloud computing and cloud storage, as you can observe, it is one of the major unit where we need to secure the content over the information with that. So one of the major event what we can consider the Diffie-Hellman protocol to turn out one of the major cryptographic native and essential adaptation will be used in order to make a typical generation of a secret key in between the two members and a sharing of that one. So one of the major event what Diffie-Hellman is with the discrete logarithmic problem, that is the main fundamental concept behind the generation of that one. So that is what we can use with the heavier processing load as comparing to that one. Diffie-Hellman as a DLP based Diffie-Hellman is having some higher amount of storage cost will be considered, and the key generation time also it is much larger. So some of the literature considering to that is related to elliptic curve.
Your time is up. Can you go
okay,
for
ma'am, I will. Yes. Okay, as comparing to the previous like the curve 25519, which is also suitable with the Montgomery curve, which we are considering for ECDH algorithm, combination of that in order to generate the key as well as the storage cost will be reduced over there. As comparing to that, it is having the structure. So this is our mathematical part that will be see here. When we can observe that as comparing to curve 25519, it as the curve 25519 as providing a 160 bit of security level, and here in the curve X448, which provides a 224 bit of a security level and much reduced speed we can consider, and that will be very much helpful for any cloud-based applications. So these are all the results what I got from that, and I compare with the previous paper, that is the curve 25519, one of the paper in IEEE paper. So the storage cost as well as the time is lesser as comparing to the curve 25519, and also SCP 256K1 and P512 also it has been compared to that. So conclusion, we can say that here ECDH curve X448 will be having a 17% faster for key generation as comparing to other ECDH, and it is providing a bit higher level of security, that is 224 bit security level, and faster in generating of a key with a reduced storage cost, and it is most prominently you can use for a cloud storage application. Thank you. Any question?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presentation. Any questions from session chairs?
Hello, sir.
Hello, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Is it you have considered a cloud computing environment and tested it, or on a mathematical tool you have tested this?
Right now, the cloud.
Huawei's for Pori.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Cloud-based environment, I have not taken a sample or a result over there. So I have taken with the local cloud. Means my laptop itself will be acting as a cloud, like local server.
Okay.
In that case, the mathematical performance of this one has been experienced. Like you can observe that result mathematically, how it is faster and in generating a key.
Okay.
Okay.
So, which tool have you used here?
Tool is Python, ma'am. Python 3.8.
Yeah, developed in Python.
Yeah, developed in Python. My configuration is i5 Pentium processor.
So, did you try to build an attack and see that it breaks, something like that? Was it done?
The attack actually, it is defending against a timing attack actually, as per the literature I have got. But still, I have to go through this one in detail and to get a result based on the attack now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mohan sir, good morning. Yes,
good morning,
actually,
sir.
the presentation is really good. But I have just a superficial question, couple of questions I have. And
Yes,
the first thing is, as you mentioned, it's a combined of Diffie-Hellman and elliptical curve. I
Yes,
think you
sir.
all know that Diffie-Hellman is it's going to have a major drawback of large prime numbers, correct? No?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How much large prime numbers have you taken for this experimentation? What's the
Actually,
range
it
of
is range. Actually, it is a 224 bit. Actually, I have considered with that.
Okay.
Yes, sir. 2 to the power of 224 with that.
No, the range of a number. I mean, yeah, it's
The
we
range
have
of
to
a
convert
number,
it.
it is, yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is a 160
Yeah.
bit, sir.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Same extended question of Sunta madam. You used Python language, correct? No, as a
Yes, sir.
platform.
Cool. Yeah.
Use the operating system. What is the specific tool you have used for this? For you
sir,
got some experimental results, right?
Yeah. Experimental result actually in a Python tool I have taken, but any other external tool I have not considered, like cloud-based environment yet to try, sir. Actually, yet to try this algorithm in a cloud-based environment.
Hybrid combination. Yeah, hybrid.
Yes,
I'm not asking hybrid combination.
No.
My question was Python's a language. No, it's one of the language. What is the specific tool have you went for the Anaconda? Which tool have you used for this?
Actually, it
where
is.
you executed this Python scripts?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's a 3.8 the tool what I have considered here, sir. It is a like one of the as we have considered in a laptop. I have inbuilt this one, sir. Python 3.8. I have run through that.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All
yes,
the best.
Sir.
Thank
you,
sir.
Sir. Thank you.
Any questions from the participants? Thank you, Mohan sir. We'll move on to the next presentation. But the presentation ID is ID 004. Presenter is Jalesh Kumar. Title is Securing the Information Contents in the Images Based on Cellular Automata and Genetic Operations. Jalesh sir, you can share your screen.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Go to the presentation mode, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. You can continue.
Very good morning. It is Dr. Jalesh Kumar from CS department. The topic is on securing the information contents in image based on cellular automata and generic operations, a parallel approach. Overall, the overview of this particular work is securing information is anyway, it is continuously challenging work, and in this work, We are proposing a parallel approach, which is based on cellular automata and genetic operations. And we experimented this on image data and securing at different levels. So as you know, in digital data can easily be copied and modified, and it is for the protection and authentication. These are the major issues. And security is become increasingly important for many applications, like any particular confidential information transmission, video surveillance, and military or other medical applications. And a variety of applications for secure multimedia actually required. And when we are talking about this multimedia information, whether it is full encryption or selective encryption, that is also a challenging task. And many standard encryption algorithms are in the market, and it is available. But irrespective of that, when you are talking about all these particular algorithms, compared to normal textual information, the image information is having high redundancy and larger in size. For all this particular type of data, different level of security can be considered depending on the application. So the computing capability and power storage, like the various devices what we are using, that is also limited. So we need some particular low level and high level security, and that is what the challenging task. And some of the literature survey carried out in this particular field, that is listed here. And from observing all this survey, it is evident most of the algorithms are working either on substitution technique or transposition technique, and techniques which provides higher security leads to high computational complexity. And the key sequences actually play the major role in the security. And evolutionary computation are gaining more importance. So our focus is on clubbing this particular evolutionary computation technique. So by considering that, okay, I'll brief an overview of different evolutionary approach what we have adopted in our work. First is the operation of a genetic process, that is crossover and mutation. One simple example how this particular crossover operation takes place. So you know, like any crossover means the depending on the parents, and from that new offsprings which will be developed. So if you see the example, the sequence of bits, depending on the crossover level, the new sequence will be created, and the function which will decide whether it is new offspring or not, that we have to verify. Okay, and continuously it will build a group of population. That work. And another work is about the cellular automata. It is and how this particular sequence, depending on the rule, changes. So, for example, if 3-bit sequence, if it will be like this, then if rule 70, what actually it says? Rule 70 means we are representing 70 in terms of binary bits. Okay, now depending on the rule, how the next sequence will be generated, that will be shown here. For example, if the initial bit is 10101100, what will be the next sequence? That is depending on this particular table of the rule. Because see, if for example, the first bit, if you consider what is the replacement for the first bit, we will see the neighboring bits. We are not having any neighbor for this one. So what we'll do, we'll make it cycle. Cycle means this 0, 1, 0. So 0, 1, 0, if you represent, what is actually 0, 1, 0? 0, 1, 0 means third particular sequence. Its equivalent value in our rule 70, that is 0 itself. So the replacement for 1 will be 0. Like that, you will go on substituting the alternative bit. That is what the next sequence. You can once again apply the rule 70 to this sequence. Like that, you can generate, going on generating the new sequence. But somewhere, if initial bit itself comes, means it will make infinite loop. Such rules we will neglect. Okay, so that is what the concept of cellular automata. By considering both, we designed a method which takes the particular evolutionary approach, both cellular automata and genetic process. Here, what we are doing is, first phase is key generation phase and another is encryption process. So here key generation initial seed, what we are considering using pseudo random generator, that means nearly 256 rules we will consider, and based on the pseudo random number generator we will select the rule and we will iterate this particular rule. As you observed, each particular sequence will consider as a key space and particular iteration will fix to generate the entire key space. Among the entire key space, we will perform the crossover operation, and which will make one level crossover operation, and that is what the key selection process. And these key the key sequence what you have selected, that will fit into the encryption process. For the encryption process, the image is decomposed as we are following the parallel approach. Each block will execute parallelly, and number of blocks will vary from in multiples of power of 2, that is 2 to the power of 2, 2 to the power of 3. Like that, we varied the number of blocks, and depending on the threshold, by continuous observation, wherever the security reaches that threshold will stop, and we will perform the encryption operation. And the combination of this particular sequence with the key, we are processing through XOR operation itself. And for each component of the color channel, that is RGB, separately we are processing. And if you observe, this is what the experiment, it is the sample result for the block 4. That means 4 blocks are operated parallelly. So that is the original image, and we designed our own corpus, which nearly contains 500 images of various types, colored, okay, black and white, and multicolors, and uniform colors, like that. Different types of images we made a corpus. Each is of various size. The same image of different size also we considered. Okay, and once again, the decryption is also a part of the entire security process. Any algorithm what you are designing, you should also consider that for the decryption process. Here decryption is similar to encryption itself, like it's not a reverse process. The same sequence as it is, the what you are getting, that itself, if you made the reverse, that is what the decryption process. The experiment results what we got is, once again we applied statistical analysis for the results what we got, that is through structural similarity index, peak signal to noise ratio, and entropy value. Only these 3 we considered. And structural similarity index to verify that whether decryption process is correct or not. So if you see SSI, we find out with the input image and the cipher, and input image and decrypted image. So the standard, if you get 1, that means it indicates that there is no change in input image and decrypted image. That means the image what you have decrypted is with lossless. The original image is as it is. Okay, so that is what the indication of SSI. And another is cipher, because low value of SSI indicates that the image is completely scrambled. That is one proof. And another is PSNR and entropy. PSNR, you know, like original image, and if for similar image, if you find out PSNR, it will be infinity. You are getting the low value means that itself shows that the particular encrypted image is completely different from the original image, and the amount of randomness you can observe through these PSNR values. And entropy is a standard for 258-bit image. It is
excuse me, sir.
8. And when you experiment, yes?
Time is up, sir. Can you please conclude it?
No, last 30 seconds. And it is near to 8 itself in all the cases. And followed by parallel operation, we also perform serial operation, and that result also we put. So one thing, it is evident from the work that parallel encryption process is designed and implemented in this case, and the key sequence is based on cellular automata and genetic process. And when we are finding this, the problem of that particular processing time, that will be decreased through this parallel operation. And like the various ways of division of this block leads to different levels of security. So the experiments results are analyzed, which reveals that the proposed design is suitable for securing multimedia information. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presentation. Questions from session chairs.
Hello, sir.
Hello, madam.
On images you have tested, sir.
Yes,
My question is, you're claiming that the quality of the decrypted image will be same as the original image.
yes.
What is the, when you tell parallel, is it some parallel computing technique you have used or the algorithm that you mentioned?
Algorithm what you are mentioning, we are using threads to make the parallel operation. The same process we supplied on multiple blocks.
Okay. So, but some distortion will be observed, isn't it, sir, after the decryption? Then how is that you're claiming that it is exactly the same as the original image?
Madam, no distraction, because here we are that particular pixel as we are using XOR operation. XOR operation will be just direct reverse process. If you make it 1 0, output will be 1. If you make it 1,
but you're making use of the random keys, isn't it?
yes, random keys mean pseudo random keys. The key sequence what you are giving in the encryption process, that itself we are giving in the decryption process as that itself. So that distortion possibility will not come. The key space is same and the process is same, and there is no loss of any information in this regard. And that we are verifying through similarity index also to claim that it is that itself. So similarity index is the proof which indicates a small 0.001% distortion. If it is there, then also it will not give the value 1.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. The presentation is really good. The approach is also well defined. So I have just superficial a couple of questions. As you mentioned, as your contribution is towards the same data you have at the decryption also. What about the quality of service parameters of the network where you are sending the data, sir? Like it might be throughput, or it might be, will it decrease, or it will deteriorate, or it will be same as with the existing system, sir?
Sir, it will be same as the existing system itself. There is no network. It is as,
have you checked any parameters, sir?
Sir,
for data
sir, here the particular work is based on the application layer only. And as a raw data itself we are sending. The network parameter we are not considering, we are assuming that as a data itself when you are transmitting.
Fine, sir. I understood. The approach is really appreciable. My question is, you are working on application layer, or you are working on any of the network layer. But when we claim that the data is same at the receiver also, there should be other parameters which affects. We may have a retention of the same image, but if we take hours together to send, I think it's of no use.
Yes,
right?
sir, definitely. Sir. Yes, sir. Sir, one more thing, like as you tell, various NICE attack also we experimented. When you are passing the image, okay, like Gaussian noise, like that, we added extra noise and we experimented the result whether you are getting the same decrypted image. As I told, if one particular noise includes in the transmission, you will not get the original image as it is. That parameter we considered and we experimented with various types of attacks, especially noise attacks.
Okay, sir. Okay, so I preferably suggest please go with those parameters. Why?
Yes,
Because
sir.
when we talk about data communication or whatever the data, image or whatever, if you're climbing the same data as the receiver, there should be a parameters of the network also should be considered to enhance your results. As a humble suggestion, please go with.
Definitely, sir. I will consider
Thank
your
you, sir. Thank you,
suggestion. Thank you, sir.
thank you,
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please stop sharing the screen.
Okay.
Next paper ID is 009. Presenter is Lata P. Title is Lightweight Cryptographic Algorithm for IoT Sensors Data. Share your screen, ma'am. Lata ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Go to the slide mode, ma'am.
Okay, good morning,
Okay,
everybody.
Yeah, ma'am. You can continue.
Yeah, my topic is performance comparison of lightweight cryptographic algorithms for IoT sensor data. So here I have actually considered the IoT device, and the IoT device I've considered as the Bosch device. So I'll be picking up the data from the IoT device, that is Bosch device, and then I'm applying cryptographic algorithms and then comparing it. Okay, so as we know, the transactions, everyday transactions are generating terabytes of data, and saving this information over the network is a challenge. So cryptography, as we all know, is playing a major role in doing all this. But actually, when we consider the IoT devices,
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, your voice is not clear. There is some disturbance.
Okay, ma'am. So, when we consider the IoT devices, the data generated by the devices, that is the sensors or the devices that are present, will be of a small size. So here, these IoT devices are constrained in their resources. So they'll have a smaller memory size, the processing capability is less, and all those things. So the data that is generated by these devices itself will be of a smaller size. So the device I have considered here is the Bosch device. So the Bosch device, it has an it's a device which is having few sensors that are connected to it, and the data that is generated out of the device is being picked up. So these data are very small bytes. So it is like if I'm considering few parameters like temperature, pressure, humidity, and all. So these data the generated will be in bytes. So the IoT devices, mainly these sensors, can be classified as class 0 devices, which have very limited resources. So for doing the cryptography, or for applying the cryptography on these data, we are going to use the lightweight cryptographic algorithms, which are particularly good for the resource constrained devices. Okay, so the symmetric type algorithms which use the common secret key, and the asymmetric algorithms which use different keys between the sender and the receiver. So few algorithms I have looked out. I have not put up the literature survey here in the paper due to the time constraint. So few of the algorithms are like AES, DES, TEA, Skipjack, Blowfish. Out of this, some of them are a lightweight cryptographic algorithms. So for my comparison, I have used Blowfish and the TEA algorithms only. So the paper is comparing only the these two algorithms for the IoT sensor data. And this, when I considered the Blowfish algorithm, so this has a key length of 32 to 448 bits, and the data block size considered was 64 bits. So the data collected from the sensors, we put it up in an Excel file and read each line of the Excel file and then converted that to from hex to binary. We took it in the JSON format, converted, and then applied the algorithms, the Blowfish and the TA algorithm. So TA is tiny encryption, which is having the data blocks of 64, but the key size that is used here is 128 bits for this. And as I told you, it supports the Bosch XDK supports a few of the sensors. They are all inbuilt actually. So out of them, temperature, humidity, pressure, gyroscope, magnetometer, and others are few of the sensors that is inbuilt. So I'm considering 1 or 2 parameters only for my trial out here. So it's collected in an Excel file and then the algorithms are applied. Once the algorithms are applied, the encrypted data is being transmitted onto the client side using the MQTT protocol. So for using this protocol, we have used the HiveMQ broker. So that is a freeware which is available on the net. So using this, it is being sent to the client side. On the client side, the data is again being decrypted using the reverse of this Blowfish and the TA algorithm. So these are the algorithms. So in the Blowfish algorithm, the text is being taken and it's divided into 64. Both in case of Blowfish as well as in case of TA, the algorithm is taking 64 bits. So it is divided into 32 and 32 bits separately. So these are actually XORed with the keys. So this P1, P2, P3 up to P17. So you have 16 iterations here. So these keys are being generated. So 32 bits, they are XORed, and then it is being sent through the functional block. And on the other side also it is XORed. So then the keys are being, then the text is being exchanged. So left side becomes right side text goes on the left side. Again, the iterations repeat. So at the end, we are going to get the 64-bit encrypted data. So same here with the TA algorithm. Here also we are taking the 64 bits. So each line here is 32 bits. So and the data that is taken here is left shifted by 4. This is right shifted by 4 bits, and it's being XORed here also with the keys. So here also we are taking the keys 32 bits, and then so total key size is 128 bits here. So we are dividing it into 32. It is XORed, and then the cipher text is being exchanged. So when the iterations happen after 32 rounds of this iteration, at the end we are going to generate the cipher text. So here we took the sensor values from the IoT devices, the data values in the Excel file, and then we applied the encryption using Blowfish and TA algorithms, passed it onto the client side using the HiveMQ server. So this uses HTTP. On the other side, it is being decrypted using the reverse algorithm of this Blowfish and TA algorithms, and few of the parameters are being evaluated, like what is the RAM size, the encryption time, decryption time, the memory requirement, etc. are being evaluated. So these are some of the snapshots. I couldn't put exactly. So this is like using the TA base data. So we have the temperature, the humidity data, and these are all the IDs for the data that is generated. And on the after the decrypting, we get back the same data. So this is using Blowfish encryption, and this is the encrypted data. So for both Blowfish and the TA algorithm, I put up the encrypted and the decrypted data. And these are few of the comparisons. So this keeps happening continuously. So we have to program in such a way that we are going to collect the information or the sensor data every minute or every 2 minutes, and then it is to be done. This is like the data is being continuously collected and it is being done. So the comparisons shows that the encryption time, RAM usage, and the CPU utilization for the algorithms that is being considered.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation. Questions from session chairs.
Hello, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam, what is the test bed for your IoT network?
Ma'am, for this one, the Bosch XDK device, what I collected the information, we have to use the software called Eclipse Meta. So using that Eclipse Meta, I have to collect the data and put it into one Excel file. So you get the data in a variable and that we put it. And all the other things we have done it using Node.js.
No, is it the actual sensor data is
Yes,
collected,
ma'am,
or is it on a simulation?
No, ma'am, it is the actual sensor data. I had the hardware, I had the device with me. I used the Eclipse software and collected the sensor data. After collecting, we put this data in an Excel file and stored this Excel file and processed it further. So when I was doing the encryption part, the hardware part was not connected. Like I had taken the data initially and then stored it and used it in the Excel file. So this is actually the data from the device itself.
How did you decide that these algorithms are suitable? Is it based on literature or?
Yeah, it's just the literature survey, ma'am. Like I was looking for the lightweight cryptographic algorithms. I found out few of them. Out of that, I could try out only these two. These algorithms particularly are suited for resource constrained devices. Since my since my device data itself is very small, I could not use all the AES, DES algorithms and all. So I thought I use the lightweight algorithms. So based on that, I could try only these two algorithms.
Any modification in the blowfish algorithm or the T algorithm? Any modification was done, or exactly the same algorithms?
No, ma'am, it's as of now it is exactly implemented because I had to compare few more algorithms. So since I had to put up the paper here, so whatever I have compared, I could just put only two of them.
Maybe based on your data, any change in iterations or because anyway you're working on constrained networks. You could have tried on such things because so many iterations may not be required.
Okay. Yes, ma'am, I'll try out. So this was just at the starting stage. So
how was the decryption? Was it fast?
Yeah, decryption also was faster, ma'am. Because like,
is it you were doing it offline, or how was it done, or what sensors you had taken?
Ma'am, I took. There are many sensors, ma'am. I could collect data only from temperature, humidity, and pressure. So for my trial, I have used temperature and humidity data which I've collected.
So
there are few other sensors also, ma'am. Like the plan is to collect some more data and then extend this further. This was just in the initial stage, so
it was not like considering something like a wearable device. It was not like that. The actual sensors you have collected.
Yes, ma'am. It's an actual sensor. It's a device. The Bosch XDK is a device, so it has some 10 to 15 sensors which are inbuilt. So you have to connect it to the laptop using the Eclipse Meta software and try to.
That's it. This encryption and all, was it done on the device that you consider, or was it done offline?
This was for the device data that is considered.
No, device data is fine, but where did you perform this encryption, decryption? Was your device able to do that? Is where you had assembled?
No, ma'am,
all
it is
these,
like, no, it's not the device. We collect device is only for getting the input. That's all.
So you not have any computing power or memory?
I told right, ma'am, this is an IoT device, so it will not have any processing capability.
So nothing like wearable device or something like that you haven't considered?
No. This is a resource constrained device, so I cannot process all this on the device. So it's only like it just gives out the data which are very small in size. So later we have to process it.
Because on wearable devices, certain computations can happen.
Yes, ma'am. So these are particularly for the class 0 devices which are giving very few bytes of data out. So that don't even have processing capability. So there are various levels like class 0, 1 and 2. So if it is class 2 and all, they will have the processing capability to a limited extent that is inbuilt on the device itself. So which can be one of your wearable devices. These are like just the sensors which come under class 0.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Guraj sir, any questions?
Hello, madam. Yeah, it was good presentation. I have one basic question for you. Yeah, I think all the questions were covered by Sunita madam perfectly. My concern is towards your using Eclipse, you had collected few data, you said, right?
Yeah.
Can you please tell me what is the size of the data? Size?
A size of the data will be just in bytes, sir, because it will be reading, say the temperature is 42, it will just show 42.
Because to perform encryption and decryption, the computation efficiencies also matters.
Yeah.
What will be the restrictions of having the size of the data on your
Sir,
algorithms?
because these sensors are called as class 0 devices, the output of the devices will just be in bytes.
Okay.
So the data size is limited, so we have to go for lightweight algorithms.
Yeah, then this algorithm will not support for large amount of data.
No, sir. Actually, these are for the constrained devices itself. Few more algorithms are there, sir. I've listed out. All these algorithms are suited for data which are.
You are right. Why? Because yes, you are right. Why? Because nowadays in IoT also we have huge data.
Yeah.
We cannot constrain the data there. Correct.
Yeah.
So I feel I think you can work on the large amount of data also. That might be I think the future enhancement of your work, I guess.
Okay.
Apart
Sir.
from that, it's fine. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All the best.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. I think it's finished, no? The host.
No, sir. Another one. One more is there. Thank you, Lata ma'am. Next paper ID is 10. Paper ID 10. Presenter is H. Manoj. Title is Developing Context Sensitive Privacy Algorithm for Users in Cloud.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Go to the presentation mode, sir.
Yeah, I have gone to the presentation. Am I audible? Ma'am, presentation ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ.
Yeah, you are audible.
Yeah, I am audible. Yeah.
Press the F5 button, sir.
F5. Okay, is it in presentation mode now? 1 second. F5. 1 second. Yeah. Is it in presentation mode now? Hello?
Just click on that presentation mode button, sir, once again.
Is my screen visible or not?
Yeah, your screen is visible.
Okay. So I have maximized the screen.
Slide mode. Go to the slide mode, sir.
Slide mode only. I'm in slide mode. I'm in slide mode.
No, sir. It's not there.
1 second. See. New share.
So do one thing. Stop sharing the screen and share it again.
Okay. I'll do that. Stop share. Okay. Share screen once again. Okay. Share. Okay. Now is that okay?
Press
Okay.
that button which is right side down.
Right side down. This one, right? Slides to share.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Press on that, sir. Click on that.
Yeah, I have done now.
No, it's not.
No. Yeah, I have done. For me, it is slide. It is showing the computer complete screen. I think there is some. Okay.
Okay, sir. You go ahead.
Okay, but something is visible, right? Like some part. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
First of all, I would like to thank JNNCE and Satyanarayan sir for providing me an opportunity for presenting. It's a very
small.
small.
Yeah. 1 second, sir.
Okay.
It should be in a presentation mode, sir. Can you please try it out?
1 second. It is in presentation mode. Sir, ಬನ್ನಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಮ್ಮೆ ನೋಡಿ presentation mode. Presentation mode ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. Share. Ide presentation. Okay. Okay. Give me 2 minutes, ma'am. Getting it rectified.
Yeah, sir. Yeah.
Ide. Idu PowerPoint. Now.
Yeah,
Now.
it's visible now. You
Okay,
go ahead,
okay,
sir.
okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, done. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank everyone, including Satyanarayana sir, for providing me an opportunity. So this is a very small part of my research work. Actually, I'm working on context privacy, and that is for developing a novel algorithm for context privacy. And this is today's topic is developing context sensitive privacy algorithm for users in cloud. Okay, I'm working under the guidance of Dr. Tyagaraj GS, Professor and Head, STMIT Ujjain. So as we know, with exponential growth in IoT and cloud computing, there are many consumers. So we have to see that their life is more comfortable because whenever they are working online, okay, or it may be anything. Like I'll directly give an example on which I am working on. It may be any context. Whenever a person is having a smart home scenario in his home, when he's connected to a server, or is having a smart home concept for his home where he is residing. So everything is smart in his home, and this or everything these things are connected to the server. So server is able to access all the information whatever he is doing, right from the time he is sitting to read, and he'll be waking up, he'll be sleeping, he'll be working on maybe in somewhere in between the late hours. That is one scenario. Second one is if we go to a mall, and I just swipe my card in one of the this one. What is that? I'll go to mall and I want to buy a washing machine. What I'll do, I'll go and give my credit card or debit card, and later from 3 or 4 other vendors, I'll get a message. It is because my data is sold. Now it's up to me. So we are working on consumer privacy, where the consumer will decide what data has to be this one. What is that? Sent to the user, them vendor, or what data I should prevent myself. For example, if I take an last one more context, I'll tell you my mobile. So I feel that this gallery is mine, but this gallery is never mine, because every time I install an app, I'll give hello all the things, including my gallery, contacts, and everything. So this gallery is always it's vulnerable, and it's not mine. So this context aware privacy is very important for us to work on. So expert estimate that IoT will consist of almost 50 billion objects by 2020-21. Okay, so some literature survey was done on this regard. The objective of my work is to design a set of algorithms to provide context sensitive privacy service, to develop application for handheld devices in smartphone environment. Okay, the smartphone smart home environment is initially what I have taken, but it will be very big this one for me to work on. So at present I have thought of taking handheld devices, okay, for designing the algorithm, then compare and analyze the performance of designed algorithm with existing one, to make a consumer more comfortable, to feel good, and the level of experience. So this is a very small work whatever I have taken. Basically, I'm working at present on hybrid algorithms. Okay, one of the algorithm would be Diffie-Hellman key algorithm, and this is a blowfish algorithm. Okay, blowfish algorithm is to generate the key, and this Diffie-Hellman algorithm is basically to exchange key exchange protocol that enables the two parties to establish to enable communication over the public channel, to establish mutual secret without it being transmitted over the internet. Okay, fine. So this is on AES algorithm, a bit modified AES algorithm. What we are normally doing is, whenever if you take an WhatsApp, okay, they call it as end-to-end encryption. Okay, but who will encrypt and who will decrypt? The algorithm is completely depend on the people who are working on WhatsApp, right? So if they can encrypt, then definitely they can decrypt it. So here we have worked on such a way that the encryption is done only by the user only here. Okay, AES algorithm is taken as a base algorithm, definitely, but here encryption is done by the user, and definitely the server or any other intruder or any other person cannot decrypt the encrypted algorithm. Even at the server side, it can be done only by the user. Okay, and here is the work whichever the realization is done using Python programming. Basically, Visual Studio is used here to work. Okay, then if I'm working on cloud, that is AWS cloud, one of the people whom we are having MOU with STM as offered me a small space in the cloud so that I can work on the same. So cloud login anyway is there, as we can see here. Okay, and user's private data is collected. Now, whenever the user's private data is collected, the private data is encrypted by the user only, right? And this is what we are working on, trial and error. So decryption of the data can be performed only by the user. So this data, whatever we can see in the screen here, so data in the cloud server can be decrypted only by the user and not by anyone, not even the server, because encryption is built by the user and decryption is also done by the user. So this is one of the smallest work whatever we have done here, and the further work to be carried out is, so another two or three hybrid algorithm is built on the same regard, and paper is been written and sent to some good journals also. So here the future further work to be carried out is designing a set of algorithm to provide context sensitive privacy service, then developing application for handheld device in a smart home environment using the designed algorithm, then comparing and analyzing the performance of the designed and existing algorithm. So these are few papers published till date. One more paper is published on context aware privacies, and so basically the end-to-end encryption is considered to be a safer when the data gets transmitted, because it reduces the number of people who might be trying to interfere or break the encryption. So this paper proposes algorithm where the information can be encrypted as well as the decrypted at the user end only, and the information cannot break the encryption on the server side. Further, we are working on developing a hybrid algorithm with a combination of two privacy algorithms. The 6 algorithms are there, combination of 2 privacy algorithms for providing context aware privacy for consumers in cloud. So this was the smallest of the work which I was supposed to propose.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, sir. How are you ensuring that server doesn't know what you are retrieving?
No, definitely server will know, ma'am. Actually, with the due respect, I know that the privacy is a myth, and see, even when we are using a mobile, so we consider that mobile speaker is off, but it's never off. It's always on. And we feel that the camera is off whenever we are speaking. Camera is not off. Camera is always on. So, so this experiment is done on the cloud. This experiment is done on the cloud, and some smallest result, whatever I have shown you, is retrieved, is visible. That's what I was. A lot of work is still to be done.
No, your objective was server must not know what you are retrieving, isn't it?
No, server anyway. No, my objective is for the
it will
users.
be normal encryption.
Correct. No, in this case, in today's algorithm case, yes, the server must not be able to decrypt the data. Decrypt the data.
In that case,
yeah.
Many algorithms are there.
Yes.
Isn't
so,
it?
Yes. So our algorithm efficiency need to be compared with others.
Telling we are providing privacy.
Yes.
It means even server must not know, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. You are right. Yes. Yes.
So there are algorithms, PIR algorithms, private information retrieval.
Yes.
So maybe you may have to consider such algorithms.
Okay. Okay.
So in
Okay.
that case, server will not know what you are retrieving.
Okay.
Even though the data is there on server.
Okay. Yeah, but one more another concern is context, ma'am. Like whenever the context differs under sandarbha, it differs. So now I am having with the I'm working on my mobile, the context is different. I am in my smart home environment, my context is different. So the topic which I actually chose is very huge. So though every time the context varies, and my intention of sharing the information, the type of information also varies with respect to context. So you are right, there are many algorithms, but for me that I have to incorporate to the context on which I am using.
Otherwise, it looks like just you're encrypting and then storing it.
Correct, correct. It looks like that, but I am focusing on working on the context. So every context is different. I have example, I have given you 3 context example. So every if this it's only an encryption and decryption, and if it doesn't work on the context, the work will fail. So working on
Now, what are
multiple
you
algorithms.
doing when the context changes?
It depends again. It depends on the user what he has to share, what he must not share. So this algorithm will decide on which context what information to be shared, what information should not be shared.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Gurraj sir, any questions? Gurraj sir, are you there? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
I thank all the presenters for their wonderful presentation, and I thank Sunita ma'am and Gurraj sir for agreeing to serve as a session chair. Thank you, Ananda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. The participants joined online and offline. The next session is the invited talk by Dr. S.R. Mahadeva Prasanna, who is professor at IIIT Dharwad. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Dr. Satyanarayana.
Am I audible, sir? Yeah.
Yes, yes, very clear, very clear.
Yeah, you are also audible, and I think you can share your presentation for an initial testing.
Yeah, I will let me share.
Yeah, it is. It is visible. Now I invite Sri S.B. Nalina, Srimati S.B. Nalina for introducing Dr. S.R. Mahadeva Prasanna. Please.
Is my screen visible? Presentation screen?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let me change the slide. Is it changing? Is it changing? Slide is changing?
No. No.
Okay. So yes. New share. Share. The slides are changing? No.
No, it is
only on the first.
Only your list of files are visible. We are not able to see the presentation.
Let me check. As I don't use Zoom very much.
I think you can share the full
That's what I'm trying to see.
Yeah.
Share. I should share desktop.
Yeah. Now
Yeah.
it would be better. Yeah.
Then let me open this. Now,
Yes.
Let me change the slide once. Is it changing?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Done. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Please, madam.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, dignitaries. Good afternoon, dignitaries. Now there is a technical talk by Dr. S.R. Mahadeva Prasanna sir. He is a professor, IIT Dharwad. Topic is privacy preservation in speech processing. A small introductory about Dr. Mahadeva Prasanna sir. He is a dean and professor in Department of Electrical Engineering at IIT Dharwad since July 2017. He was a faculty member at the Department of Electronics and Electrical Engineering at IIT Guwahati from August 2004 to July 2007. He was also dean from July 2015 to July 2017 in the Department of Research and Development at IIT Guwahati. He obtained his PhD in CSE from IIT Madras in 2004 and also MTech degree in Industrial Electronics from NITK Surathkal in 1997 and BE in Electronics from SSIT Tumkur in 1994. He guided around 21 PhD theses and 11 ongoing in the areas of speech and handwriting processing. He has published over 250 research articles in reputed Indian and international journals and conferences. He has executed large volume funded projects and also provided consultancy to many public sector and private limited companies in the area of speech processing. Welcome you, sir. I, Nalina SP, Assistant Professor, Department of ECE, welcome you for the National Workshop on Cryptology 2021 on behalf of Electronics and Communication Engineering Department and JNNCE Shimoga.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you. Thank you. Over to you.
Yeah.
Over to you.
Yeah. Let me go for full screen mode. Is my slides are visible and changing? Madam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is changing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I thank Dr. Satyanarayana and all other colleagues from JNNCE Shimoga for giving me this opportunity to present this piece of work. Of course, this is essentially information from the literature. It is not any work that we are doing. When Dr. Satyanarayana mentioned about this national workshop on cryptology, since we don't work directly in development of encryption decryption methods for speech communication, alternatively, what happened is in the recent past, there is a lot of interest in the speech processing area in a new domain of research called privacy preservation. Of course, if we take the, I would like to categorize this broadly into two directions. One, the developments that have happened in the speech processing area, starting from 2010 onwards, last one decade, especially after this deep learning applications usefulness came in the field of speech processing. The earlier era before this 2010, of course, when we look for privacy preservation, at that point of time, it is essentially in the speech communication. How do I ensure that when we communicate using speech mode, maybe over a long distance communication, only intended recipients, that is transmitting the person who wants to communicate at the transmitting side and the person who wants to listen at the receiving side, only will have access to the message that they are exchanging. Nobody else who taps the channel in between, like an eavesdropper or a professional attacker, will not be able to make out any information. So in that direction, the field of encryption, decryption, this cryptography, secure speech communication, all those things were focused. However, from 2010 onwards, specifically 2012 onwards, when deep learning as a part of artificial intelligence became very useful in the field of speech processing, then they started developing speech technologies that are used in the public domain. Apart from this communication, long distance communication, people also started developing applications which are commercially viable for human computer interaction via speech mode. And for that, suppose all of you might have at least got to know about some of the communication home automation system using speech mode, or home in-car entertainment systems. Like this, many of the speech technologies have come into the commercial, even though I don't want to take any company name, but if you just recall, just for illustration, Amazon Alexa, you might have seen advertisements. Apple Siri, you might have seen. Like this, many speech technologies are there where people can communicate with those devices to perform certain tasks, which are all human-computer interaction tasks. What happened in this case, this is one direction where people can, general public can use these speech technologies for many purposes. And also with the very vibrant social media, people can record the speech signal and make it available in the public domain. So as a result of this, even though it's very useful for the community, but it also has brought certain concerns. Just to give an example, when I communicate with Amazon Alexa device or any of those equivalent devices, I am talking with that device to perform certain tasks. Okay, I may be saying, no, you arrange a meeting with this person at this point of time. Then Amazon Alexa will listen to your command and arranges the meeting. And also you may say, like a digital private secretary, what how to schedule what meeting, all those things. This is a private information. It should not be known to the others, including the service provider. But in the initial versions of the technologies, when it came, your collected speech data gets stored in the cloud, and which is a place where people can access your speech data. That became a matter of concern for community. See, I don't want my speech data to be accessible to somebody else. In speech communication, long distance speech communication, what happens is there is no in-between storing. You just have a connection from your handset to the receiving handset. There is no storage happening anywhere unless somebody taps the channel and collects the speech data. Once the call closes, that message also disappears. That is, there is no storage happening. But here, with the human-computer interaction devices, there is all probability that your speech data gets stored at multiple locations, and unauthorized people may have access to that data. So that resulted in people thinking about what strategies or steps we should take, such that our data is, without our consent, is not made available in the public domain. Also, even unnoticingly it goes, but how to ensure that we will be able to distinguish, saying that, no, this is the speech produced from this person and this is machine generated or altered speech. So all this ambit of issues became one field in the speech processing, what we call privacy preservation. How do I preserve the privacy of people, especially in human-computer interaction? Not in traditional long-distance communication. For that, anyway, traditional encryption, decryption is there for a long time. But now the new challenges are in terms of human-computer interaction. So I will be mentioning few points what researchers in the speech processing area are trying to attempt in last 1 decade under this broad theme of privacy preservation in speech processing. Essentially, the outline of my talk is as follows. I will briefly introduce, of course, since being a workshop on cryptology, you may be aware about what is privacy and why privacy preservation is required. Just for the sake of completion, I will try to mention these points and different fields of application where we can consider this privacy preservation as one area of work. And then I will explain the different private speech information components that are present in the speech signal, which as human-human communication we exploit when we are discussing with our fellow humans for many purposes. But that happens in an unnoticing manner. We don't pay attention. But in this era of open and social media and cloud computing in the speech processing area, we don't know where our data gets stored. It is required to see what those privacy components present in the speech signal, then how to ensure that we develop applications for preserving the privacy. Then some of the speech applications I will illustrate how we should ensure privacy preservation there. And broadly, I will outline some of the privacy preservation attempts that have been made. Apart from encryption, decryption, the other attempts for privacy preservation in the speech processing area, then I will conclude my talk. If you look into the dictionary meaning of privacy, of course, we also use this word in a casual sense also in our daily interactions. You will say, no, if you are not in good mood, no, leave me alone. I want to be private, be in privacy for some time. Essentially, if you look into the dictionary meaning, privacy, it essentially says you want to be alone and you don't want to be watched or disturbed by some other people. So that is the literal meaning of privacy. Technically, if you see, when we are coining this term privacy, we are catering to the situation where an information about any specific person or a group of individuals who want to communicate among themselves, their communication information in different aspects should not be made public. So that is the essentially they would like to have, we need methods for, or technical methods for providing that aspect, to ensuring this aspect. If a group of people wants to express privately, we should create systems which ensures that privacy. Of course, just like encryption, decryption in cryptography, if you look into the privacy preservation, it is always a game between the users and the attackers. Users want to develop algorithms such that their privacy is preserved, whereas the attackers wants to see that how to break into their these privacy systems such that they can have access to this data. For example, even though I mentioned that the speech data that is collected for human-computer interaction tasks like speech recognition done through Amazon Alexa, even though the speech data is stored in the cloud, of course, as a cloud architecture, they themselves have taken care of ensuring enough privacy. But assume that somebody breaks into it, then he has access to the speech data, then he or she can play with that speech data to create problems. So that is where we need to come up with new methods for preserving the privacy. Of course, when you say privacy, it can be in many forms. It can be you need a physical privacy, or your informational content needs to be preserved, or you need to preserve the privacy at the organization level or at the intellectual level. So these are some of the forms in which the privacy we want to preserve. But what I will be focusing in the speech processing area is how do I preserve the informational privacy when we are doing human-computer interaction via speech mode. Of course, there are many fields which we can use. Earlier, when this deep learning and social media and these things were not there, we were taking this privacy preservation synonymously with encryption, decryption. And okay, if you want privacy, you do encryption and done away with that. I don't care. But now, and accordingly, when I take speech processing area, we were focusing on many other tasks, like how do I build a speech recognition system to recognize the spoken message automatically? How do I build a speaker recognition system to recognize the speaker using the speech signal? Like that, developing text-to-speech synthesis. So that was the main focus. Privacy preservation was never an issue, research issue before last decade. But now, since more and more technologies like speech processing technologies or image processing or video processing technology, biometric technology, these are all available commercially for use by the public. It also exposes or gives have a threat in terms of what data is being collected in all these applications, how do I ensure privacy in that condition? So that is where privacy preservation becomes a very important aspect. As I was mentioning, unless as humans, when we are doing human-human communication, we just feel that there is nothing private. We just know myself and my friend will sit and talk to each other across the table and the story ends there. However, if you slightly pay attention to what is all encoded into the speech signal when we produce speech, of course, the basic essence is we want to convey message to the other person. We choose to do it via speech mode. Message is the basic essence of the speech signal. But apart from that, we also have a wealth of other information which can be treated as private information. For example, we can identify who the person is by listening to her speech signal. Okay, that is, speaker characteristics are embedded into the speech signal. That is how when you talk to your friend, call your friend over a mobile phone and she may be at a very far distance. Even if she just says a word hello, you are able to identify is that person. Okay, that means to say the person specific information is embedded into the speech signal. Then, for example, I have made a statement against some issue which has got leaked into the public domain. That creates a furor in the public domain. I would like to express my view, but I don't want to reveal my identity. Just like you might have seen newspaper items, the person wants to be not to be identified. We don't want to name that person who said this statement. That is okay in the print media. Whereas when I come for a speech part, I am expressing my view, assuming that it will be a private communication, but it gets leaked into the media and goes into the public. This we all watch in a televisions, of some of the famous personalities when they were doing some private communication. Somebody recorded their mobiles and made it available via media. So that puts us into trouble. So that is all because we are able to identify the person based on the person specific characteristics that is embedded into the speech signal. Okay, that is one important privacy information which I would like to preserve, unless I have given in writing that this is going to be a public talk and I will stand by my statements what I am doing. But otherwise, general communication we are doing across our friends or in a private group, we don't want to make it in a public domain. So even if I want to, of course, I want to send out that information. However, I don't want to get identified. In the print media, we say we give the comment, but on the pretext that you don't disclose my name. That is where in the newspaper items comes, from this organization, we contacted this person, but however, he expressed his view. However, he told not to be identified. Okay. Same thing, can we do it for speech communication? Suppose I make a statement, but even if I say a word hello, already I have been identified. But how do I anonymize myself? And that is one important aspect of privacy preservation. Message can be there, but I will not be able to identify who is that person given this message. Similarly, gender, where what is the gender of the person who is speaking? That is also a privacy information. I don't want to get biased by the gender who is giving that statement. We should not allot any additional meaning that, oh, because this person belongs to this gender, that is why he or she has made this statement. So this is a privacy information. But then similarly, I don't want to, we can identify the age of a person by listening to the speech signal. It is a private information. I don't want to get identified with my age. Similarly, the emotional aspect and many health aspects will get revealed through our speech signal. I don't want to get this health information also to be revealed by when we make our speech signal publicly available. Similarly, the accent information and many other, we can go on listing this. When we were doing human-human communication across the table, it's perfectly fine. So as soon as you get up from the table, once the conversation is over, the story ends there, unless somebody has put a recorder on your table or hidden a record and collecting the data. That's a different thing. But human-human communication, face-to-face communication, we don't need to pay much attention for this. But in this current context of sensors being spread all over, and easily your speech data gets leaked into the public domain, which may create issues. All these information contents, we need to ensure that unless we are permitted them, should not be made available in the public domain. So that is where the broader ambit of privacy preservation in speech processing comes into picture. Of course, what happens is whenever we are accessing any services, for example, in our smartphones, if I want to use that service, it already, while terms and conditions, it is hidden somewhere saying that, no, we will use your data for internal training purpose, all those things. In the context of using this service at free of cost or in a hurry, we don't read all the terms and conditions and we press agree. When you agree only, it will allow you to use that application further. But internally, somewhere it has been embedded that you have given your consent for using your speech data. So in such a situation, I think people are very serious about how do if I'm using any speech mode application, will it preserve the privacy of mine? So that is where the context of this privacy preservation. Suppose if somebody records the data, your data, already the privacy, the system is compromised and people can use your data for impersonating you or to do some aspects like, for example, I can use your speech data as a biometric feature for authenticating and using any service. For example, now with the digital connectivity, I would like to remotely authenticate to access any services. Just like any of these services, where you do it on the internet by using text password. Of course, there are already applications where for very critical applications also like banking transactions, where I would like to authenticate myself using speech mode because it's the low cost mode because of the mobile and telecommunication network available. I can speak a phrase. With that, the system will identify who I am. And then, so this has created, for example, when I'm giving the speech data, I should ensure that that user system, which is biometric person authentication system, which is using my test speech for giving me access to the service, should not store my speech data. Okay. Otherwise, if it stores, it is already compromised. It is being used by, maybe used by some other persons, which we know. Another research area is there in the speech processing we call spoofing attack, where people can record your speech data, which you are given it for testing, and then play that recorded speech data to the service to get unauthorized access to the service. So this is, again, there are approaches that we are working towards anti-spoofing techniques, essentially how to avoid unauthorized use of this recorded speech data. That is where earlier what we used to do is, when this privacy preservation was not a major issue, we were thinking to develop anti-spoofing strategies. Assume that it is data is compromised, then how do I ensure that provide robustness against that? However, now we are asking, as far as possible, don't store the data, speech data. Even if you want to store, you can store in the transformed manner. Transformed manner means as in terms of extracted features using signal processing method, where you will not be able to listen to the speech signal and raw waveforms are not stored. That is the thing. For example, if you Google it and you will see, so there is something called deep fake audio or a deep fake speech, where nowadays people are able to generate speech signals or synthesize speech signals on a computer, which is perceptually indistinguishable compared to the real speech or a human generated speech. Okay, it will easily confuse with the human generated speech. Of course, that was the wish list for us a decade back, that a computer should be able to generate the speech in the speaker characteristics of a specific person. Earlier, 1 decade back, we were struggling. Whatever attempts you try, the generated speech was of very robotic quality. People can easily distinguish, saying that, no, this is generated from a computer, not by a human. But with the latest developments in deep learning, we are able to develop speech synthesis systems which can indeed produce or generate speech signals by a computer, which are perceptually indistinguishable. You will always confuse with the original speech. So as a result of that, now people, what they have done is, with the help of these deep learning techniques, they're able to develop deep fake audio or deep fake speech, which can be used for many purposes. One is the financial transactions, and it seems in some of the abroad countries that has become one of the most severe attacks on financial institutions by using the speech mode. And second thing is, suppose you have famous personalities, especially from politics and other areas, which will have a say in the public life. Somebody, to create unrest, can generate speech by using these deep learning techniques, which looks like a statement made by that person. You can also watch videos available in public domain, like Barack Obama gave a statement which was not his statement, which is developed by deep fake speech. So this is the situation we are in with the social media and latest trends in the deep learning. That is where everybody is careful in terms of what is happening for our speech data, whether somebody is recording it or monitoring it. If it is recording, will they be using for unintended purpose? How do I avoid? That is where the whole philosophy of privacy preservation is coming. Okay. For example, I will focus on one application here, that is speaker recognition. This is a task, one of the sub-fields in the speech processing area for human-computer interaction, where we were focusing on recognizing persons using speaker or person-specific information, which is available in the speech signal. As I told, each human being is unique. So accordingly, his or her speech production system. Speech production system, essentially, if you take, physiologically, if you look into the whole mouth cavity and associated nasal cavity, as well as the larynx together, that part of the body together helps us in generating the speech signal. Physiologically, these structures are unique for each individual. the length of the vocal tract, and the dynamics associated with that system will be unique for each individual. So accordingly, for every person, when he or she generates the speech signal, that unique characteristic of that person will get embedded into the speech signal. And this is a very significant information which can be used for person authentication. That is how this speaker recognition field has come into the in the speech processing area, which is there for last 3-4 decades. And people have built biometric person authentication systems using speech as a mode. Just like, I think, more versatile or fingerprint system. You have fingerprint devices. You can give your fingerprint and it will mark the attendance for you. Same way, using my mobile phone, I can call to a service and it will authenticate me via speech mode and gives accept, either accept or reject your claim. Now, what will happen is, earlier generation, before this privacy preservation became a big issue in the speech processing field, we were not caring about what was happening for our test speech signal. Just like you give your fingerprint on your fingerprint device, your fingerprint pattern gets stored in the system. Same way, the speech signals are also, testing speech signals are also getting stored into the system, which any person can misuse it. So that is where, when they misuse it, one way is, suppose in a real speaker verification workflow, the real human through the mobile phone or a handheld device will communicate with a server, giving her speech data, and the server speaker recognition system in the server will match with the claimed model, and if that model, that speech data belongs to that person's model, it will accept, otherwise it will reject the claim. Now, once you have this compromised approach where I have access to your stored speech data, I can play that speech data through this mobile device. In place of humans, I can play the speech data through a sound playing device like a speaker to that device. And the speech signal goes in through the channel and goes to the server. And it may mistake it as the speech generated from the original speaker. That is where you have compromised the service. And accordingly, people were worried about, that is called spoofing. You spoof the communication media at different locations and use that accessed data for gaining access to some services. That is where a lot of people were working on anti-spoofing strategies. For example, one simple way of saying is, if I am playing the device, the speech signal to this device through some other device, already a double encoding has happened, which is naturally, if you analyze the speech signal, that nature of the signal will be different compared to a direct human giving. When direct human gives the speech data to this mobile device, that's only one coding device. The signal has passed through one coding device, which can be exploited for distinguishing between whether it is a original speech signal or a recorded speech signal. Okay, so in that way, the spoofing strategies were done, but the basic assumption they were doing there was, yes, somebody has access to our own speech data. Whereas in the privacy preservation, now we are trying to do, we want to take additional care in developing the speaker recognition system such that when I'm enrolling into the system as a user, when my model is being developed, once the model is developed, my speech data gets destroyed. Similarly, when I'm doing testing of the speech signal, once the testing is over, the speech signal gets destroyed. Okay, so that I will ensure that the privacy of myself is preserved. So that is what is the way people are thinking about as a part of the research issue. Similarly, when I go for speech recognition, like Amazon Alexa device, which I was telling, suppose as a client, I talk to a cloud server for getting speech recognition service. Suppose when I say, sitting in my drawing room, I tell Amazon Alexa, switch on the television, or no, you connect a call to this person. That device is such a small embedded device. It may not have the capability or the whole large vocabulary speech recognition system is not stored in the device. That is just an edge device. It is only meant for collecting your speech data, uploading it onto the cloud server, and whatever the result comes, response is played back to you. Otherwise, it will not decode itself. That high-end facility may not be available in the Amazon. So if that is the case, when our data goes to the cloud, how to ensure that my data will not get compromised into the public domain because it's available in the cloud. That is where lot of deliberations have happened and attempts are being taken now. For example, one of the trend is from the edge device, when we are accessing the speech recognition service in the cloud, from the edge device itself, I don't upload the speech data to the cloud. I only extract the features locally and upload only the features. Of course, when I take features, they're in such a way that by just it will be hard to decode the speech signal from the features unless I generate have strong methods for resynthesizing the speech, which is a slightly higher order task compared to what we were doing earlier by just blindly uploading the speech. So that is what is being taken when it comes to the speech recognition service. Of course, people, once they got the feel that there is a need not only for long distance communication, but also for human computer interaction, we need privacy preservation. People have attempted different approaches, are being attempting different approaches. Of course, one of the traditional approaches is encryption decryption, which you might have heard talks from other experts. But we are also trying out in the speech processing area. It is true for other image processing and video processing also. There are other methods which exploit some domain knowledge from the speech processing area, like when you produce the speech, what is the nature of the speech signal? When you perceive the speech, what cues are being exploited? With the help of them, can I do some privacy preservation? For example, if I take, of course, these are not very greatly involved techniques, but people have started attempting to provide some privacy preservation. Of course, sophistication will reach after some time. For example, simplest thing is deletion. Deletion we can easily recall when we are watching our televisions. If some recorded interviews are being played where the victim is not to be shown to the public in the television channels, you might have watched their face gets morphed there. Now you blur the face so that you will not be able to see who is that person. Okay, that is one form of privacy preservation we do in media. And however, if you carefully listen to the speech signal of that person, you will be able to make out who is that person, whether he is that person or not. So for that purpose, we need similar things to be done. Suppose our recorded conversation is going to the public domain. Only thing is, I want to convey my message, but I don't want my identity to be revealed. Just like we blur the face, the speech signals also needs to be blurred. And that is called as this deletion process. Of course, you might have also recalled in conversations, if you see a heated debates happening, people will beep the audio segments in between. If there are some vocabulary which not to be heard in the public domain, they will insert a beep there. That is essentially the deletion approach, where the crucial words or phrases are being deleted. You're giving a beep sound there. And that is one way of preserving the privacy in the public domain. Of course, encryption, decryption, this is there for a long time, which we can. But when we do encryption, decryption, what is that we assume is it is just a communication signal, message signal. I do not know anything when I'm doing that encryption. I am assuming that it's a digital correlated signal and I want to encrypt the signal. That is the strategy applied in encryption, decryption. Whereas when I go for this deletion and other types of approaches, we are also paying attention to the nature of the signal that is being used for privacy preservation. Just like deletion example I gave, audio beep as well as face blurring, where I am conscious to the fact that the signal that I am trying to play is an audio signal, and there are some restrictive words that have been used here, and I will put a beep there. Okay, that way I'm giving more intention, more reference to the, or more attention to the nature of the signal. Similarly, people are also talking about federated or distributed learning, where you don't make all the recorded data available to all in one location. You distribute the learning process or testing process at different locations. Also, you avoid storing the speech data. So then only the distributed mannered processed information only gets aggregated in one location. And based on that combined decision, I will make a further processing of whatever I want to do. So in that process, what happens, even if somebody gets unauthorized access to one place, he or she will not be able to make out much out of it, because only one out of n pieces of information are available at that location. That is where the concept of federated learning comes into picture. The other fourth approach is the anonymization. So I ensure that routinely, whether I ask it or not, when my data goes into the public domain, it gets anonymized. Depending on what factor to be anonymized, it depends on what is the application I am trying to do. For example, if I am talking about speaker recognition system, which exploit the speaker specific information in the speech signal, I want my speaker identity to be anonymized before making the speech data available in the public domain. And accordingly, my application will anonymize the speech and send it. However, care also should be taken that for the speaker recognition service, when you anonymize means I'm blurring the speaker information. When I blur the speaker information, naturally, if I want to do biometric person authentication with speech mode, that will also not get accepted because of blurring of the speaker information. So that is where, how do I anonymize for the public? However, for the service, still it is not anonymized because I need to exploit that information. So that is the focus of anonymization that we are talking about when I go for human-computer interaction tasks. For this, I have broadly explained. So if I go for privacy, simplest thing is you can do deletion or encryption, decryption algorithm, or you can go for distributed learning. These are all more like engineering strategies. Whereas when I come for the anonymization, here we spare more time in terms of exploiting the nature of the speech signal. So that is where a lot of domain knowledge that is available in the speech processing field can be exploited to develop new methods. For example, noise addition can be one anonymization method. This we experience when I'm listening to the speech of my friend is calling from a very noisy place, marketplace or a railway station. You will not be able to make out what is that message. That is the level of noise addition it will have. Then you will ask that person to repeat the statement. Suppose when you are sending your speech signal to human-computer interaction source, from the source location, noise addition happens. Whereas at the service point, you will be able to decode and separate the noise component. Enhanced speech signal you can take and still access the service. So that is where the noise addition comes into picture. And this noise addition is not just blindly I take some noise and try to add it to the speech signal. That is the simplest thing we can do. But if I take additional care of domain knowledge from the speech, what will be the typical nature of the different sounds that are present in the speech signal? In which type of sound, what type of noise I should embed, such that with a lower level of noise addition, I get maximum benefit. So that is where the attention is being paid in the noise addition case of anonymization in the community. People are developing new methods. And speech transformation. For example, the speech transformation technique means essentially, I would like to change the rate of speech For example, when I produce speech, there is a specific rate associated with me. I may be producing 5 sounds per, on an average 4 to 5 sounds per second. If that is the case, I make it that no, I will play it at 10 sounds per second. If you play it at such a speed, people will not be able to make out what the message I am trying to see. Or I can change the pitch of a person, which we call prosody modification more technically, that we can exploit this prosody modification to anonymize the information or the speech. Similarly, I can synthesize the speech. Once I have the speech signal message part, if only message is to be sent to the receiving point and message is to be decoded, like Amazon Alexa service. Once I record my speech, I decode the message part, I code the message in a synthesized speech, which is not tuned to my speaker characteristics. That is another way of anonymizing. We also do voice conversion. Voice conversion means just like automatically mimicking the voice of some other person. From my speech, it gets converted into some other target speaker, and then the targets in the target speaker voice, the message is being transmitted. So as a result of that, we will not be able to make out who is that person is, suppose. Of course, we can exploit any of the signal processing methods for achieving these things. So that is how this field of anonymization is being exploited by using the speech domain knowledge for privacy preservation purpose. This I have mentioned. Suppose if I go for deletion, we are going to delete or hide or blur to the point where no information about the person can be recovered. Suppose if I put a beep there, I will not be able to recover back the message part for general public. But of course, to the intended user, I should have a strategy for how to uncover or remove the beep part, such that for the intended recipient we can have, but for the general public we can do. So this I mentioned, no, this is like a Google's face blurring, where I don't want to reveal the identity of the person. What we do in case of speech, one of the methods we employ, take the speech signal. If I take the speech signal, we can broadly divide into 2 types of speech segments. One we call voiced segment, another is called unvoiced segment. Essentially, voiced segment is the one like vowel sounds, a, e, o, a, o. These vowel sounds will have a larger energy and they are more periodic in nature. And those segments carry most of the information. Of course, information is present in unvoiced segment. Since they are low energy segments, they will not be able to travel for a longer distance. That is where we code these unvoiced segments onto the voiced segment. So that is where if you want to hide or delete the message, it is better to blur the voiced segments. Okay, once you blur the voiced segment, you can recombine the speech signal back to get the blurred speech signal. So it is the effect of blurring will be more obvious when I consider voiced segment compared to the unvoiced segment. So that is how we do. So you can see already I use a speech knowledge here. It is not just blind signal processing. I need to have a method which is sensitive to seeing whether the given segment is voiced segment or unvoiced segment. And based on that, I can employ the method for. Of course, this encryption, decryption, I will not spend much time because many other experts have told. The simplest thing is we can do this, simplest in the sense the traditional approach for privacy preservation, I can go by encryption. Okay, either you can do by symmetric key or asymmetric key encryption. Take your speech signal, you encrypt it and send the encrypted version to the intended recipient. Only at the intended recipient point, you decrypt the message and do the processing. So this is the standard approach we take from cryptography and try to use that for privacy preservation. Here, I don't pay much attention to the speech domain knowledge there. It is just a digital correlated signal. When you come to the distributed thing, as I told, you extract, for example, I can extract the message component of the speech signal and make it available in one location, blur the speaker characteristics there, On the other hand, you can extract the speaker characteristic, store it in a different place. And similarly, the age part, you blur it in all the cases except where the age component is required. Like this, these different components, privacy components in the speech signal can be blurred at different locations and made it available in different locations. Finally, whenever you need a combined thing to make out all these things, you can combine them. Otherwise, you can distribute the information. Suppose when I'm doing speaker recognition, person authentication, I don't care what the message is. I don't care what the age of the person is. I don't care the gender. What I want is, what is the speaker specific information? As long as you provide me the speaker specific information, I don't mind you anonymize any other parts. Okay. As a result of that, you have preserved the privacy for the other components present in the speech. Only the speaker part is preserved. The other components are blurred. Message part is blurred. Gender part is blurred. Age part is blurred. Only speaker characteristic is kept. So that way, you in a distributed manner, you can make these components available separately, and you can blur the other components which are not required for that particular service. Now, what will happen in that process, as I told, if somebody attacker is there, he gets access to one of the N places, he will not be in a position to cause a severe damage to this system because he does not have access to the remaining N-1 information. Okay. So that is where the use of this federated learning or distributed learning has come into picture. So if you look into the general title or general objective of anonymization, our goal here is suppressing personally identifiable attributes of the speech signal. Generally, we tend to say, no, only speaker is the personal identifiable factor. It is not the case. Depending on the application, different components are indeed personally identifiable components. For example, nowadays in the digital world, we can store health records in a speech mode itself. I have conversed with my doctor and the whole our conversation gets recorded. Okay. Somebody else listen to that health record, then he or she will be able to make out what are all the health issues which I am undergoing. Okay, that needs to be a private information. So that is where anything, for example, at that point, of course, I know that he is that person's health record, but more than that, the message becomes a personal privacy preservation information there. I don't want to be revealed about what are the health issues I am undergoing and also what is the medication I am taking. So that is where that identifiable attributes in that health records needs to be anonymized. Okay. From a speech processing point of view, these anonymization techniques seem to be very catchy for us because we can exploit many of the speech signal processing method, even deep learning methods to do this. The broadly one, as I told earlier, this noise addition, speech transformation, and voice conversion approach we can use. Of course, simple things we have all experienced. Suppose I go with my friend and my friend, he wants to privately discuss something with his friend and he tells me to wait outside. I am waiting outside. Of course, since it is a speech signal, if there is no physical barrier or sound masking things have not been taken care, there is a physical barrier which is acoustically isolated from the private conversation my friend is doing with her friend, I will be able to overhear what the conversation is. So this is the simplest form of privacy preservation. That is what we all experience. In our office chambers, we will have a closed chamber so that whatever the conversations we have, it is with our known group, not within the public domain. This is the simplest thing we do, but that is by physical barrier. But if you want to do it by informational barrier, what we can do is, suppose if this acoustic signal gets traveled through this media and I can overhear the speech signal, it can be made in such a way that a soft approach for isolation is in terms of the acoustic signal that is coming out of that enclosure are blurred. by doing some masking technique that we can apply, either by noise addition or deletion. You do such things that you will not be, even you are able to access to the, listen to the speech signal, you will not be able to make out the message. And this is another, of course, the problem is if I go for noise addition, if you add very low level of noise, you will not be able to mask the conversation, because our human cognitive system is a very sophisticated system, which we can make out the message even in the degraded condition. However, for that purpose, if you add more noises to the speech signal and that are being available in the public domain, it becomes very difficult for public to bear that, whether you want to listen to it or not. That just like somebody is talking in a public domain by keeping his mobile phone in a loudspeaker mode, even though I don't want to listen to the message, what is going on, but I don't want to get disturbed. That's why if I do a high level noise, that becomes very irritating for other listeners who are not interested. So now in that way, this is a compromise. Low level noise, you are not providing enough privacy preservation. High level noise, you are providing preservation, but it becomes uncomfortable for other users to do. So that is where this noise addition thing, this is a trade-off between the two levels. That is where people are working about how do I add different levels of noise such that it is not irritating for unwanted users. At the same time, I'm able to provide privacy. Similarly, in the voice sanitizer systems, which we call, what people do is, when you record the speech signal through your mobile phone, it is not just blindly transmitted to different applications. Suppose on a Facebook or a WhatsApp or a Twitter or any other internet you want to make it available, what it will do is, it will go for a sanitizer. Okay. What it will do is, it will try to scan your speech signal and look for any personally identifiable components which may cause embarrassment or trouble to you at a later point of time when you are accessing the public applications. It will sanitize them, it will clean up them, and the cleaned one will be going to the applications. So that is where this voice sanitizer systems people do. Essentially, you are process the speech signal to identify these attributes and try to do that. And for voice conversion purpose, what we do is, for example, these are all standard techniques are there. One of the identifiable characteristics for a human is in terms of pitch marking. Pitch or the vibration of vocal folds are found to be useful for unique characteristics for each personally identifiable attribute for each of the individuals. So how do I use that pitch information and blur that pitch information such that it is not possible that to identify somebody about me. Similarly, vocal tract length normalization. The length of our vocal tract will also give a uniqueness of that person. How do I blur that vocal tract length information? Once you blur these two aspects, source and system aspect, you can resynthesize the speech. You get a sanitized speech and send it to the cloud or whatever you want to send it. This is what the procedure for vocal tract length normalization, which I've mentioned. These slides are available. The other one is the voice conversion. What we do is take the source speech signal and the target speech signal. You develop a model training process, which will develop a mapping function between the source speaker and the target speaker. With the help of that, you get the conversion model. Once I have the conversion model, in future, whenever you want to, I want my speech to be sound like that person X. So then I have learned this model or the mapping. How do I map from here to there? Once I have this model, any other time when I'm using this, producing the speech signal, my speech gets mapped to that target speaker. And then the mapped speech signal goes as a converted speech to any other application in the public domain, which even if somebody has access, he will not be able to identify me. So that is that voice conversion technique which we exploit for the. Of course, there are different approaches in this voice conversion. The recent one is what we call one-shot voice conversion, because when I do voice conversion, I need large amount of data between the source and target speakers to build a reliable models for voice conversion. When I say large amount of data, I'm talking about several tens of hours of speech data. And such data collecting for one person will be a very difficult thing. Nobody would like to give hours of speech for doing a model. So that is where people are telling, can I have one shot? Means I don't give any data for enrollment, not many data. Directly, I can take the target speaker one speech signal and my one speech signal. My system should be able to just observe these two signals, based on that, give me a mapped signal. That is what we call. How do we do this? We collect speech data from all large number of population of speakers, and I generally learn the mapping functions which are there and use an average mapping function which can be used for voice conversion. Okay. Just to summarize, privacy preservation has become a very important issue in the speech processing area. So apart from encryption, we need other approaches for privacy preservation, because there is wealth of knowledge available in the speech processing area about the production, perception, and processing aspect, which can be exploited to develop better privacy preservation methods. And this domain-specific knowledge will help us to achieve, coming up with a good level of preservation with a less amount of computation, less amount of complexity. Of course, finally, since encryption decryption goes by a different philosophy and these domain-specific privacy preservation methods goes by a different philosophy, we can also have methods for combining these two to get a more robust privacy preservation methods. So that is the motivation for the community working in the privacy preservation for speech processing. I think let me stop at this place. I think I'm done with my talk. Thank you very much for the patient listening. If you have any questions, I'll be very happy to take. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for a very useful and informative session you have delivered on especially the speech protection and also various applications where we are using the speech processing technique and how to get a very effective and protected way of speech communication. Thank you. We feel esteemed to get a informative lecture from you from your side. I thank you on behalf of JNNCE and Department of ECE for providing this effective lecture. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I request the participants, if there is any questions from your side, please. Please, if anybody connected online have any queries, you can ping or you can share your query with the sir. I hope there are no questions.
Good afternoon, sir. It was a wonderful presentation. All the basics of privacy preservations were delivered, and it is very useful for our UG students who are connected offline. And there is a course also in cryptography. So you have really delivered a different dimension to the cryptography, where privacy preservation, the encryption and decryption methods can also be combined to make the privacy, the conventional privacy preservation methods like deletion, so that a robust method can be derived. It was a wonderful presentation. I request once again you for connecting us online. Anyway, online facilities are on now. In a different occasion, purely on speech processing, please deliver a technical talk to our students. I would come to you a different schedule. So thank you so much. I want to once again recall my interactions with you while in my PhD defense at Nagarjuna College of Engineering with Dr. K.N. Haribhat sir. You are a PhD defense examiner to one of our colleague, Dr. Raghavendra, just last 2 months back. So very nice of you, sir. Nice. Thank you once again for your time. Thank you. On behalf of organizers of NWC and JNN College of Engineering, once again, I thank you for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Satyanarayana. All the best for the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, audience connected online and offline, we'll be joining back at exactly 2:15 for another wonderful session on ABCD of modern cryptography by Dr. Kannan Sreenathan. Very interesting speech at 2:15, who is from IIIT Hyderabad. So you are requested to join back at exactly 2:10 in this seminar hall. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Is the screen visible?
Yeah, screen is visible. Yeah. Your audio is also visible.
Okay, right.
You're also. Sir, shall we start?
Yes, I am ready here.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Now we have a very interesting talk on ABCD of modern cryptography by Kannan Srinathan from IIIT Hyderabad. Yeah, he is joining us for NWC 2021. Actually, second time. NWC 2016 he was here. We can recall his interesting presentation. Now I invite Mr. Pradeepa SC to introduce Dr. Kannan Srinathan.
Good afternoon, all of you. Dr. Kannan Srinathan received the MSc and PhD degrees from the IIT Madras, Chennai, India. He is currently as an assistant professor with the Center of Security, Theory and Algorithmic Research, International Institute of Hyderabad. His currently research interests include cryptography, quantum algorithms, and all aspects of theoretical computer science. He has authored over 120 papers in international journals and conferences in the bioadjunct of the above areas. I very warm welcome Dr. Kannan Srinathan, and over to you, sir.
Thank you. So today, next hour and a half, we will talk about 4 aspects. What are the 4 aspects? There, I am just calling them ABCD. A actually stands for sort of axioms of computation. So, for instance, there in axiomatic state theory, we have, say, the Zermolo-Fraenkel axioms. So we have Kolmogorov-Fisher axioms for probability. There is no written axioms of computation, but we can say assumptions. I could have rather said assumptions of computation rather than axioms here, but that is what our A is. Based on the axioms, we'll give a list of 3 axioms or 3 assumptions that modern computer science uses today. And based on that, we will get 3 different threads in which you can derive or get security solutions. So based on each of the 3 axioms. So those will be the BCD part. So the B axiom, the C axiom, and the D axiom. So that is what is our ABCD. So let's begin to understand what are the 3 main assumptions, probably the 3 only assumptions that the chest-ring hypothesis makes with respect to modern computing. First assumption is that information travels at a finite speed. So if you want to have really large memory, then inherently the memory has got to be a sequential memory. It is impossible to have a random access memory that is really, really large. So by really large, I mean far greater than the speed of the information itself. For instance, it takes 2 minutes for light to travel from Mars to Earth. So if you have memory which is so large that the memory device starts on Earth, but it keeps going and going and going and reaches Mars. So, or even goes further, say, outside the solar system. Can we have a random access memory of this kind, which can access with immediate, say, instant, the information that is stored in far off locations in this device? So the assumption we make today is that is not possible. If you have a really, really long memory, a big memory, then far off locations are as good as it takes some time for the information to reach from the far off locations to us. So in short, like colloquially, you can say machines are not assumed to be omnipresent. Even if the memory is large, the control structure or the read-write head will be in only one location, and that is what is the motivating force behind Turing's assumption that you may have an infinite memory, but since it is infinite, or very large memory, it is inherently sequential. It can be random access in small cells. Within the cell, you may be able to access whatever is there, any part of it, but across cells, the further the cell of the tape is, the longer it takes. So how do you model that? You say there is a read-write head, and rather than saying information moves from one location to another, you can say the read-write head moves. So that simulates the same concept. Therefore, the memory is inherently sequential. And that is your first assumption we make. You do not have big or huge random access memories. Random access memories are say limiting cases for small memories, probably memory that can fit within a single planet, and all those will be possibly random access, but very, very large memories that is tending to infinity is inherently sequential, and one cell probably, you can say, represents that part of the memory which can be immediately accessed in that unit of time. That is your first assumption that they make in computer science. Now, for instance, if this assumption is violated someday, where you can make information travel at, say, very high speeds, probably instantaneously from any part of universe to any other part, then you could have non-sequential infinite memories, which would be against the clustering hypothesis, because clustering hypothesis assumes that such machines are not realistic. Now, that is first of the assumptions they make, which I am calling it axioms here, but you can call it assumptions. The second assumption that is there in the clustering hypothesis implicit is that in the finite cell, that is some finite volume of space, you can only store and retrieve reliably a finite amount of information. It is impossible to dump infinite information in that finite volume of space, which can be accessed in 1 unit of time. It's impossible to dump infinite amount of information and reliably access it. Of course, you possibly can have mathematically have infinite number of curves. So for instance, if you look at our English alphabet, you have the alphabet A, alphabet B, alphabet C. Each of them you can say are some mathematical curves. And in a single piece of paper, how many different mathematical curves can be drawn? That would be still infinite. However, there is a small matter of noise as well as the thickness of the curves and all those. And therefore, even though mathematically you may see that there are infinitely different curves which can be say different from each other in in principle, in the theoretical sense, but for any realistic machine, only a finitely many different curves can be stored and retrieved and distinguished between each other. So when two different curves become negligibly different from each other, you should have difficulty in practice to, or in principle reality also, to actually distinguish between the two curves. And if you assume that space is quantized, for instance, then it is impossible to actually draw those infinite curves in some small volume of space. You will only be able to draw only finitely many of them in reality, but it's an assumption which can be violated in the future. For instance, if it turns out that you can dump and reliably retrieve infinite amount of information from a finite volume of space, you would be violating many of the, if not all, of what we know as in computer science today. For instance, Gödel's incomplete theorem, or for instance, say the halting problem being undecidable, or many of our crypto systems, they would actually not be true. So many of these actually are based on clustering hypothesis, which in turn is based on this fact, because as you can see, that Turing in his machine, he said, therefore, a finite set of tape symbols is enough to represent what can be stored and retrieved from one cell. Now, one cell is say a finite volume in your infinite tape, which can only be sequentially accessed, and that is your first assumption. The second assumption is that in one single cell, you cannot have an infinite set tape symbol, even though mathematically you can just define the number of tape symbols that can be stored and retrieved from a single cell to be an infinite set. In reality, it's not going to be the case because you have to reliably retrieve, and you should be able to distinguish between all of those, and therefore implicit assumption is that the set is finite, even though you could have defined that as infinite set, in which case you would not be able to prove that halting problem is undecidable, for instance. That proof will not go through if you had the infinite set of tapes, tape symbols. Notice that this assumption also implicitly assumes that time travel is not possible. So why does modern computer science or cryptography assume time travel is not possible? Because it implicitly assumes that in a finite amount of volume, you can only store and reliably retrieve finite amount of information. If time travel is possible, then this can be pushed to infinity by just traveling in time. For instance, you have a pen drive which can store 2 GB data today, but then if you have time travel possibility, then you can actually visit the same pen drive at different times and start to have access to infinite amount of information. Therefore, if time travel is possible, then this assumption is circumvented. So implicitly, we are also assuming that time travel is not possible. So first assumption is that machines are not omnipresent, and therefore huge memories, especially tending to infinity, have to be inherently sequential. Second assumption is machines are not omniscient, that is, they cannot know everything, because they can only be there at some cell or some part of your memory, and that part of the memory which is finite can only store and reliably retrieve finite amount of information. If you want to store infinite time, you have to use the say different parts of your long and tape like sequential memory, which would then say that you should wait for longer and longer time for your reader head to reach that place, and before you can have access to that. So that is your non-omnipresence, or that is your first assumption. Second assumption, of course, that the finite tape symbols are sufficient to capture all of what is known as modern axioms of computer science. So the third one is that if you happen to write programs which will control this machine, you cannot have infinite programs, because then you do not actually start executing it. It's like the control unit has to be stored in some finite part of the tape. So there is a finite length program that controls the entire machine. A finite length program would only have finitely many instructions encoded in it. Is the third assumption that machines are not omnipresent. You cannot, or omnipotent, you cannot have infinite control instructions which are embedded in a finite length code. Now, whether these assumptions are true or not is not our discussion today. Our discussion is, if any of these are true, they are not considered as realistic machines as of today, and that is your famous test-ring hypothesis. And how do we know that? So, for instance, if you have a finite length code which can only exert finite amount of control, then that is a DFA that is having access to infinite tape, and the infinite tape is divided into cells, and the cells have a finite tape symbol. And this setup is what Turing calls a Turing machine. And the test-ring hypothesis says that any realistic machine should be simulatable on a Turing machine, which means what? Turing machines make these assumptions, and any realistic machine will also make these assumptions, and any machine that makes these assumptions is obviously simulatable on a Turing machine. And therefore, if you have the conviction that reality actually ensures that this cannot be broken, that is, machines cannot be omnipresent, that is, you cannot have large amount of, or tending to infinity amount of memory which will be non-sequential access. If you also say that there is basically information travels at finite speed, if you believe that information travels at infinite speed, then you can beat this. So the only way to beat this is you either assume information travels at infinite speed, or assume that finite space can store infinite amount of information, or assume that a finite length code can have infinite number of instructions. Now, none of these seem to be even plausible today. No computer ever conceived in a realistic sense so far actually violates any one of these three also. And therefore, we can presume that cryptography, or the cryptographic adversary, is also not going to violate any of these three. And therefore, you can have, say, a cryptography built on any of these three assumptions. So the assumption that information travels only at finite speed, so you can build crypto systems using those. You can use the fact that the machines are not omnipresent. That is, you can also use the fact that machines are not omniscient. You can also use the fact that machines are not omnipotent, and therefore you can say the adversary is also not omnipresent, the adversary is also not omniscient, the adversary is also not omnipotent, to build crypto systems basing on the same set of axioms that entire computer science is based today. So that will be our three styles of modern cryptography. One, of course, is on the fact that the adversary is not omniscient. So that is our B style, what I call it, blunted knowledge. So the adversary does not know everything because it is also a machine, and machines are not going to know everything because information travels only at finite speed. For instance, we look at settings where you can use the noise in the channel to actually build crypto systems, even in the case where P equal to NP and one-way functions do not exist. So that is how most of modern internet and modern cryptography is structured. They're based on the assumption that one-way functions exist. But that is one of the other kind. That is our C kind of axiom, where we assume that adversary is not omnipotent. We'll come to that shortly. But it is possible to build or found your entire cryptography on the assumption that the machine is not able to know everything. For instance, if there is noise in the channel, if realistically, if no one knows or predicts what can be the noise, you should be able to also extend this to the fact that the adversary also would not be able to predict what is the noise, and you should be able to build security systems on that. So that will be part of our B style of cryptography design as we go along. So another Another style would be, so Schrodinger cat can be dead or alive. So quantum physics says that before you measure, it is a superposition of dead and alive. So superposition here means it is not say it is neither dead and alive or dead or alive. So no one knows, it's not a logical state at all. It is a superposition of those of the dead state as well as the alive state. And what do we mean by such superpositions and other things will be clear when we talk of quantum cryptography, which is also part of today's talk in the sequel. So the two examples that I'll be giving for the B style is I'll be showing you how to build crypto systems based on channel noise. I'll be showing how to build crypto systems based on quantum mechanics. So that is the part of what we'll do. The second part is, of course, the C style of cryptography, where we assume that adversary is not omnipotent. He cannot run programs in a short span of time, even though the program is complicated and requires a lot of resources. So, for instance, the entire field of complexity-based security, which unfortunately only stands at provable security today, is not at proven security. But that can change overnight if somebody gives a proof. But the fact here is that it is based on the adversaries or the machine's non-omnipotence. The resource complexity, be it time, space, memory, randomness, cost, energy, whatever it may be, you can build crypto systems on that. Time being the one that is the pedestal, because we already assumed that time travel is not possible, which means time is not reusable. The non-reusability of time ensures that time is a different kind of resource which is more precious than the others as per computer science today. And therefore, building time complexity based cryptography is the easiest way to go. Though you could have done it based on memory resource used, and you could say the adversary's memory requirements are not enough. You could do it based on the adversary's energy requirements. You could do it based on the adversary's cost. You could do it based on many other things, say the adversary's random coins and so on. So you can think of esoteric resources also to build cryptography based on the complexity of those esoteric resources. But the fact that energy is reusable, the fact that money is reusable, the fact that memory is reusable, they're all not same as time. Time is not reusable as per our axioms, and therefore it is easiest and straightforward to go the time way, and that's what we will do. We look at modern cryptography based on the time required by the adversary is humongous, and therefore it is secure sort of feel. And of course, we'll look at the D style. So D style is based on the fact that the adversary is non-omnipresent. Therefore, if your system is decentralized, for instance, you would have heard of secret sharing, you would have heard of multi-party computations, which are in a distributed environment. So if you have data that is to be kept secure, you decentralize the data and get security because of the decentralization, because a machine cannot be there everywhere simultaneously and stuff like that. So that will be our D style of cryptography. So as we go along in the next hour or so, we'll look at how the mathematics in a very simplified way. We'll look at how you should be able to build the math and the system for basing cryptography or founding cryptography just on noise in the channel, just on quantum mechanics, just on time complexity of algorithms, just on decentralization. So we'll take one example or two examples in each and understand in as much depth without having to worry about complicated symbols and discussions. We'll keep it as lucid as possible without deviating from correctness as well as rigor. So we'll do what the justice to what is there, but we'll try and do it in PowerPoint slides. I mean, there's no blackboard here, so in PowerPoint slides, I would prefer not to use much of mathematics. Yet we want to do justice to understand how cryptography can be built on just the channel noise or just quantum mechanics or just provable, the time complexity of algorithms, which you may be already aware, or just decentralization. So maybe we'll take example like blockchains and stuff like that. So let's see how things go. So how do we go about that? Again, to simplify it, what we will do is we'll pick only one problem and we'll solve that problem the B way, we'll solve that problem the C way, we'll solve that problem the D way. So by B way, I mean you do the blunted knowledge way, the C way, you do the complexity way, and the D way, you do the decentralization way. So since we'll pick the same problem, so we'll not be spending time on understanding the problem again and again. So therefore, that saves a lot of time. Second is because it is the same problem and you're solving it in multiple ways, you get an understanding of how the solutions differ, and you can actually compare which solution works in what environments and which is better than what. And the fact that they are based on different axioms, you will also know that they are orthogonal and they can be applied together. That is, you can get a situation where unless all the three axioms fail, your security will not fail. So you can use all the three together also. So how to use them together and all that will be clear, because we are going to solve the same problem. And what is the problem? So let's spend some time on understanding the problem once and for all. That's what we have. Since the same problem is going to be solved in 3 different ways, we are not getting 3 different ways, could be more, because within each of them you have multiple ways of solving within each of the axioms also, but then at least 3 different silos, we can contrast the solutions. So to begin with, if you talk of secure communication, we need to first of all understand why do you need heavy duty mathematics. So for instance, when I first encountered the problem of, say, secure communication, it wasn't obvious it required heavy duty mathematics. Why wasn't it obvious? Because we know that, say, in Sherlock Holmes novel by Arthur Conan Doyle and other things, say in age-old days of kings and ministers and spies, people have been doing secure communication, and they perhaps certainly did not use any heavy-duty mathematics. Yet they were running the show. What is it that actually necessitates the use of heavy-duty mathematics is what we want to get across first. So, because for instance, if somebody asks today, what should you know to work in the field of cryptography? So what all should I read? So this is a question a new student can ask any of their seniors or their advisors. What all background should I need to have to excel in this field? I also had this question about, say, 2-3 decades ago. What all should I read? Now the answer that I got was perplexing to me then, so I presume it will also be perplexing to people today. For instance, the answer that I got was, you need to know complexity theory, you need to know probability theory, you need to know information theory, you need to know complexity theory, you need to know number theory. I mean, that perplexes a lot. If possible, you need to know some coding theory, and in modern times, quantum mechanics and some physics also helps. So the list is like not even related to the problem at hand. So because if 2 people want to talk securely to each other, just create a new language and converse in that language. That's about it. So if my brother and I have to talk securely to each other, say in childhood, what we used to do, we create our own code language. Only 2 of us know the language, nobody else even knows the language. And you converse in that language, secure communication done. So what is wrong with that approach? Absolutely nothing wrong. That is the most commonsensical solution to secure communication. And you don't need to even believe me, it is obvious that it works. If you talk in a language which only 2 people know, nobody else knows anything about what you're speaking of, then it works. However, there are reasons why modern day people do not even consider this as a solution. And that reasons are actually correct. the solution that is based on common sense is not even deemed as a solution today because it is not a solution today. So why is it the case? So I'll give you reasons based on Kirchhoff's principle to begin with, and then lead to modern standards where you can clearly see that they're actually solving a different problem altogether, and the problem that needs to be solved actually is a hard one and therefore requires heavy duty mathematics. So Kirchhoff's principle says like you're free to discover your own language and converse in that, no issue at all. But the principle says whatever language or the algorithm or the protocol, the principle says that it is desirable that the secrecy or the security of your system depends solely on the secrecy of the key and not the obscurity of the algorithm or your protocol or the language used. So why is this desirable and why is this sort of mandatory today is what we want to give as the answer to this common sense question that we can have when we begin the area. So why is it necessary that you should satisfy Kirchhoff's principle and say that the secrecy should only depend on the keeping the password or the secret key unknown to the outside world, whereas the algorithm can be assumed to be known to everybody? In which case, common sense solution doesn't work, because if everybody knows the language you are speaking in, there is trouble. So everybody knows your encryption algorithm, there is trouble. If nobody knows what your encryption algorithm is, and nobody ever can know, then fine. But Kirchhoff said, if you create even such a thing, there are some issues. The issues are, one, algorithms are reverse engineerable. So suppose, say, I store my passwords in the machine and I use a hash function, which is not known to anybody. Only I know what the hash function is, or only the machine knows what the hash function is. Because if the hash function is known, then they can invert the hash function and get the answer, or they can try a brute force attack. But if nobody knows what the hash function is, then that solves the problem. If the hash function is kept obscure, that seems to solve the problem. Kirchhoff said that solutions are not to be considered as solutions. The reason being that suppose I use a hash function, say some simple thing like 7x plus 3, where x is the password, I store 7x plus 3 in my file. Since nobody knows that I am storing 7x plus 3, it's apparently providing some security through obscurity of the hashing algorithm. Even if somebody looks at the password file, is not going to know what x is, because it does not know what function has been applied, even though it may be as simple as 7x plus 3. But then Kirchhoff said you can reverse engineer. For instance, if you look at all the passwords, if your hash function was 7x plus 3 and you are just keeping that hash function secret, it won't take long for people to find out that the difference between any two hashes is divisible by 7. Because if you use 7x plus 3, then this property will hold. So once you know difference between any two hashes is divisible by 7, you know it is 7x plus some constant. And since you know your password and you know your hash, you will also find that constant to be 3. So algorithms are reverse engineerable, and therefore you should be careful in assuming that the security depends on the adversary does not know the algorithm. Second is that, anyway, there is a concept of universal Turing machine, which can take the algorithm itself as input and its input as input and simulate it. Therefore, by treating the entire algorithm as a secret, we are just saying that the algorithm plus your password is part of your password. So given that you have the notion of secret bits, you are better off having high, say, Kolmogorov complexity or high amount of randomness being part of your secret bits. It does not make sense to have the program as part of your secret bits, because not all of the bit strings are valid programs. Therefore, if you say that I am allowed, say, up to 1000 bits of secret key, if you just use them for your password, you will get 2,000 passwords possible. But if you use them for your algorithm also, how many 1000-bit valid programs exist? So that may be very small, and therefore you're just wasting costly secret memory by ensuring that algorithm itself have to be kept secure, right? So Third reason he gave, of course, is that by chance, if your algorithm gets revealed, what do? You have to replace the entire algorithm, which may take years. Whereas if your password gets revealed, you can change your password in a jiffy if your system is only dependent on the secrecy of the password, and so on. The list is not long, but we don't have time to actually enjoy all of Kerkar's reasons. However, our reason is even more modern. Notice that we live in a world of internet today, and internet works with standards. By standards, we mean everybody talks the same language. So when you say protocol, say HTTP, what do you actually intend? You say that everybody on the internet knows HTTP. Everybody here is the machines I'm talking about. So knows the protocols, and therefore, if you have the corresponding port open and you have the machine ready for understanding that particular protocol, daemon for it or something, then you find that anybody can join the internet and anybody can leave the internet with local decisions. You don't need a global person and global control. It can be local control because it is a standard language. So anybody who knows the standard language can join the internet. That's what is the power of standards. Now, if you want to convert a standard protocol like HTTP to another standard protocol like HTTPS, what you mean to say by that is everybody uses the same encryption algorithm. Everybody uses the same mode of operation. I mean, that's because you want it to be standard. For instance, if you say everybody uses AES in certain mode of operation. So that is the internet standard. If you want to say what you actually intend to mean also that everybody knows the algorithm. It is foolish to say that it is an internet standard, but the adversary does not know the algorithm. And therefore, the presence of standards in the internet actually ensures that the problem that we are solving is impossible to solve. And therefore, not only is heavy-duty mathematics required, but even the heavy-duty mathematics is not guaranteed to solve the problem in a perfect way. Why? Because perfect solutions just do not exist. For instance, how do you show that perfect secure communication from scratch? That is, even without any key is being shared. If key is being shared, we know one-time pad is perfectly secure. But if you start from scratch, how do you show that perfect secure communication is impossible? I mean, Shannon wrote a 60-page paper for getting this in the proper mathematical form. We don't intend to bring any mathematics or much of it today. Therefore, I'll try to prove it in plain English in two sentences. So the first sentence is that there should have existed a time when everything that the receiver knows, the adversary knows. And why do we say there should have existed a time T0 where everything that the receiver knows, the adversary knows? Because there should have been a time where it was yet to be decided who is the authorized recipient and who is the adversary. So when sender is A and there are two possible recipients B and C, A is free to decide who to send the message to. So there will be a time, prehistoric time, where A where the sender A did not even know who the recipient was. So the moment A says B is the actual intended recipient, C becomes the adversary. But in the same instant, had A chosen C to be the actual recipient, B becomes the adversary. And therefore, since B and C are simulatable, they are one and the same before the sender decides who, because either of them have the same potential to be the adversary and either of them have the same potential to be the receiver too. Therefore, at that time where who is the adversary and who is the receiver is not yet decided, clearly there is no difference between the adversary and receiver, because both of them could be the adversary, both of them could be the receiver. So at that time T0, everything that the receiver knows, adversary knows, because both of them can be a valid receiver. Once you agree to that, then notice that from the figure that is drawn on the screen, every subsequent time instant, you can see that information gained by the receiver is also gained by the adversary, because there is only one channel connecting the sender and receiver, and that channel is also being tapped by the adversary. And therefore, read these two statements together. There at time T0, everything that the receiver knows, adversary knows. at every subsequent instant of time, everything that the receiver receives, the adversary receives, you should be able to bring in enough kind of mathematics to give a rigorous proof that therefore everything that the receiver is ever able to decrypt, the adversary also will be able to do, because nothing can differentiate between these two by induction in every sequence of time. Now, for this, you need to actually know what you mean by information. You also need to know what you mean by having the same information. You also need to know what you mean by adversary and all this. So in 1940, Shannon was the best person because he had just in 1948 defined what is information, and therefore in 1949 he was able to quickly use this to show that cryptography is impossible in a perfect sense. So say public key cryptography is impossible and stuff like that. So how do we circumvent this impossibility? Now, fortunately, it's only a two-line impossibility proof, and therefore there are only two ways to circumvent that. Either you circumvent the first line of the impossibility proof or circumvent the second line of the impossibility proof. Now, we will see how our B, C, D styles of viewing the adversary as machines will help us in circumventing the impossibility by circumventing the first statement, namely everything that the receiver knows, the adversary knows to begin with. And you can also use that to circumvent the second statement. So let us see how do we circumvent the first statement. So everything that the receiver knows, the adversary knows, but then knowing something is not independent of, in terms of the usability, its representation. So you may know it, but yet not be able to use it. So therefore, information is there, but then it's not useful. So that is one style in which you can circumvent. That is the C style or modern style. The other way is to assume that the channel is noisy and therefore say or quantum or is not a single channel and so on. So if you say the channel is noisy, then you notice that whatever the receiver receives, the adversary does not receive, because receiver may receive new noise, which has been accrued after the adversary has tapped the wire. Therefore, in the noisy channel, you find that you can circumvent the second statement. In a quantum channel, you can circumvent the second statement, as well as say in a big distributed system or a decentralized system, it is not even a single channel connecting the sender and receiver, and therefore there are ways in which you can circumvent the second line of the impossibility proof. So let's understand the C way of solving first. So the first way is, even though whatever the receiver knows, the adversary knows, is it possible for the adversary to know something and yet not know it in a useful way? So that is the talking point of the complexity style of solving the problem, the C style. So that is root cause of that is because the ease of computation actually depends on the representation and the operation. For instance, if I have the same information, say natural numbers, and I have same operation to be done, but there are multiple representations, it's not necessary that all the representations will be as useful for the operation at hand, because you can see, for example, there is a Roman representation, there is a decimal or binary representation, there is a product of primes representation. All these are for same natural numbers. However, with respect to the operation at hand, for instance, if multiplication was the operation at hand, you can see that Romans are not very useful. You cannot build very, very nice looking algorithms to take two Roman numbers as input and multiply them and give the output. Of course, since Roman numbers only represent up to 3999, you can do a table lookup. But in general, I'm saying, if you had a Roman numeral style of representing numbers larger than 3999. So, but if you come to decimal or binary, there are algorithms which are efficient, though not very fast, in the sense, though not linear time, but they do the job in a medium time, like Booth's algorithm and your school algorithm or Krebs's algorithm or fast Fourier transform based multiplication. So all these are very good algorithms for doing the multiplication in binary or decimal. but they are not as fast as linear time, which is, or even sublinear, which is possible if you had the numbers in product of primes. So to multiply two numbers which are given in product of primes form and give the answer in the same form, you can do it. You can do it with just linear or sublinear time. Therefore, the fastest algorithm for multiplication is when the representation among these three is product of primes representation. From fundamental theorem of arithmetic, you can uniquely represent numbers with their prime factors, right? So if the operation was addition, then notice that Roman is not useful again, but then product of primes fails miserably. There are no known efficient algorithms to add two numbers given in product of primes form and give the answer in product of primes. Whereas if you want to add two numbers in decimal or binary, you have very fast algorithms, linear time algorithm. Just add from LSB to MSB with carryovers, and that's it. In single pass, you can do it. So the representation that was the best for multiplication turned out to be the worst for addition. And for comparison, for instance, Roman is still not very useful. And the product of primes there are efficient algorithms, but not as fast as the linear time algorithm, which is there for decimal or binary. So if you represent in binary or decimal, comparison operation can be done in linear time. But if you represent in product of primes, there are no known linear time algorithms to actually finish the job. There are efficient algorithms. For instance, you can convert them to decimal and then compare, for instance. So there are efficient algorithms, but they're not as fast as decimal. So notice that the underlying point is, if you have operations based on the operations at hand, and chosen representation, same representation for the same information could be fast in some operations, slow in some others. Now, in real life, the most frequent operation, unfortunately, is comparison. And why do I say unfortunately? Because that is the root cause of all misery, right? So if comparison weren't the most frequent operation in real life, people would have been much happier. However, that's what it is. We cannot change the nature. So comparison is the most frequently applied operation on natural numbers. Addition is the next most frequent, multiplication next most frequent, and therefore you can clearly understand why decimal is taught to LKG students and why binary is used by computers. So it is because among all known representations of natural numbers, on the most frequent operation of comparison and the next most frequent operation of addition, decimal or binary is fast, linear time. Only on the third most frequent operation of multiplication, it becomes medium fast. Whereas other representations do not even actually perform fast in the two most frequent operations of comparison and addition. And therefore, it's true that the decimal wins the race or binary wins the race. But that doesn't mean that this is what is going to be the future too. The fact that decimal is not linear time in multiplication means there is scope for improvement. The fact that binary is not linear in all three means there is scope for improvement. The day somebody finds a new representation of natural numbers where all the three common operations of comparison, addition, and multiplication can be done in linear time, you will find that there will be a very big revolution, because computers will subsequently not use binary. LKG students or humans will not be taught decimal. They will be taught the new representation of natural numbers, because that will rule the roost. Computers will not use binary, because what is the need to use binary when you have a new representation which has all the three operations done in linear time, whereas binary can do only two of them very quickly and has to rely on Booth's algorithm and other things for multiplication, right? So notice that this is one direction to go, which is a digression for us. We'll come back to cryptography by saying that we are interested in making things slow for the adversary and not really fast. So if you can show that things are really slow for the adversary, you can actually build a public key crypto system. And what is the template for a public key crypto system? Simple. You have your key in two representations. So representation R1, R2. So let us say your key is natural numbers. Choose two representations of natural numbers. Now your operation is encryption operation, E. All you need to do is E should be fast in say R2 representation, which is the public representation. The inverse operation, the decryption operation, should be very slow in the public representation. But you should have another representation called the private representation of the same information, where the decryption also is very fast. Then see what happens. You are not violating the fact that everything that the receiver knows, the adversary knows. All you are saying is everything that the receiver knows, adversary knows. Receiver knows in the R1 representation of the key, the adversary knows in R2 representation. So adversary can encrypt because in R2 representations, encryption operation is fast. But other than the authorized receiver who has it in R1, nobody can decrypt because decryption is a very slow operation in the R2 representation, which is the public representation. So for instance, you choose a key in represent R1, but you publish it in R2, and anybody can encrypt and send to you, only you can decrypt. So this is the template for building public key crypto systems. This is not violating the impossibility proof. It's still not perfect because it only says very slow. It doesn't say it is impossible to run that operation in that representation. For instance, you can try converting it from R2 to R1, which may be very slow, but once you finish the conversion, since the information is already available, it is impossible to restrict algorithms from actually converting. So it is so this is based on the fact that the adversary is not omnipotent. There are limitations to his programming time as the resource, and things when they go very slow, you can, for all practical purposes, accept it as secure. I mean, even in principle, for all practical purposes, if it is a super polynomial time algorithm, the world sees no way for the adversary to not fail unless the adversary gets a bit too lucky, which is very low probability that we need not be worried at all. Now this template is ready, but then instantiating this template is not easy. So what stops us from instantiating this template? Showing things are very fast is easy. You just have to demonstrate, write a computer program, run it and execute it and time it. So that's upper bound proof. So you can also do it analytically very easy. Showing things are very slow, people or contemporary mathematics is not at there. It's not able to prove that for the particular problem, every algorithm will take a super polynomial time to solve. So proofs of this kind, people are not even able to think of how they look like. So how do you show things are slow? You can only today with contemporary mathematics show that no known algorithm exists and conjecture that every algorithm will fail to actually do it efficiently. So therefore, this showing very slow, we don't know how to do that, and therefore we stop at provable level. For instance, for the first people who instantiated this template, for instance, you say R2 is decimal or binary, and then R1 is product of primes, and then you say encryption is exponential, modular exponentiation. You have every efficient algorithm when the key k, usually written as n, not k, but when we are saying key k, so when the key k is a natural number, when you have to do m power e mod and e also is given to you. So if you have to do m power e mod n, you can easily do it by the doubling technique of m get m square, then multiply to get m power 4, and then multiply again to get m power 8, and with order log e steps you can get m power e mod k, even if k is given in decimal or binary. However, the modular eth root, so m power 1 by e, whatever that means in number theory. So people who know number theory would recognize that as m power 1 by e is nothing but m power d, where d is the e inverse modulo the Euler quotient of k. So that is what the number theory will come out to be. So again, we are only interested in understanding why this works. So this is only one instance of this template. So you can instantiate in any which way you want. Therefore, we're not going into the details. And fortunately, this is textbook stuff, and therefore many of you will already know it. So we need not even go into the details. But the point here is that inverse operation, m power 1 by e, or whatever m power d as people call it, is possible efficiently only if you know K today in product of range form. Now, if you know it in decimal, how do you show that no efficient algorithm exists? That nobody is able to do. So that you leave it as the RSA assumption and proceed. Now, even though the only proof for the fact that RSA crypto system is secure is the single line statement that assume that it is secure, we are given Turing Award for that. So it is very funny that you give the highest honor, I mean, well deservedly. I'll explain why. You're giving the highest honor for discovering an algorithm and saying it is secure because I assume it is secure. I mean, that way anybody and everybody can come up with their own algorithm and say the algorithm is secure because I assume it is secure. RSA assumption and say a typical run-of-the-mill protocols assumption are not the same. RSA is a universal assumption, and therefore you can give the Turing Award. And what do you mean by that? So RSA assumption not only said that you assume that RSA is secure and you can build a RSA crypto system. If that is the case, then it is just sort of a joke, because anybody can do that. But what RSA was able to actually do in the world is that not only can you build public key crypto systems, using the RSA assumption, you can also build publish transfer solutions. You can also build say private information retrieval systems. You can also build electronic election protocols. You can also build e-auctions. You can also build ... Suddenly there was a theorem which says if RSA assumption is true, anything and everything that can ever be done can also be done securely. And that was a revolution, because now you have a universal assumption. If RSA assumption is true, you can do anything that can be done insecurely, you can also do it securely. Therefore, it is just a coincidence that if RSA assumption is true, you can also do RSA. So it is the RSA assumption is required for doing anything and everything. And therefore, if RSA assumption is true, it turns out that you can get RSA, the security of RSA also, because if RSA assumption is true, you can build anything and everything securely, including the RSA crypto system. So therefore, the Turing Award is well deserved, not for building the RSA crypto system, but for getting a universal assumption. Now, this is not the only known universal assumption. So there are many such universal assumptions known after RSA, because this is the first instance to give the award to them. Great. So therefore, the fact that you cannot prove stuff ensures that modern approach is you start with the assumptions, including what representations you want to choose. You have to formulate exact definitions and give rigorous proof of meeting those definitions, as long as the assumptions are true. For instance, RSA assumption, or say DDH assumption for Diffie-Hellman or discrete log-based systems. So you assume the DDH assumption for Diffie-Hellman key exchange. So you give a proof that as long as the assumption holds, you have the security intact. But nobody knows whether the assumption is true or not. That's the modern approach. So that concludes the C part of our solution. So A was the axioms, C was complexity based. Now we'll look at the solutions which are based on the B part as well as D part, decentralization as well as based on blending of knowledge. So we'll do the decentralization first. So if you are able to decentralize data, like in secret sharing, you can solve the secret communication problem also. For instance, if you know secret sharing, say Shamir secret sharing, then you can actually find that your secret, say your key or the message, can be represented as points on the polynomial, where the polynomial at 0 evaluates your secret, and your shares are, say, P of 1 here means the first element in the field, 2 here means the second element in the field. Like these are the placeholders. So it's not necessary that these numbers 1, 2 should be part of the field. But you can have shares as points on the polynomial, and you will have the Shamir secret sharing giving rise to shares. So the protocol is sort of here. We're not going into the proof of this, because again that is textbook stuff. What we'll do is is understand how this will help us solve secure communication problem. So this is what Dolev says can be done. This is a paper in 1993-94. So you convert your message or the secret key into shares and send the shares not across the same channel, but send it across multiple channels across different paths in different times, and ensure that the receiver can collect all the shares, but the adversary who is not omnipresent will have to miss out on some of the shares, and therefore you can get security by decentralization, right? We can also use decentralization for several other things other than secure communication. So blockchain being the modern implementation of decentralization, where you bring in a third field called game theory, other than decentralizing in the distributed computing way, to actually incentivize honest behavior in such a way that it gets easier for you to decentralize. So for instance, if you have a chain of information that is tamper-proof, so it could be tamper-proof because of various reasons. For instance, it could be a hash chain and therefore it is tamper-proof, but you could make it tamper-proof by other means also, however you make it tamper-proof. If you have a chain of information that is tamper-proof, and if you are able to ensure that there is some randomness involved in who is adding to the chain, that is, nobody has any monopoly about adding to the chain, and suppose adding to the longest chain was incentivized and adding elsewhere was penalized. So with these assumptions, you can very well see that everybody can agree on the longest chain to be the one, and therefore the problem of agreeing on which of the chains to actually use for your completing your transaction is now a decentralized decision. Why? Because we said adding to the longest chain is incentivized. I mean, you get reward. Adding elsewhere is penalized. Some penalty will be there, and you will get a chance only in a blue moon, and the chain is tamper-proof. So if you read all this four together, you can quickly see that once a longest chain is formed, it will remain long ever after. And even if there are forks and two chains are long for some time, once one gets even slightly longer than the other, that will rule the roost. Therefore, in Nash equilibrium, you can see that there will be one and only unique longest chain, and you can use that to decentralize your decision on which chain to proceed ahead. So this kind of decentralized decisions or decentralized consensus is possible in using these kind of situations. Is also known in nature. For instance, what does nature do to decentralize evolution itself? So how do you evolve creatures without the active participation of a creator? So if that is the question, so how do you decentralize evolution of creatures even though there is no centralized authority to control it? So how do you do that? Same process, just create a chain which is tamper-proof. So a chain of information, say a chain of DNA, whatever, which is tamper-proof. It is tamper-proof because you cannot travel back in time and correct your past. So it is tamper-proof. Then there is no monopoly. There is enough random mutations in DNA that no weak DNA can actually sustain, because it is there is random mutations, enough randomness that no DNA will have any monopoly forever. Third, adding to the longest chain is incentivized. Every DNA wants to beget progeny and proceed. So there is a lot of chemistry and hormones and other things involved in making that happen. And fourth, adding anywhere else other than longest chain is penalized. This is the reason why death exists, or why predatory behavior exists, because if a DNA is weak, then it is not part of the longest chain. What do you mean by longest chain? The chain that is coming for longest time, and that is the survival of the fittest. So the chain that is not coming for the longest time is getting shot somewhere else, is a weak chain, and it has to be penalized. So how do you penalize? You make it die, right? So at the larger scheme of things, death is the penalty for not being added to the longest chain. Now, if you see, automatically you can decentralize the entire evolution process. So not only is simple things like banking decentralizable using blockchains and cryptocurrency, even complicated things like evolution is decentralizable, provided you just have these 4 things in your way, namely tamper-proof chain of information, no monopoly of any information. Third is like adding to the longest chain is rewarded, and fourth, adding elsewhere is penalized. Automatically, the fields of tamper-proof, which could have been got by cryptography also, but if you get it otherwise also, it's fine, will ensure that you can decentralize anything and everything from simple banking to complex evolution, right? So therefore, decentralization is deadly useful. Complexity theory is very useful, and therefore modern cryptography can be built. Either you read complexity theory and some number theory and some probability theory and build systems, or you could do it based on you read some game theory and use decentralization to solve your problems. You could also do it the B way, the blunted knowledge way, and that is what we look at quantum solutions to the same problem and the noisy channel solution to the same problem, and that will conclude the lecture. So I have about 20 minutes to 3:45, which is the scheduled closing time, and that should be sufficient to understand one quantum solution to this problem and one noise channel based solution to this problem. So to understand the quantum solution, you need to know minimum quantum mechanics, and I presume that you may not be aware of, all of you may not be aware of minimum quantum mechanics. So I'll introduce in a slide or two what quantum mechanics is necessary to understand quantum cryptography that we are going to see today. So to understand the quantum mechanics, I'll start with an experiment, and then I'll try to give a mathematical model which will explain or predict that experiment, and that model is called quantum mechanics today. Because that model not only predicts correctly the outcome of this experiment, it also does it for every experiment that has ever been conducted so far by mankind. But there's no guarantee that they'll remain the same. In the future, you may get an experiment which is not predicted the way quantum mechanics predicts it, or the outcome is different, and that is to be expected at some point, but we'll worry about that in some other lecture, probably by somebody else thousands of years later from this time. So nothing to worry about that. So let us understand how quantum mechanics works today. So I'll give the experiment, and you can see why it is very bizarre. So you have a light source and you have a screen, and you have a horizontal polarizer A. It is noticed that about 50% of the intensity of light passes through. So about 50% of the photons pass through the filter A. If, on the other hand, if you have a horizontal polarizer A followed by a vertical polarizer C, no photons pass through, absolutely nothing. It's completely jammed, blocked. Nothing, no light passes through A and C together. Even more bizarrely, if I have A, B, and C in sequence, so if I have A, which is a horizontal polarizer, B, which is a 45-degree polarizer, and C, which is a vertical polarizer, about 12.5%, about 1/8 of the photons pass through. Now, why is this bizarre? Because in classical style of thinking, everything is monotone, including information. That is, if 2 filters can block the flow of any commodity, a third filter inserted in between these two cannot reignite the flow. So if A and C can block the flow of light, how can A, B, and C reignite the flow of light? Because if say A and C can block the flow of water, then A, B, and C also will block the flow of water, because A and C alone is enough to block the flow. So even information theoretically, so A and C have some information, so A, B, and C should have at least that information, cannot have less information than that. Therefore, whatever can be done by 2 people A and C can surely be done by 3 people A, B, and C. That is the thinking in the classical world. Quantum mechanics, or reality of light, is that this is not true. What 2 people can do can be more than what 3 people can do, even though 2 of them are same. So A and C can block the flow of light, even though A, B, and C cannot block the flow of light. So when I first heard this, it was so impossible to believe that I presume if you are seeing it for the first time, you will also be in the same situation. Therefore, fortunately for us, there is a YouTube recording of this experiment available that will play for you. Now, if this was not a offline, not an online stuff, you could perform the experiment and demonstrate in front of you. But then this is an online experiment, so I am depending on YouTube recording of an experiment that's conducted. So I am playing the YouTube video. So just watch. So 50% of light passes through horizontal and vertical polarizers. Horizontal followed by vertical blocks the light completely. Keenly watch when he places in between these two. I can stop it. Yeah, so you can watch the rest of the video at your leisure. So notice that you need a way to mathematically explain this, because light does not seem to be like how other fluids behave, like water and other things, in the classical sense, in the classical macro world. Microscopic world, you need different kind of mathematics to explain this, and that is the mathematics that is there as quantum mechanics today. What is the mathematics that explains? I'll give a very simple qubit explanation for systems where there are only two possible outcomes, and then you can extend it to many, and you can also extend it to the entire Hilbert space, and that will become actual quantum mechanics if you do that. Not that qubits is not actual quantum mechanics, this is simple quantum mechanics, whereas you may have outcomes which are beyond just two, and you need to have mathematics for that also. So if you have a system which has two possible outcomes, then you call it a qubit. So for instance, the photon will pass through or not pass through. These are only the two possible outcomes. So one is 0, other is 1. So if you have only two possible outcomes, then what quantum mechanics postulates is first the superposition postulate. It says before the measurement happens or before that event happens, the reality is a superposition of these two. And what do you mean by a superposition? It is a state vector in C square, because there are only two possibilities. So you associate a complex amplitude A with 0, another complex amplitude B with 1, where A and B are complex numbers which are normalized such that mod A square plus mod B square is 1, with the physical interpretation that if you measure A times 0 plus B times 1, with the probability of mod A square you will get 0, with the probability of mod B square you will get 1. So the first postulate is the superposition postulate. Now superposition postulate says that if there are n possible outcomes before you measure, superposition of all the n is possible. Now it is very easy for you to see that if one photon can have two possibilities, two photons can have four possibilities, three photons can have 8 possibilities, because the one photon can pass through or not pass through, second photon can pass through or not pass through, third photon can pass through or not pass through. So that if you have n photons, you have n binary variables, so you have 2 4n possibilities, and superposition postulate says before you measure, a superposition of all these 2 4n is possible, and therefore nature seems to bookkeep exponential amount of information for very small systems. For instance, a hydrogen atom, the electron could be in an excited state or a ground state, and if you have 1 mole of hydrogen atoms, you quickly realize that you have 2 to the power Avogadro number of complex numbers that nature has to bookkeep to solve this Schrodinger equation to predict what will happen in the future. And notice that nature solves those problems in real time. So what happens in 5 minutes, you just have to wait 5 minutes in real time. But if current computers have to actually solve Schrodinger equation and predict what will happen to the system in 5 minutes, the current computers may take, say, 10 billion years to actually come up with an answer. And therefore, the 10 billion years of classical computation can be done by nature in 5 minutes. And that is the genesis of our prediction of quantum computers. So Feynman famously said that if it takes 10 billion years for Schrodinger equation to be solved and to predict how the system will evolve in 5 minutes. So why are we solving that? Whenever you get an instance of that problem in the classical machine, you actually build the state in nature and wait for 5 minutes for it to evolve, and you will get the answer in 5 minutes. The 10 billion years of computation can be done in 5 minutes. So that is the prediction you have. But to understand the entire quantum mechanics, you need further postulates. The second is, so when you measure, so not only will you get 0 or 1, the state will collapse consistent with what you measured. So if you get 0, your state will collapse to 1 times 0 plus 0 times 1. So, and if you get 1, you will collapse to 1. Now with this, you can actually explain why the photon experiment works. Initially, it is A times vertical plus B times horizontal. That is A times passing through vertical and B times not passing through vertical. That is nothing but orthogonal vector, the horizontal. So if you measure it with a vertical polarizer, the probability that it will be measured as vertical is mod A square, and expected value of mod A square for random A and B says that mod A square plus mod B square is 1 is exactly half, right? The expected value. So about 50% of photons will pass through vertical polarizer, but once it passes through vertical polarizer, it will collapse to vertical. And once it collapses to vertical, the probability that it will pass through a horizontal polarizer, this orthogonal vector, is 0, and therefore it will not pass through at all, and that is what we observe. However, if you have a 45-degree polarizer in between, what is the probability that a vertically polarized light will actually be measured as 45? So quantum mechanics says vertical can be written as 1 by root 2 times 45 minus 1 by root 2 times its orthogonal vector. Therefore, with 1 by root 2 square, that is with probability half, 45 with probability half, a vertically polarized light can be measured as 45 degrees, right? Because it is superposition of two outcomes. It can either pass through 45 or not pass through 45. For these two outcomes, before you measure it is in the superposition, and you know that the coefficient is 1 by root 2. Therefore, with probability half, it will pass through 45 degrees. But once it passes through the 45 degrees, it will collapse to 45 degrees. And once it collapses to 45 degrees, there is still a chance that it will pass through horizontal, because 45-degree polarized can be written as 1 by root 2 horizontal, and its orthogonal vector. That is with 50% chance it will pass through horizontal and 50% will not pass through. So with half the half into half into of this 1 by 8 chance it will pass through all the three polarizers, and that is what we observe in reality. And this is what happens in Stern-Gerlach experiment with electrons. This is what happens with experiment with other molecules, even molecules as big as the molecule of C60. People have found that this kind of superposition principle holds good, and therefore we know enough quantum mechanics now. The quantum mechanics has only essentially 3 or 4 postulates. The first postulate is associated with any quantum system as a state vector in Hilbert space. Far as it was a state vector in C square, it could be in C power n, where there are n possible outcomes. So given the n complex numbers and the associated probability is the mod of the complex number square, you can say what is the probability of each of the n possible outcomes. So associated with any real system is a state vector in Hilbert space. That's the superposition postulate. Second postulate is, if you measure, the system gives the answer with that probability distribution according to those amplitude squares, mod of the amplitude squares. And once you get an outcome, the system collapses consistent with the outcome. That is the second postulate. The third postulate is the isolated system will evolve as per Schrodinger equation in time. So with these three, we can actually predict that quantum computers will exist, and that is subject matter of a completely different topic. But here we know how to build security systems. I'll begin simply by letting you notice that if I send a vertically polarized light and you measure it with the horizontal polarizer, nothing should pass through. If something passes through, you already know that somebody is trying something in the middle, right? So you can actually find out whether people are there trying to fiddle with your system or not, because you know that the outcome changes based on whether somebody is there in the middle or not, because presence of B at some angle in the middle actually ensures that light passes through. Whereas if the B was not there, light will not pass through in a horizontal polarizer. So you can ask somebody to send a vertical polarized light and measure it to horizontal polarized light and see whether it passes through or not. If something passes through, you know somebody is there in the middle. Otherwise, nobody is there. However, notice that if everybody knows what that vertical is, then the person in the middle will also make it pass through the vertical. So therefore, we should not know what is that, and that is easily achieved in BB84 protocol by saying that I'll encode 0 as either vertical or 45 degrees. I'll encode 1 as either horizontal or orthogonal to 45. And no, this is random. And if I keep sending qubits and you keep measuring, as long as we measure in the same basis, that is, I encode in 0 as vertical and you measure it as vertical or horizontal. If it is vertical, it will pass through and you will get it as 0. If it's horizontal, it will not pass through and you still get a 0. Because you know that it didn't pass through means it is vertical, right? So if you measure in the basis B1, then notice that you will get the same answer as what the center sent. Whereas if you measure in a wrong basis, you may get different answers. Therefore, once you send all the qubits, you publish. Once the other person has measured it also, you publish the basis in which you synthesize them. And therefore, now only those bases where both of them are equal will be considered hereafter, subsequently in the protocol. And once you know that we are using the same basis, we know that our answers should match. So you can randomly sample some subset of your answers and publish them and see whether they match. If they match 100%, then you say there's nobody in the middle and rest of the things that you didn't publish can be from part of secret key. However, if there is an eavesdropper who probably did not know whether you sent a 0 as vertical or 45, so he has to choose. So he may be measured as you sent it as 0 as vertical, and the other side also received it as vertical. Both of them know 0. But if the person is present in the middle as trying to measure it as 45 because he doesn't know which one it is, there is a 50% chance that the vertical will be converted to 45 degree, and there is again a 50% chance that that 45 degree will pass through horizontal. Therefore, there is a 25% chance that a 0 will be converted to 1. Therefore, there will only be a 75% match if there is an eavesdropper. So if there is no eavesdropper, as long as the basis matches, it should be 100% match. I mean, but for noise. So we're not considering noise here. But if you consider noise, you will have a error correction code and stuff like that. So there you should have information reconciliation and privacy amplification protocols. Nevertheless, if there is no noise, then you notice that you just know that if the basis matches, 100% match should be there. If the basis is not matching, around 75% match will be there. So do a random sampling and just test whether it is close to 75% or 100%. If it is 100%, you use the rest of it as the secret key. If it is 75%, you have detected the presence of the eavesdropper, you abort and restart the protocol. So this is BP84 protocol in short, right? So we have about 5 minutes time, and I'll use that to say that not just quantum, but you have simple classical noisy channels also it's sufficient because adversary can be deemed to not know what that noise is. So let us say you have a classical channel connecting A and B, and the channel is such that out of every 4 bits sent, exactly 1 bit will be toggled. Now, if your channel is not having this property, you should make it have this property. Like, how do you make it have this property? So if you can always do a parity check to ensure that there are odd number of toggles which are there, and if you also say that 3 out of 4 is too infrequent that it will hardly occur, then you got a channel where 1 out of 4 bits will be toggled. Okay, suppose you have a channel where exactly 1 out of 4 bits will toggle, otherwise you just repeat. You detect that there are even number of toggles and then repeat, right? How do you detect even number of toggles? You just publish the XR of all the bits and see whether they match or not. Right? That will be privacy preserving check also. Anyway, so if you have a channel which will toggle exactly 1 bit out of every 4 bits sent, then we can actually compute secure and then convert it to a secure key exchange protocol later on. So how do you compute secure and or secure random values of inputs A, X and Y? How do you have the output of A XOR output of B to be equal to the AND of these two? So let us see how to go about that. So protocol is fairly simple. So suppose A chooses 4 random numbers, random bits R0, R1, R2, R3, and sends them to B, and B receives S0, S1, S2, S3. Clearly, we know that exactly 1 out of these bits is toggled. Therefore, 1 of the RIs is different from SI. 3 of the others are equal. That's what we know. Which it also means that if I take this R vector and XOR with that S vector, the answer will have 3 zeros and a 1. A 0 means values are equal, XOR is 0. So 1 value is different. So if you XOR the R vector and S vector, you will get 3 zeros and a 1. That we know. Okay. So R vector is there with A, S vector is there with B. nobody, including the adversary, knows the location of which bit is toggled, and that's because it's the nature which knows which is toggled. The adversary is not the person who toggled it, or the eavesdropper is not the person who toggled it. Now notice that you can proceed as follows. There is a public matrix M, which is a as given here is a 4 cross 3 bit matrix. So A multiplies the vector Ri. So vector R is what is, if you consider this an array of 4 bits, you can say it is a vector of 1 cross 4, right? It's an array of 4 bits, R0, R1, R2, R3. The 1 cross 4 matrix you can multiply with this M. So 1 cross 4 when multiplied with 4 cross 3 will give you a 1 cross 3 output, right? So call that output as matrix 3 TA. So that is A0, B0, C0 as given here. Similarly, B side multiplies the S with M, and you'll also get a array of size 3, A1, B1, C1. Now, what is the speciality of this TA array and TB array? There is A0, B0, C0 and A1, B1, C1. Now, notice that the XOR of these two, A0, B0, C0 and A1, B1, C1 is nothing but the XOR of R into M, XOR into S into M. Now, you can take M common and say that is same as R XOR M, R XOR S into M. The XOR of TA and TB, we are not doing the XOR. I'm just saying, if you do the XOR, then it will be same as XOR of R into M XORed with S into M. M you can take common, that is XOR of R and S and M. But XOR of R and S, we know exactly had 1, 1 and 3 zeros. Therefore, you take any vector which has 1, 1 and 3 zeros and multiply it with the matrix M, you know that it is nothing but choosing one of the rows of M at random. Why? Because if you multiply 1, 0, 0 with this M, that is first answer will be first row. If you multiply 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, the answer will be second row and so on. Therefore, we know that the XOR of TA and TB has to be one of the rows of M. Now, the rows of M are nothing but the truth table of AND gate. And therefore, we know for sure that XOR of A0 and A1 and with XOR of B0 and B1 has to be equal to XOR of C0 and C1. Therefore, you have a way in which you can compute the AND of two secret shared variables and get the answer in secret shared form. So how does that help us in secure communication? So you want to agree on a key, so just run a protocol where you know that you got the AND of two variables, which is in secret shared form. Say one is say your output is YA, B set output is YB, and their sum, that is your, what we said here, C0 XOR C1 was AND of two variables, A0 XOR A1 and B0 XOR B1. So similarly, YA XOR YB is the AND of two variables, XA and XB. Of course, those also need not be known to either party. But then if they are not known, then you can make them known. So I will reveal XA to A and I'll reveal XB to B. So like for here, I can reveal A0 plus A1 to A by sending A1 to A and reveal B0 plus B1 to B by sending B0 to B, right? So at some point you can ensure that A knows XA YA, B knows XB YB, such that YA XOR YB is XA and XB, and that's about it. So adversary is not aware of anything. Now, if it turns out that XA or XB were 0, then you can be sure that YA is equal to YB, and nobody is eavesdropping on the channel will ever know what YA or YB is. Why? Because it depends on the location of the noise. Because any of the 4 rows could have been randomly chosen, and nobody knows which of the 4 rows have been randomly chosen, and therefore nobody knows what the input operands were. And therefore, if I reveal one operand to A and another operand to B, so you can actually ensure that if one of those operands turns out to be 0, otherwise you have to repeat. If one of the operands turns out to be 0, the right hand side of the YA plus YB is 0, and YA XOR YB is 0 means YA equal to YB. Now, at this point, A and B know that YA equal to YB, and therefore A knows what YB is, B knows what YA is, because they know individually. but a eavesdropper is completely oblivious of whether YA and YB, even though they're equal, whether it is 0 or 1. So you can convert noise in the channel to secure key agreement, and therefore we are ready to conclude just at 3:45 the concluding time. If you want, the entire computer science believes that machines are not omnipresent, are not omniscient, as well as not omnipotent. If you assume that adversary also is a machine, a realistic machine, therefore adversary also is not omnipotent, and therefore you can have solutions based on modern complexity theory. Adversary is not omnipresent, so you can have solutions based on decentralization, and adversary is not omniscient, and therefore you can have solutions either based on adversary not knowing which of the quantum superpositions is the actual reality going to be, or not knowing what is the actual noise that's actually going to occur, or any such kind. So any situation, any setting where predicting exactly what is the outcome is in the hands of nature and not in the hands of adversary or even the users, it is possible to convert that to, using the same mathematics, convert that to a security protocol. So notice that is relying on the fact that adversary is not going to know everything that is there in the world, right? So that's it. So right. So I think this is the last slide. Thank you for this opportunity, and open for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. If participants who have any questions, they can ask both offline and online. Okay, no questions, sir. Thank you, Dr. Srinathan, for delivering the technical talk on ABCD for modern cryptology. On behalf of JNNCE College and NWC 2021, I thank you, sir, and thank you, one and all. We will have tea break. After the tea break, again session is going to be continued.
Thank you, sir. Thank you once again for joining us.
So I'll disconnect and we'll sync up later. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Good evening, madam.
Good evening. Good evening, sir.
Yeah. Just for an initial testing, would you please project your screen?
I'll share, sir.
Yeah, please share this. Yeah, it is visible. Please put it into the full screen, madam. Presentation mode.
Oh, 1 second, sir. I'll stop sharing and then.
I think you can share your complete system so that it will be easy, rather than sharing only the presentation screen.
Okay, I'll do like that, sir.
Yeah, you can go to view and check. View. Again, you got to go to slideshow, at least slideshow.
It is actually hidden, sir.
No, it is not hidden there. Complete at the top, near animations. For us, it is visible. You can even press F5 in your.
No, it's not working, sir. F5, if I press also. I think now it's working. This is fine, sir. Okay. Is it visible, sir?
No, it is not visible for us, whatever you mean.
Oh.
You can share the complete system, desktop. ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಪಕ್ಕ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಶೋ ನೋಡಿ ಮೇಡಮ್.
Now, sir?
ಇಲ್ಲ, it's not.
It's not going for full screen, sir.
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಶೋ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ.
Or I'll use I'll use the bottom one, sir. I think this is fine. Okay, sir. Sorry. Now, sir?
No.
Still, it's not full screen, sir.
No, it is not full screen.
Even now, sir?
No, we are not able to see anything now.
Oh. Now, sir?
Yeah. Yeah, now it is done.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, I request Darshan to introduce madam, please.
So good evening, everyone. So I take this opportunity to introduce Dr. N.R. Sunita, Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, SIT, Tumkur. Dr. N.R. Sunita is Professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at SIT, Tumkur. She has obtained her engineering degree from Gulbarga University, Masters from BITS Pilani, and PhD from VT Vishweshwaraya Technological University, Tumkur. She is working at SIT Tumkur for past 29 years. Her research interests include information security, storage area networks, HPC, big data analytics, machine learning, security issues in resource-constrained environment, and blockchain technology. She has published around 75 research papers in national and international conferences and 27 papers in international journals. She is the reviewer and on the editor board of some reputed journals. She has executed around 6 research projects funded by AICTE, DRDO, and ABB-GASL. Her administrative experience includes head of the department, PG coordinator, research council convener, MHRD institution innovation council president at SIT, CSI branch councillor, IEEE WIE mentor, and NAC, NBA, and NIRF coordinator. We are very glad to see you on the screen, ma'am. Now it's over to you and share your experiences on the blockchain, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction. So today's topic in this national workshop on cryptology is scalability issues in blockchain technology. So the agenda is as follows. The first few topics, I'll just give some brief introduction, like what is blockchain, use cases, desired properties, challenges in blockchain technology. So these topics in brief I will go through. And challenges in achieving scalability, layer 0, 1, 2 solutions, and scalable consensus mechanisms, along with conclusion. So I'll go in detail. So coming to what is blockchain, it's a powerful emerging technology. So through this, so we are able to gain many benefits like data security, autonomy, transparency, auditability, privacy, immutability, efficiency, speed, cost savings. And all these things are achieved without any intermediary in a peer-to-peer network whenever any transactions are performed. So when we tell transaction, these need not be financial transactions. Any transaction or any communication that happens between two entities. So that's the reason that blockchain is not just a change, it is a new wave of disruption. And this has gone into various businesses, including social and political interactions. And all these we are able to achieve at a lower transaction cost, increase in speed of transaction time, then risk of frauds are reduced with the elimination of the intermediary services. So once we are able to achieve this in a peer-to-peer network. So directly between two entities, the transaction happens. So then the technology must enable this trust and security without the intermediary. So what the intermediary are doing in the present days, so that must be substituted by technology, which will enable trust and security without any without any centralized system. So to understand this blockchain, so we need to understand both from a business perspective as well as a technical perspective. So once we take a business perspective, So we can assume in the current scenario where various trusted intermediaries exist, for example, in a banking environment, or it could be any communication that happens between two companies with the help of intermediary. So for example, when you take a banking setup, so when two persons want to transact, so they go through a bank. So this centralized entity maintains the records, and both will perform the transaction. So when we tell peer-to-peer transaction must happen in a decentralized way without an intermediary, so then these persons, Alice and Bob, must be able to transact directly in a technological setup, which will ensure trust and security in a decentralized way. So that is what blockchain will be providing. So when we get into the technical perspective, so various features must be incorporated here. So one thing is direct communication between the two entities. That's in a peer-to-peer system. Then no trusted third party. The other thing is any details that are shared, that are happening between two entities, that must be shared. So shared in the sense, when we tell the transaction is validating, so somebody is validating here. So when you take a public blockchain, various stakeholders involved in this network, so they will be validating. So in that case, the details of these transactions must be shared. And it is decentralized. Then open ledger of transaction. So these transaction details are available. Copy of the transactions are available on all the nodes. So that is the facility that is provided so that the validation happens smoothly. And these ledger databases are append only. So append only in the sense, if something is already entered, we cannot manipulate it. So that's how the data structure is maintained. So you cannot do any changes. So once you perform a transaction, it is recorded and it is permanent. So any new entry will get reflected on all the copies of the databases that's available on all the nodes. So coming to the use cases, I think all of us are aware of the various use cases. So once it comes to finance, it could be something related to insurance, banking, healthcare, government, supply chains, IoT, media, entertainment. So like this, various use cases are there. When it comes to asset registrations, so various transaction happens. So the validity has to be done. Ownership requirement may be there. Notary services are required. Proof of existence, insurance requirements. Like that, various use cases are there in asset registrations. Financial use cases could be cross-border payments, then trading, know your customers in the banking setup, or initial coin offering related to crowdsourcing. Or when it comes to wisdom of words, even here financial and economic forecasts based on wisdom of words, decentralized prediction markets, decentralized voting, as well as stocks trading. So various such things can be implemented on blockchain. So when it comes to internet-based, for example, it could be music streaming services where public ledger of music right ownership can be maintained. And this can be shared across the various users with the help of authorized distribution of media content. So in government sector, it could be land registration, vehicle registration, or management, e-voting, or any sector you take in the government sector. So supply chain, this is a usual requirement, and this is usually prone to disputes across the globe. So we can bring in transparency using the blockchain technology. And the latest one is the IoT, where it is difficult to have a centralized system. So a distributor, decentralized one is suitable here. And a lot of data exchange happens here. And lot of industries are coming up to see that blockchain is used in the IoT environment. So coming to the desired properties, once we tell the requirement as a decentralized peer-to-peer network, then the data has to be available on all the nodes. So certain properties need to be satisfied. So one thing is immutability, something that can't be changed once it is initiated. So these transactions are immutable. Once they are recorded, you cannot alter it. With the help of cryptography, the records are maintained. Then forgery resistant. In a decentralized way, the transactions are made public. Once they are public, definitely various attacks can happen. But with the help of cryptographic hash and digital signatures, we ensure that they are forgery resistant. The other requirement is democratic. In this environment, we have to take care that no one person is powerful than the others. Each one must have equal rights in any situation, and decisions are made based on the majority, or we have a consensus algorithm which will see that the consistent state of the transaction is maintained, or when you consider the entire ledger through these consensus algorithm, the consensus is achieved. The network must also be resilient. It must be resilient enough to withstand temporary node failure, or maybe unavailability of some nodes, network latency, or packet drops. The other requirement is, especially once it is a financial setup, the double spend resistant. In a cryptocurrency setup, a double spend attempt usually happens once it is digitally being handled. Double spend usually happens, and that must be taken care. For example, if we have 1,000 rupees, there is possibility that we spend 900 rupees in 2 transactions which are done consecutively before the first one is validated. When you take up the cryptographic algorithms, and when we tell we are ensuring authenticity of a transaction, so the double spend will be treated as a valid transaction because the same person is doing the transaction, but the additional care must be taken so that double spend doesn't happen. For example, when we take up Bitcoin, here what happens is there is nothing like closing balance. Whenever you want to transact, you have to provide as input the previous the transaction from where you have obtained the input. So maybe when I'm spending 1,000 rupees, I must have a transaction from where I have got more than 1,000 rupees as input to my account. So only then I'll be able to perform. So that's why they take care that the history of the transactions are maintained, and before it is validated, so such details are observed, and only then the validation happens. Of course, in a centralized system, there is no problem because all the details are available, and this intermediary is taking care of seeing that the double spend never happens. But in a decentralized way, some mechanism must be there where the double spending must be taken care. So one general concept is, if we are aware of all the transactions that happened in the past, definitely we can come up with a mechanism where a transaction never happens with a double spending way. So the nodes that would validate the transaction should definitely be accessible. So this must be taken care. The access must be given to the previous transaction right from the Genesis block. Genesis block here is the first block. So the entire data must be available to whoever is validating, so that they validate the transaction, and the transactions are or the data gets entered into the blockchain. And when it comes to the consistent state of the ledger, so sometimes it could be that nodes deliberately want a transaction to not to go through or be rejected. So in some nodes, if they're not in sync with the ledger, so especially in this blockchain network, all nodes need not be always connected. So sometimes just to perform the transaction, they get connected and they are offline later. And when they are online, maybe there is need for a transaction to be validated. So if they're not aware of the transaction that happened when they were offline, so they would treat it as a fraudulent transaction. So such things should not happen. Still, the transaction must be validated. So we have to ensure that the consensus happens among the participants who are there in the network at that particular point, and it is validated. So the requirement is the consistent state of the ledger need to be maintained. So if they were offline when the actual input happened to that particular account, so they must be accessible to the previous transaction. Or if they were online, they will have the data so that they can validate it. And through a consensus mechanism, the consistent state of the ledger must be provided. Auditable in the sense, because the entire data is available, auditability is ensured. And we must also take care that the chain doesn't break. The transactions get included in the blockchain. So there is no split in the blockchain also. Sometimes it happens where there is a fork and a separate chain happens, but it can be taken care so that the longest chain continues and the smaller chain that forked will ultimately get merged in the main blockchain. So if one wants to verify whether a transaction took place in the past, then this verification, because you need to access the entire blockchain. So this accessing the content of the transaction for verification purpose must be handled in a smooth way, and it must be accessed at a very fast rate. So it means the data structure should be efficient so that the required data is accessible at a faster rate. So coming to the challenges that are there in blockchain technology, of course, I'll just be listing the challenges, but later concentrate on the scalability issue. So it could be an inefficient technological design. The one who has developed the solution using blockchain technology, it may not be inefficient. Sorry, it may not be efficient due to false coding or some loopholes. So users can utilize these loopholes and hack the system. There is every possibility. So not that we are blaming the core blockchain technology, but the way the users have used it in implementing their solution. So there could be technological loophole in the design. So in such cases, it could be a challenge, and a lot of problems can occur. So this is a challenge, so that the design is perfect. That's the requirement. So scalability that we will be discussing. In reality, blockchains work fine for a smaller number of users. So there is no problem if the number is small. But as the number increases and the number of transactions also increase, the transaction will take longer time to get processed. As a result, the transaction cost also will increase. And this can be a restriction when more number of users are there on the network. So that's what we'll be discussing in our further topics, the solution to address this scalability issue. But the remaining challenges are interoperability. So various platforms have come up, maybe the Bitcoin, or it could be the Ethereum or Hyperledger or any other platform. So these are currently working independently. There is no interoperability across this. So there is requirement for people to work on this interoperability issues so that people can transact on any blockchain with ease and later shift to any other blockchain platform which will be totally fully decentralized system. So that's the requirement, but presently all are working independently. And also there is a lack of privacy. Of course, each platform is providing some sort of privacy, but once it is a public blockchain, it is not ensured to the requirement. So they are coming up with permissioned networks to provide some privacy, but once it is a public ledger, actually it won't be privacy cannot be ensured to a large extent. The other challenge is limited developer supply. One thing is the skill set available with the people is limited, and also those who have it need to be heavily paid to see that your projects are implemented on the blockchain network. So this is a major drawback. And standardization, of course, standardization is not complete. Of course, various platforms are available. For example, ITUT, this group has come up with a standard or a focus group on distributed ledger technology to concentrate on the standardization roadmap for particularly the interoperable digital ledger technology based services. So they are working on that to come up with standards. Similarly, ISO also has come up a technical committee TC 305 on blockchain and distributed ledger technology. Even IEEE has come up with an interest group to coordinate and disseminate information on blockchain activities. So it is slowly picking up. So once it is the standards are established, the development will become faster and the interoperability will also be achieved. Of course, these platforms are energy intensive, especially when it comes to the consensus algorithm that are used. The Bitcoin, for example, uses proof of work, where it is totally energy intensive. To solve the puzzle that is required from the miners, there a lot of energy is used. Mining will require one to solve complex equation using the computing power, and therefore more electricity is used, and there is requirement to see that these become less energy intensive. Of course, new protocols have been developed. We will be discussing in the coming slides. And also when it comes to regulations, not all countries have come up with regulations. Of course, even US hasn't come up with complete regulatory framework. Of course, Canada has become the first country to approve Bitcoin exchange traded fund. India has no dedicated law or regulation that governs the development. And Japan also has taken up a progressive approach to these crypto regulations. Like that, all countries to some extent they are providing, but still the regulations need to be finalized across various countries so that it becomes a global framework. So these are some of the challenges. Blockchain evolution generally falls under 3 stages. Blockchain 1.0 is purely cryptocurrency, maybe Bitcoin or Ethereum or other cryptocurrencies that have come up. Blockchain 2.0 is purely smart contract based ledger. Then blockchain 3.0 is enterprise and institutional blockchains. That's the current requirement, where the majority of the companies want to see that the blockchain concepts are implemented in their applications. So let us come into details of the scalability issues. Why it is a challenge to implement scalability, the problems associated with scalability here. One thing is blockchain is getting bigger. The hardware has become a limitation here. The massive research community and industry innovation, they are ensuring promising levels of success here. That's the reason many of the applications are making use of this technology, and that's the reason the blockchain is getting bigger. And especially when it comes to IoT, even here, IoT itself is a huge network, and if this has to be implemented using blockchain, this once again it becomes a very big network. So this is one limitation. The hardware support may not be sufficient to handle this big network, because the network is big. The other thing is this entire data that is on blockchain should be copied on all the nodes. So that's a hardware limitation that we are telling. Not that the data that is there is big, that can be handled in the present networks, but the copy being available on all the nodes, that is a hardware limitation. And the network must support the communication that happen across these nodes. So that's why this is a major setback to achieve scalability. Cost and capacity, storing this huge amount of data, and also right from the Genesis block, this must be accessible to all the stakeholders. So all nodes may not have adequate resources and capacity to store this massive amount of information. So this is another reason for the scalability issue. And network resources, definitely it is a major issue that comes from the implementation of the scalability here, because every transaction will be broadcasted on all the nodes, and once the miners validate it, so that must once again be transmitted to all the nodes. During the consensus, lot of communication happen. So lot of network resources are required. So this is one of the reasons for the limitation to achieve scalability. When it comes to transaction throughput, this refers to the time required for confirming one transaction. Because when any transaction happens, here when you take Bitcoin directly, you don't get the balance there. It must be processed through the previous transactions. Then the data has to be broadcasted to all the nodes. The validation must happen. The data must get entered into the blockchain. All these things are there. So that's why the time required to confirm one transaction is definitely high here. Then when it comes to block size, when you take Bitcoin blockchain, the block size was initially 1 MB. So later it is revised. So even if it is 1 MB, up to 2020 transactions are processed. Of course, this number is not exact. It depends on the size of the transaction also, but it's on an average around 2000 transactions can be put in one block. But people felt that increasing this block size could help in achieving scalability, because at a time so many transactions can be processed. So increasing block size is one of the solutions to achieve scalability. But as you keep increasing the block size, there are other issues, because those transactions must be processed. To some extent it may reduce, but as you keep increasing the block size, achieving scalability will in turn become an issue. So response time, all transactions should pass a validation process. Generally, these transactions have to wait for long duration. When you take Bitcoin network, almost it takes 10 minutes for building a new block. And once many transactions are in the queue for getting processed, so the response time will also increase. When it comes to latency, we are referring to the processing time for a transaction measured from starting from the getting an input till the transaction is completed. As we see the process involved here in getting the transaction into the blockchain, as the number of processes involved are huge and the time consumed is also more. Every node verifies and stores every single transaction. So this definitely will introduce latency. And even if you try to bring down some time, but you'll be compromising on various issues. So latency is a challenge here, and that has to be addressed when you address the scalability issue. Transaction fees, whenever these transactions happen, users pay transaction fee. Some of them pay higher so that their transactions are picked up by the miners. So once they're paying, it is an expectation that their transaction must be processed, and the network must support so that their transactions are processed faster. So in this case, the scalability must be addressed so that all the transactions are processed, and especially those who pay higher fee, they must be processed with some priority. When it comes to consensus model, because various consensus algorithms are coming up, initially it started with the proof of work. Of course, this proof of work is resource hungry. A lot of resources are utilized, but various protocols have been developed so that the resource consumption gets reduced. This is a crucial point or a crucial concept that can be picked up so that especially once it is a public blockchain application, the consensus model can be changed and or a new consensus algorithm can be developed so that scalability can be addressed. When we take, so these are some challenges or some issues that can be considered to address scalability in blockchain network. When you consider current scenario, generally we compare to Visa scalability, our normal day-to-day transactions that are happening in a centralized banking setup. 1736 TPS transaction per second happen in this Visa scalability. They address 1736 transactions per second. But when you take Bitcoin blockchain, it is only 4.6 to 7 transactions per second. So it is very low to reach that Visa scalability. Lot of research is required, lot of changes need to happen. And when you take Ethereum platform, it is 13 to 25 TPS. Of course, they started with proof of work consensus only, but later they have updated to proof of stake, but still it is 25 TPS. Litecoin up to 56, Bitcoin Cash, slightly they have reduced the content in the block by removing the signature content, which is occupying more than 70%. So that's why they're able to achieve 300 TPS because more number of transactions they're able to accommodate in the block. And Tezos up to 40 TPS. Like that, we have various platforms supporting TPS, but still they're not able to reach 1736 TPS. So simple methods that people use to address scalability is increasing the block size or decreasing the block time. So increasing the block sizes, if it is 1 MB, change it to 2 MB, 3 MB, like that, so that more transactions are accommodated. So these, to some extent, they provide scalability, but later still it is a problem as we go through the protocols later. But decreasing the block time, that is, for example, once it is proof of work where the hashing complexity they try to change. so that the proof of work is achieved earlier when compared to having a complex hash or the problem to be solved or the puzzle that they solve. Instead of making it complex, they try to reduce the complexity there. So in that way, they try to decrease the block time so that the transactions are processed at a faster rate. So these are some simple methods that they do, or it could be some batch payments. They put it in one transaction. So to some extent, maybe few TPS can be increased, but to reach 1736, major research has to happen, and there are some solutions in literature, and some of the platforms are utilizing. But before we go through that solution, the scaling trilemma needs to be addressed here. What is the scaling trilemma? It is in blockchain network, three crucial traits exist. One is decentralization, that is the requirement, because that is what blockchain networks claim. It is in a decentralized environment. Security need to be addressed, and scalability also need to be achieved. So considering all three cannot be achieved at a time. So we must have a trade-off here. So 2 out of 3 crucial traits can be achieved. For example, if we want to improve scalability, one solution that commonly exists is permission networks. So see that only people who are given permission, so they participate in the network. So it is not a public blockchain, or even if it is a public blockchain, validation and all happen among people who are given permission. So in that case, what is happening? The scalability is achieved because a limited number of people participate in the validation process. But what is happening is you are compromising on the decentralization. So it will not be totally decentralized. Once again, some sort of centralization is coming up. So that's why here scalability reduces with the rise in decentralization, or scalability increases when you reduce the decentralization. So like this, there must be some trade-off. So all three cannot be achieved. So 2 can be achieved. So somewhere you must have a trade-off. So keeping this in mind, many solutions have come up, like off-chain computation, or reducing blockchain, or new consensus protocols based on sharding, or side channel protocols. So like this, many solutions have come up in literature. So let us discuss these in a systematic way. So layer 0's scalability addresses mainly the networking problem. So this layer 0 scalability means the blockchain scalability is treated as a networking problem. So they don't address other issues. They treat purely as a networking problem. Network is not able to provide the required facility to broadcast the packets, or to speed up the validation. So improving the speed at which blocks propagate through the network is the layer 0 problem. So only few people address this and treat it as a scalability issue. Of course, network bottlenecks do exist. So one solution is BlowX route, which is available, which is a blockchain distribution network, which sits underneath the blockchain networks. So anyone operating as a miner can make use of this blockchain distributed network. So by making use of these nodes, what happens is miners will immediately get the benefit from speeding up their propagation, or when they want to communicate with the other nodes, there is a speed up there, so that the packets are transferred at a faster rate. So this global network of servers is optimized to receive and stream massive amounts of transaction data. So this blockchain distribution network takes care of transmitting these packets at a faster rate. Of course, some level of centralization is coming, we feel, but there is no compromise on any security issue here. It is only to speed up or to provide scalability here. They make use of this blockchain distribution network. So this is a level 0 scalability solution. One solution I have just discussed, BLOX2. Like that, many solutions are available where the networking problem is given priority here, or that problem is addressed. Coming to layer 1 solution, this requires change in code base of the main blockchain network. So this is treated as an on-chain scaling solution. So we try to manipulate the blockchain itself here. So it could be something like increasing block size limit or reducing the block verification time. All these are treated as layer 1 scalability issue only. So one thing is it totally depends on what type of modification you perform on the main blockchain network. So once you make the modification on the main blockchain, so when you tell you're having a copy on all the nodes, all that should be reflected on all the copies. Of course, sharding that we tell is an on-chain scaling solution. So let us see how scalability is ensured here. So when you consider a set of transactions, what they do is they divide into different shards. So this sharding, it's taken from database technology only. So where a horizontal division is done when you take a number of records and you try to process these records separately. So here when you take transactions, group of transactions are treated as one shard, like that divisions are done. And the transactions that are there in one particular shard, or the nodes that come up in one particular shard, so only they will do the validation and all. So now the entire network is not considered. Maybe when you take in a banking setup, particular branch nodes can be one shard you can take. Though when you take State Bank of India, millions of users are there, but when you take a particular branch, maybe it could be some thousands of users. So all the validations happen within these 100 or 1,000 nodes, and these things happen parallel. So different shards, when you take, the processing happens parallelly. So that's why scalability is ensured. So this is one solution that they give. It's an on-chain scaling solution where parallelly they try to see that the transactions are processed and the nodes that are participating are also within a small network. And it is an on-chain scaling solution. The second solution is SegWit, they call. So here, this is purely based on using the feature of digital signature, which is occupying 70% of the space in the blockchain. Or when you take, though transaction details are there, 70% of the content is related to digital signature only. So this SegWit solution, what it does is it separates this signature details. So it means they are maintained separately. And of course, the process is same, but accessing these details related to signature, it is done separately. It doesn't become content of the block. So in that way, they are able to accommodate more number of transactions within the block. So this is one way of achieving scalability on chain. The other solution is the hard fork. So where hard fork here is which focuses on making structural or fundamental changes in the property of blockchain network. So usually whenever any change is made, maybe when there is a software update in any of the application. So what happens is those who have updated, they will be in a different environment, and those who haven't updated, they will be in a different environment. Same thing happens here. in case in this blockchain, supposing you go with changing the block size, you assume. So in that case, what happens? Those who are updated this, they will be in one blockchain, and those who haven't updated, they will be in a different split of the blockchain. So in this diagram, you can see here, this is the hard fork that we tell. So there is a main blockchain that is happening. Whenever you tell there is a change in the block size, those who update that, they will go through one particular blockchain. For example, it could be Bitcoin and the Bitcoin Cash that I told. So Bitcoin is the old version and Bitcoin Cash is where the SegWit is implemented. So what we observe here is there is a split here. Once there is a split, what happens? These two are separate chains. So automatically there is a scalability addressed here. So scalability comes in here because they are maintained separately and there is no load on the main blockchain. So this is another method where it is called hard forking, where there is a split in the chain and two chains work parallelly, and to some extent scalability is achieved. These are some solutions existing to layer 1. When it comes to layer 2 solutions are off-chain solutions. So we don't manipulate on the actual blockchain, but we come up with secondary protocols which offload the transactions that are there on the main blockchain. So let us discuss some of them. So one is called the state channel. So what happens in the state channel is, I'll try to explain through this diagram. Supposing, so the diagram shows a blockchain network. Supposing two users want to perform a transaction. So what happens is their state of the ledger related to those two users will be locked and they will be allowed to perform transactions separately. So that's called state channel. And any number of transactions they want to perform, they will be allowed to perform. And once it is completed, then it will be settled over the blockchain. So every transaction will not be handled on the main blockchain. So it is between those two only, using suitable cryptographic techniques. They are validated and the transactions happen. The ultimate results or the final results that need to be put on the blockchain, only those things will be put on the main blockchain, and the minor transaction that happen or the temporary results that are there, so that will be stored separately. They don't come on the main blockchain. So once it is settled, the state of the ledger is updated, and that is reflected on all the nodes. So this is one way through state channels. They see that more number of users are accommodated and there is no load on the main blockchain. So the other thing is side chain that we tell. So this is another solution, a layer 2 solution to fix scalability problem. So the side chains leverage independent consensus algorithms in comparison to original blockchain. So let us understand through this diagram. So what happens here is in the main blockchain or in the public blockchain, various transactions are happening. So here what they do is they come up with side chains or small blockchains, which may be based on whatever criteria you want to have, you can have. Maybe based on the size of the transaction or based on the domain, like it could be logistics or financial or stock transactions or micropayments. You can have separate side chains, and based on how many transactions are there, you can have your own method of handling them or different consensus algorithms, so that the time is reduced in processing those transactions. Ultimately, these side channels. So when you come to the data structure of this blockchain, so the Bitcoin makes use of the Merkle tree. So when you take the Merkle tree, the root has to be calculated, the root value. So that's what we tell when we tell a capital R. So the root hash here will be calculated by the side chains themselves. So that will be updated on the main blockchain. So individually, the side chains will be handling as and when the transaction happen, but the root hash will be updated once the transactions are completed on the main blockchain. So in that way, the load on the main blockchain is reduced. So when you come up with another solution, layer 2 solution, this is called the plasma solution, where you have the main blockchain, but you have child chains. So child chains, here they independently handle them. So whenever there is a request on the main blockchain, so it is through these child chains, the actual data is here only. There is no updation on the main chain. So root chain will be there whenever you want to access. The main chain gives access to these child chains. And then in this, there will be a hierarchy like parent child chain like that. A hierarchy will be maintained so that easy access is provided to the required transaction. And the scalability issue is addressed here. So the layer 2 mainly gives you solutions with something additional protocols which reduces the burden on the main blockchain. So these are some solutions. There's one more lightning network. So lightning network, these are for mainly instant payments to be done. So where whenever two users want to perform the transaction, so it's not the entire network that is considered. Just like as we perform in a centralized way, so the transaction is performed. The path that is established is as we have routing algorithms in same way, the path is established between the two entities, and the information is exchanged between these two nodes. The transaction is performed. Later, once the transaction is finalized using cryptographic techniques, then immediately it is updated on the main blockchain. So that's how this will speed up the transaction. So it is a normal transaction that now that we are doing without a blockchain, same way it will happen, but the results are put upon the main blockchain. So you can assume that just like Visa transactions, these are happening, but the results are put on the main blockchain. So that's why they're called a lightning network. So these are fast, but later they are put on the blockchain. So let us see the last category here, where we try to come up with solutions based on the consensus algorithms. So proof of work was the first consensus algorithm that came up. Satoshi Nakamoto and his team proposed this initial consensus algorithm where the miners had to solve a mathematical puzzle to see that the block that they have mined gets into the main blockchain. So why this mining process is, see, somebody must put the content into the blockchain. We can't allow everybody to do it. So one person has to do it. So it is through this proof of work, one who solves the puzzle, so he will be able to put the block in this. So he has invested so much computing power and the time. So in return, what is that he will be getting? So as a reward, bitcoins will be given to him. So this is another way of generating bitcoins. So when you take it as a currency, there must be a generation of currency. So the generation of currency is also taken care here. So once miners get these rewards, new bitcoins get introduced into the network. So in that way, this proof of work works. Of course, because it is resource hungry because of the mathematical puzzle to be solved. So it consumes more time, and actually it is bringing in scalability problems. To see that some improvement is done on this proof of stake algorithm came up, where what is done is here whoever is having or persons who are having a more number of coins, they are given preference to put the transactions on the blockchain. So that's why it is called proof of stake. Of course, there is problem. Newer nodes may not be able to do it. There are variants of proof of stake which will take care of that. But the basic protocol is whoever is owning more currency, they will get the opportunity to put the content on the blockchain. So there is a delegated proof of stake here. So where the miners can have delegates. So they will take up the responsibility of creating, validating, and verifying the block. This is a variation of the proof of stake only. But dishonest delegate can't exist here because miners have all the right to remove them from the network. So this is another protocol that is there. New protocols are on proof of authority. So where when you take proof of stake, what is happening is the bitcoins or the currency or the amount coins that they have or the that is on stake. But here proof of authority means their reputation is on stake. So it means the identity of the person will be known here. So this is another way of seeing that person who is has reputation is given the authority to validate and see that the blocks are created by him. So another one is practical Byzantine fault tolerance. So here, when various nodes are there, maybe some of the nodes can fail. That is also taken care here. What happens is this goes through 5 phases like request phase, pre-processing phase, prepare phase, commit, and reply. So any client that receives the request of a transaction, it just broadcasts to all the nodes. Of course, there is an overhead of these communications. But if the number is small, this can be taken up. So there is a constant communication among these nodes. And whenever they finalize that, mainly on the majority basis, they finalize it, they commit it, and then they send the reply. So then that will be treated as the finalized content, and they reach a consensus there. So all of them participate here, and the consensus is achieved. So this is another algorithm. And the last one that I would like to discuss here is the scalability DLT, distributed ledger technology. So this is mainly for the IoT. So here, the main advantage here is this DAG DLT technology is used here. This does not need participating miners. So there's no mining concept only here to validate the transaction. And because there is no mining, so the speed of transaction will increase here. And especially in IoT, the transaction must be processed at a very fast rate. And this data structure itself is helping to solve the scalability issue. So when you take this DAG, it is directed acyclic graph. It is directed is one advantage that we get here, and acyclic. So there are no cycles here. So this allows us to create a system that can run several validations side by side, because directed in the sense in a single direction, you can keep on adding the content. So there is no coming back or reverse effect is not there, and there are no cycles also. So this data structure itself is helping to create a system that can run several transactions parallelly. So the way it works is whenever you want to submit a transaction, a submitting party, he himself, whenever he is submitting a transaction, he has to validate his previous 2 transactions. So when he validates the 2 transactions, his transaction will be processed. So it means the previous transactions are validated. So in that way, they tell that miners are not required. The users or the stakeholders or who are the people who are performing transaction, they themselves will be validating the transaction. So this they're expecting can surpass 10,000 transactions per second. So of course, this will be a very sharp increase when compared to 15 TPS in Ethereum. So this is what I wanted to tell to conclude. Blockchain has grown rapidly in the last 2 decades after the immense success of Bitcoin and Ethereum. So IoT is on the list of technologies that need blockchain critically. Of course, academia and industry innovation has given various solutions, as we have discussed now, to address the scalability issue. So it is foreseeable that within a few years, blockchain will transform a lot of application, and the transformation will be driven by scalability balanced with the decentralization and security requirements. The scalability trilemma that we discussed. Keeping that in mind, with a proper trade-off, the applications will come up, and blockchain will have a solution addressing the scalability issue. Thank you. So these are some references that I have used. So any questions, please?
Hello. Good evening, ma'am.
Hello. I'll
Hello.
stop sharing.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, good evening. Thanks for the wonderful presentation. And I am also pursuing PhD in the field of scalability of blockchain.
Oh,
so,
it's nice to know.
So in Presidency University, Bangalore, I have chosen sharding and PBFT as my two different categories to demonstrate scalability. But the problem is some people are telling that you have to run 100 nodes, 50 nodes, something like that. Some people are telling even if you demonstrate 6 nodes to 8 or 6 nodes to 10, that is more than enough for
I think
PhD.
we have to come up
there are
with
a lot of confusion.
No. You have to come up with a simulator, because when we are addressing scalability issue, so sufficient transaction must be considered. Because there are different type of transaction must be addressed, and you can come up with a simulator so that it simulates multiple transactions, and your protocol is implemented. So in that way you have to go.
Ma'am. In last one of the FDP, I came to know there is something called as Ethereum testnet.
Yes.
Apart from this, can you please suggest any other tool to demonstrate scalability?
No, best thing is on Ethereum only if you test, because that's the popularly used one. So you can, because it's your PhD work, the results will be very useful. So when you tell this is implemented on Ethereum platform, definitely the results will be accepted. So I suggest you to test on Ethereum platform.
Okay. So that number of nodes I can go up to
with
any,
a simulator to demonstrate your new protocol. You can develop a simulator and then showcase that it is working fine, the consensus is working fine. So in that way you can do it, but simulate it.
Okay. The basic application which I have chosen is IPFS. Not any money transaction or nothing related to currency.
It's okay. Even that is treated as a transaction only. Doesn't matter. Not necessary you must go with financial transaction only. It could be IPFS also is fine.
Okay. Please, if you share your contact email ID with the organizers, it will be helpful.
Yes, definitely. I will share. It's available. You
thank
can
you very
contact
much,
me.
ma'am. Thanks for the thanks for the wonderful inputs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sunita, madam. It was a wonderful presentation on basics of blockchain and the various scalability issues. Definitely, it will be very useful for the researchers who are pursuing their research in blockchain technology. So, if any other questions, those who are connected online, other than Murthy, anybody? Okay, if there is no further questions, thank you once again for joining us and making this NWC 2021 meaningful by having various versatile subjects like blockchain. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam.